Good morning, everybody. If you can all please take a seat. All right. Want to welcome you to, we like to say the 5th annual, but we had a little break during COVID. But it's still the 5th annual NECO Industry Collaborative Meeting. We're so glad all of you can be here. I'm going to ask Dr. Howard Purcell, President and CEO of New England College of Optometry, to give some remarks.
Good morning, everyone. So nice to see you all here. You know, you try to put together something and you hope people will show up, and we're thrilled that you're here. And not just people, but the people who really are major influencers in this industry, and that's really special for us. So on behalf of our team, we thank you very much for being here. I feel like even though this is sort of the 5th annual, as Gary refers to it, that it's helpful to remind us of the real motivation behind this meeting. It's always been a special opportunity, certainly the 5 times we've done it for us, to learn so much from all of you and to really do our best to talk about some of the key issues that we face in our profession. And for those not as familiar, this was a discussion Gary and I had 6 years ago or so, when I kind of had this epiphany that if I knew what I know now about what's going on in the world of academia when it comes to optometry, that I felt like I could have been a much better partner when I was on the industry side. For those of you who don't know me as well, I spent 25 years kind of where many of you are today, and enjoyed that view of our profession very much. But knowing what I know now, I felt if I could have had that insight, perhaps I could have done more. And so that's honestly the impetus behind it, was to say, we're ready to open up the hood, show you what the challenges are, what's great about academia, and there are many things going on about it that are great, what our major challenges are, and expose those to you. We feel comfortable enough with this group to be able to do that, with the potential outcome, the hope, that we could address some of those key issues that our profession, and in particular as it relates to academia. Now, for any of you who may be sitting in the room right now saying, how does academia really affect me? You will be staying after school with us later this evening. Now, it impacts all of us. I hope, for those of you who were there last night, I couldn't help, and I hope you're with me on my way home, thinking about those 3 students and how representative they really are of the future of this profession. When we did the first meeting, we actually had a panel of students, and you were able to ask any questions you wanted of the students. And I think that was rated as one of the most popular parts of the program, because I don't know that you always have an opportunity to hear them be very candid and talk to you about the challenges they face. And I'd like to hopefully revisit that at future meetings, because I think it was a valuable experience. But you know, last night seeing those students and seeing what they represented, I think to me really made me think a lot about even a lot of what we're going to talk about today. Like, what is that profile that we're looking for that is going to allow our graduates to be the most successful? What are those traits? You know, we talk a lot about grit and determination and passion, and a lot of that exists, but it's more than that. And I think Daniel, to me, the first year student, really got me thinking about what are the attributes. So you're going to hear from Joseph Owen today, president of Northeastern University. We're absolutely thrilled to have Joseph join us a little bit later. In his book, which you all have a copy of in front of you, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Gary can correct me, Joseph has agreed to sign some of those for you if you would like. So hopefully we can make that happen. But I think you'll hear a lot from him about what his opinions are and what he thinks the future student needs to look like. But the obstacles that we have ahead of us are pretty significant. So I'll say this to all of you. We have invited you to this meeting, and I'm so thrilled that you're here, not for your money. What we want is your brain. That's what we're looking for. And we appreciate the money, don't get me wrong. And that's important, because we can't do it without you. But today, what we really want is your brain. We want your thoughts. We want you to engage with us, So what we've tried to do is make particularly my optometric colleagues feel comfortable with the 2 microphones in the room set up so that hopefully you will feel comfortable in adding your thoughts and insights. This meeting isn't as rich and as successful without hearing from you. So I know many of you, and I don't know that there's a shy person in this bunch, so I'm hopeful that you will take that opportunity to share some of that with us. I'm going to just very briefly, because I could really take a moment to introduce every single person in the room, and that would take far too long. But what makes me smile when I look around this room is I pretty much know every single one of you well. I appreciate what you have contributed to this profession. I appreciate you sitting in this room today wanting to help us to achieve the goals that we have, which are continue to support these amazing students and provide the best output that we can. So thank you to everyone here. Represented in this room is our media, our manufacturers, our accreditors, our payers, pretty much all aspects of this profession. I think that's what makes this meeting very special for us and hopefully for you, because maybe it's a group you don't always have the opportunity to be able to engage with. So I won't go around the room and introduce everybody, I promise, but I did want to just make sure everybody has a chance to get to know the leadership of this institution. I hope you've all had a chance to meet the team. Certainly, some perhaps know better than others, but I hope during the day today you'll at least have a chance to meet our team, and I won't embarrass them, make them stand, wave, or anything like that. But these are the people that make it happen at NECO that I have the honor and privilege of working with every day as the leaders of the college. Also in the room are our faculty. A little later today, you'll probably get to meet some of our students who will be joining us. If you haven't spent any time around optometric education, I say this a lot to my colleagues, you have a bad day in optometry, spend a day at a college of optometry. These students will get you fired up about the profession. They are so excited about it. They're so enthusiastic about it, and it's why we do what we do. It motivates me every day. I feel incredibly honored to get to work with a group of people who are so committed to what they do. It upsets me at times when I hear sort of off-the-cuff remarks on social media or whatever it may be, really in a derogatory manner towards our faculty, that perhaps they are to blame for all of the woes that this profession has. And we don't have tons of woes, but we have some. They are not to blame. They work their butts off every single day to provide the best education they possibly can. And I say that because ASCO's here in the room, my colleagues, other deans and presidents of the schools and colleges. I couldn't be any more proud to be part of this group that gives so much to this profession. So my guard does go up when people get a little critical of what we do every day. So I hope today gives you a little insight into that. I hope you'll get a chance to say hello to some of our people. The other group I do just want to mention, we do have a couple of our Board of Trustees members in the room too, so maybe I will embarrass them and ask them to just stand and wave, members of our board. And incoming, we have actually 2 members in the room who will be, as of January, new members of the board. So wave to everybody if you can, our board members. These are the people that give us the ability. Thank you, yes. First of all, they're my bosses, so thank you for applauding them. And secondly, they're the people who give us the ability to do what we do here. They have given us so much freedom, so much opportunity, really, to do things a little differently, and that drives us every day. And I hope by the end of the day today, one thing that you walk away with is we have to change. We have to evolve. I say that for now under the sort of umbrella of academia, but as a profession, the world is changing very quickly, and we have to be out in front of that. We have to make sure we're looking and keeping our eyes open and making sure optometry has a seat and is at the forefront of that. So I'll just encourage you, and I'm going to turn it back to Gary, but I just encourage you, please participate today. Please take advantage of the opportunity to ask questions, to provide your comments. It is, again, will make this a richer experience for everybody, because all of you, I know, have contributions to make, and we want to make sure those are heard. So thank you. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for the contributions you make to our profession, and specifically to NECO, and looking forward to a fantastic day that Gary has created for us. So back to Gary.
So thank you for all of you for coming. I know some of you have been here every year, and some have been here multiple years, and some are new this year. But what sets this meeting apart is the word we use, collaborative and engagement. You know, collaborative means it's a two-way street. It's not just panelists talking, it's just not a speakers talking, but all of you involved. And Howard has already told you we have microphones set up. We have a streaming online audience as well, and we'll be monitoring those questions from there. So for those of you who are online, don't be afraid to type your questions in. So just want to show you just a few things. Here's an example of how we've evolved in this meeting. We started very local in just our own and operated spaces. This was back in 2019. This was in 2022 in the rotunda that you were there yesterday. And then we went to a space called Artists for Humanity in South Boston for 2 years. And this year, we're in this beautiful space that Boston University, WBUR, our local NPR station. Not only are we supporting them during the midst of a variety of different things, but we here have a nice venue with a lot of advanced audio-visual to really capture this moment and have these robust conversations. So, as you can see, we're going to be talking about reimagining education, preparing that graduate or even that current practitioner. And what we want to do is engage in some honest discussion. There may be some tension, but to me, tension is not always bad. It's just how we are going to take that feedback. And I remember the second industry collaborative meeting we had, and one of the audience members said, hey, we were talking about online refraction back then. This was 2022. And someone said, he felt like he was running from one end of the spectrum to the other. That's what this meeting's about. Because for all of us, when we have a perception on the world of where things are. We have a perception of education of when we went to school. But going to school is very different. Not only undergraduate, not only high school, but optometry school. I know a lot of you here are optometrists. You remember when you were in school at that moment. Well, I can tell you that's totally different now. So I really want to push you to hear the different perspectives. We're going to hear people from industry, from media, from deans and presidents and faculty members, not only from NECO, but from a variety of other schools to help you all process. And then the way you interact with different optometrists, different people, will only help make this conversation richer. So don't be shy to ask questions, not only in front of a microphone, but maybe afterwards, and even after this meeting. What we're going to do is we are recording all of this, and we're going to slice and dice it up in all sorts of ways so that we will continue to be able to have this conversation. So tell us your ideas and help us engage so that we can transform not only the profession, but how we move forward. And we're going to talk a lot about technology, a lot about AI, what currently is happening in education so that we can all be in a better place. So just some quotes that helps us frame today. Leadership is about gathering people together and help them build bridges that take everyone to a new place. And I hope that this meeting, in terms of what we've created, is bridge making. And then understanding other people's perspectives is a central tool in bridge building. Until you know how others see the world, you'll have little opportunity to influence or learn from their perspectives. Because every time we hear a perspective, we shift and we generate better ideas. And so, just a little bit of group norms. I know we'll have tension, which is fine, and you disagree, that's fine, but let's be respectful. Let's also share the air. Let's not have one, and I'll moderate, want to hear your perspective, but we also want to hear from others. And then just think, some people may share personal stories, leave them in this room. And really take the learnings, that's what's going to leave this room so that we can continue to have conversations. And then lastly, nobody knows everything. Together, we will know a lot, okay? So with that, we're going to go to our first fireside chat. And I'm going to introduce Dr. Joshua Baker, and then Dr. Purcell is going to moderate a fireside chat. But for those of you who don't know Josh is not only a Secretary and Treasurer of the Board of Directors for the National Board of Examiners in Optometry, but he was previously the Executive Vice President at Midwestern, but recently been named as the president of Midwestern University. To me, this is a game changer for optometry. He's an optometrist leading a health professions university that includes medicine, nursing, pharmacy, podiatry, dentistry, optometry, and probably many more. But to me, that is pivotal to show, hey, optometrists are not just merely eye doctors. We are part of the health professions team, and eye care is healthcare. And having someone like Josh leading an institution like that will continue to advance what optometry can do. And not only that, today we're going to talk about a lot of these other things, how eye care is connected to healthcare, but then how do we train our students and our current providers? So I'm going to give the time to Josh and to Howard.
Well, I might. So.
All right, well, I can't think of a better way to kick things off than to have an opportunity to, first of all, congratulate Dr. Baker for his new role as President and CEO of Midwestern University. A little round of applause for our buddy here.
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree with Gary. I think that's a huge deal. And Gary did a general introduction of you. I'll add just a couple pieces to that. I think been at Midwestern since 2013, if I'm not mistaken. So you've had, even though we're going to ask you a lot of questions about the things that you're thinking about, and I think we all appreciate how long you've been in the role now?
September 11th, so a little over a month.
A month on the job, so we'll give you a little break there. But no, having been around the institution for as long as you have, and being a leader as you are, we hope that that perspective that you've gained is something that you can share with us. But before we go further, I also want to say, I mean, this guy, when you look at his resume, and I won't go through the whole thing, incredibly impressive what he's done. But I want to also mention this guy is a Bronze Star winner, which is something that he's an Army guy. He is someone who has shown his bravery, and we're with a real hero right here. So that, you know, in addition to all the other great things that you've done and will do for optometry, that doesn't go without notice, and what an amazing feat that is. So congratulations to you on that. So maybe start off, I think, you know, Gary mentioned Midwestern University. Maybe not everybody in the room is as familiar, so maybe let's start pretty high level. Tell us about the university itself and maybe what its connection is, which we know is a very direct one, to optometry.
Yeah, so I mean, we're kind of maybe a new player in the scene in optometry, but not a new player in healthcare. We're actually celebrating our 125th anniversary this year. We started as the Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine, the fourth oldest medical school in the United States. They're a graduate-only healthcare organization. We have no undergraduate programs. We're about just under 7,000 students. Our original campus was in Chicago. We moved to Downers Grove, a suburb of Chicago, in the early 90s, and we expanded to Arizona around that same time frame. Now, Arizona is the larger campus, the larger students or whatever, but you know, the Chicago feel is still kind of our heart, and that's who we are. And it is an osteopathic mindset for all of our healthcare programs. That really anchors us in everything. And recently we've expanded into some new areas. We have a vet school in the Arizona campus. In fact, the largest animal hospital in North America is on our Glendale campus until we opened the hospital that we're building in Chicago, which they built about 150 square feet larger, just to say that Chicago was the larger hospital.
Like football stadium.
That's right, that's right. But yeah, it's a wonderful organization. It's very student-centric. I think we kind of spend our time obsessing about students and what we can do to make they're more successful, to make them more joyful, to do everything we can to try to ease their process, right? Graduate medical education is hard. It is hard, and it's way harder than when I went to school, and just keeps getting harder. So I think we have this obligation to do everything we can to figure out how to ease what we can for the students.
Agreed, and I think that's a mutual goal that we all have, but you're in such a unique position. I think the viewpoint you're having now and will have is different than I think any of us in this room. And not to put too much pressure on you, but I wonder, as you're looking at healthcare education in general, and I'm sure you were asked this as part of the interview process, I have to imagine, how do you envision that future? What needs to change? What are the things in your mind that you're saying, here's how I'm going to make sort of my mark on this, would be sort of the first part of that. And then I also love you to talk about how optometry integrates into that. But let's start with when you look forward, now you're the man, you're the leader of this institution now, you have to lead it into the future. What are you thinking about how things need to change? What needs to change?
So I think one of the challenges that we find is, things are changing so fast, it becomes hard to put a mark on the horizon because that mark on the horizon is moving constantly. Technology is adapting so fast. We're all trying to anticipate what AI is going to do, right? And I always tell people, the person that tells you they know how AI is going to affect healthcare, how it's going to affect education, that's a buyer beware moment. Like, none of us really know. So I think our strategy has been, Dr. Feist is probably going to laugh. We have been somewhat glacial as a university for a while, and we need to change. So we're trying to get as nimble as we possibly can because we don't know where we're going all the time in terms of where technology. So what we want to be is an environment where as soon as new information comes in, we can process that information and we can adjust fire correctly. Let's get ourselves back on the right azimuth as we're navigating towards whatever that horizon, that mark on the horizon looks like.
Good stuff. Yeah, actually, interestingly enough, we on Sunday had a board retreat. You guys have met and will hopefully meet some of our board members. And one of the concepts that Randall led us through that you'll get to hear from him a little bit later was this whole VUCA concept, which is, if you're not familiar with it, it's something you should take a look at. But you've kind of described it, which is essentially saying, is our goal to be able to predict the future? Like, we bring a smart person like you into a leadership position and we say to you, all right, we want you to tell us in the next 10 years, this is what the world's going to look like, and we're going to all aim our goals and our objectives towards that. That's pretty tough, and it's gotten even tougher. You made the point that things are changing so fast. So the VUCA concept, and I won't do it justice, but Randall will jump in here and help me if I don't, is essentially saying, look, there's volatility, there's uncertainty out there. Let's prepare for that. And I think that's what you're saying. Let's be nimble. Let's be adaptable, because we may not be able to actually predict what it's going to look like. In fact, we're probably going to be wrong about what it looks like in some ways. So how do we prepare for that uncertainty? And I think that's what good organizations are really trying to look at, to be nimble, to be adaptable. And I think organizations like yours and like NECO, because we are private and independent, enable us to be able to do that. So I think it's interesting. You're thinking about it the same way. You haven't sort of put the title on it, but maybe it isn't about smart people having to predict the future, but more know how uncertain it is and be able to be adaptable and be able to have what we, and in academia, call it an agile campus. And it's something Dr. Weisberg, the team at NECO, have been working on to see how do we make sure we're providing different ways of educating. So I'd love you to go maybe in even more detail on that. So, have you gotten to a point where you're thinking about what are sort of the top 3-4 things I want to focus my attention on at the institution?
Yeah, so we're actually going through a strategic planning process right now for that very, when we say that the mark on the horizon keeps moving, right? What we mean is that technology is changing maybe the path and the direct routes to get to that line. I don't think it changes who we are. Like, we know who we are and what we want to be, right? We're not going to lower standards or change our expectations of ourselves, of our students, but it's being nimble and being able to react quickly to these new technologies, these new needs that maybe are cropping up for the students. And I actually love that term, that agile campus. I think that's actually critical. We have to become agile because you fall behind almost instantaneously if you're not, because things are changing so fast. So yeah, I mean, we've been going through that strategic process. I think becoming nimble is something we're talking about. One of the things that, it sounds simple and basic, but we're a big organization, and like other big organizations, we have a tendency to kind of lean into bureaucracy a little bit. That slows everything down. That makes our ability to pivot. We're trying to lean some of that out. We're trying to straighten some of those crooked lines where we can from a bureaucratic standpoint, so that those kind of, like, I call them like battlefield commanders, those deans that are running their ships, they need to be able to pivot and react real time and not wait for someone to tell them, yep, that's right or no. Right? We put them in those positions because we believe they're the most talented person for the role. You got to let those people do the job then. So that's where we're trying to get lean and fast, is empowering those key leaders and key roles to make sound decisions based on what they're seeing in real time.
Yeah, and try to do that with some, in the most expeditious way you can. And I'll be perfectly honest, having spent 25 years in industry and now being in academia, the pace is different. There's just no question about it. And many things are different, but the pace is a big one that's different. It just doesn't move as quick in academia. And even as a private independent, we don't answer to anybody other than our board. Still, it takes a while. It's a different environment. And I think that's one thing I've had to adjust to, is understanding what is the right speed, because you need need the faculty with you. You need the students with you. You need people to believe in what you believe. By the way, if you're not aware, in academia, we have something called shared governance. So those of you in industry don't know really what that even means, which, unless you're familiar with academia, but essentially it means you better get people to believe in what you're doing. So Josh and I both have the role, him in a much bigger way, to make sure that people believe in our mission, believe in what we believe in, and are willing to give everything they've got to make that happen. It isn't just you tell people to go and they go. You're probably even more used to the tell people to go and go than I am, but it isn't the way it works. And so trying to get that speed right for me, and I don't know about you, but for me that was one of the more challenging parts of the job originally, is just to make sure I understood that right speed. So you mentioned all the new innovations and things of that nature, and how do you make a decision? Because we've got manufacturers in the room, we've got a lot of great people in the industry side. How do you ultimately decide what is right? I mean, I find myself in a position where I feel like our students should see everything. Yeah. I want them to experience absolutely everything. And then fortunately, we have a wonderful COO, CFO, Executive Vice President Tracy Logan over there who makes sure we understand that's just not possible. So, I'm curious, and maybe many of us in the room in the academic world are a bit curious, how do you decide, what you're going with, what you're not, especially in a world today where seeming like every day there's something new and innovative coming out?
Yeah, I think one, we rely a lot on the faculty and the subject matter experts to kind of, dive in and know some of this stuff. But I think we all have to kind of create this threshold if we're going to bring technology on. I don't see it as different whether it's clinical technology or academic teaching technology. It's all about outcomes. Does this piece of equipment, does this technology, does this learning system change outcomes, right? You could have, sometimes you can be enamored by fancy whiz-bangs, right? And you can have the most elaborate fancy whiz-bang machine that gives you a better, perfect NPC or cover test. Does that really change outcomes? It might be really fancy to look at, but it may not change outcomes. So we really try to take a look at, on a clinical standpoint or an academic standpoint, is this something that makes our students' lives easier? Is it something that makes our patient outcomes better? I think that becomes the threshold. We don't always get it right. And we've got a few things in the boneyard, I think, that we bought that probably shouldn't have bought. But we generally try to make sure it's affecting outcome.
We've never made a mistake like that at all. So I'm going to throw a few questions. So I went to our students and others and asked, we have an opportunity to hang out with Dr. Baker and the wonderful opportunity he has. What questions might you have for him? So I hope you're okay with this. I'm going to throw a few more student-focused questions. So they want to know, what do you think is the greatest risk to the future of optometry? And we'll give you also the opportunity to say, perhaps, what is the greatest opportunity? And this would be a wonderful time if any of you have some thoughts around this issue. We welcome you to step up to the mic. We'd love to hear from you what you might think are some of the greatest risks and potential opportunities. But Dr. Baker, you get the first swing at that one. So maybe I can take this, because I think there's one looming threat for all healthcare education, right? And that includes optometry, and that's the recent changes to the approach to graduate healthcare funding. I think with the elimination of Grad Plus loan, are you guys aware? Right, Grad Plus loan is going away. It's hard to quantify for everybody what a significant gap is going to exist. Us alone, Midwestern University, not looking at anybody else, we subscribe ourselves to about $278 million annually in Grad Plus loans. That's $278 million we now have to find processes to fund these students. And so, there's a lot of things that are going to be out there, and there will probably be a lot of independent loan programs and private funding that'll come up, but that's going to be really expensive for students, right? You're looking at double-digit interest rates on a large number of loans. So I think that's a risk, and where it maybe concerns me the most is we'll be able to find ways to fund our students for the most part, but I worry about the students that looked maybe like I did, or like a lot of your students look, that don't have funds from family, don't have credit scores. Right? I joined the Army partially because I needed to join the Army. The pathways for maybe lower socioeconomic students just got real narrow. And I worry that what we've done is created a healthcare profession that's only going to be filled by students coming from wealthy families. And that alarms me. So I think that is an existential threat. We will find ways to navigate it. Right? I think you can argue, I understand why the government wants to get out of student loans.
that's fine. Sometimes I think about it like stopping a car. There's a lot of ways you could stop a car. I can press the brakes and stop a car, or I can drive the car into a bridge abutment. Both stops the car, but the outcome looks a lot different based on which option you choose. So I worry a little bit that we've chosen option 2 in this process, and it would have been nicer if we had a little stepwise process, but it's here, right? It's coming. I think one of the threats to the profession of optometry, independent of that, is, we're seeing some fragmentation of our profession. By fragmentation, I mean fragmentation in terms of vision of where the profession's going. We talk about this all the time in the university, is if nothing else, we all have to know and see in our mind where the university's going. I use this analogy at the university all the time, that you can put a whole bunch of really strong people in a boat, and they can put their oars in the water and start pulling, but if they don't know where they're going, that boat just spins in circles, doesn't go anywhere. But you can have a bunch of maybe mediocre people in the boat, but if they all know where they're going and they pull their oars in the same direction, that boat gets somewhere. So I think as a profession, we have to start to come together and make sure we all know where we're supposed to be going, so that we can kind of pull our oars together. So I worry a little bit about that. But I would say what am I most excited about, what I think is our greatest opportunity, as our students. I mean, you kind of said it. I kind of get irritated sometimes on social media and stuff, and they, especially in our profession, they seem to talk about these students as if there's something wrong with them. Like, they are remarkable. Like, I don't know who they're spending time with. Maybe we have a kind of self-selected group of students, but I find them remarkable. They are way more talented than I ever was. They accomplish things that I could not have done in optometry school. I feel like we are in really, like, if someone's going to save us, is going to fix us, it's going to be them, right?
I'm not going to argue with that at all, and that's one of the reasons we try to put them in front of you as often as we can, because I didn't always have a chance to interact with students at the schools. I interacted with a lot of the faculty and administration, but I didn't really get to interact with the students as much. And once you do, I think as I've said many times and said last night, the future of our profession is in great hands, and I think that is one of the big opportunities. I want to just highlight something you said, to put some numbers to it as well. You shared a little bit of your institution. So these changes in loans, this is very significant. What we're talking about here is a cap of $200,000. Now, you could argue that seems crazy that you have to borrow $200,000 to go to optometry school, but today it's about $50,000 a year to go to optometry school. So if there's a cap of $200,000, you can do the math pretty quickly. That means you can just about pay your tuition, but that's it. You don't have any money to live on, to eat, to do the things that we need to do. So this is why people who sit where we are very concerned about this, as you should be, because it impacts everybody in this room, is how are we going to make up that difference? Most students do, unfortunately, have to take loans out for greater than $200,000. So where is that coming from? And I think Josh was very accurate in saying it's going to come from likely a source where they're going to be paying a lot more interest for that money. And I will say, we won't get into too much detail, but I'm really happy that Josh and some of his team are working on ways that we can look at trying to help them with that, at least. I will say one other thing. One of the outcomes of the second industry collaborative was this opportunity called Sponsored Pathways. And I want to thank those of you in this room who have been part of that. If you're not familiar, this is an opportunity for our students to have a significant amount of their tuition offset with a condition of work, a quid quo pro, that if you work for us, we will help you to offset your costs. When we started that program, there were about 3 companies that were participating. Thank you to the 3 of you. I think all of you in this room are in this room today. And today we're up to almost 10 now. First year we offset about $1.2 million of student debt. This year it'd probably be in north of $4 million in student debt. It's not the full answer, but it's a way in which, just as Gary described and as Josh described, where if we can get our oars in the water at the same time, very appropriate analogy, because we just had the head of the Charles race here with regatta. In fact, Scotty, our past president, Dr. Cliff Scott, everybody knows Scotty, I hope, was in the race in the seniors group. Congratulations, Scotty, out there rowing. Good job, buddy. So a perfect analogy, I think, to say here's another way, an outcome from this meeting that led to really great support for our students. But we need more of that. We need to find additional ways. And I will acknowledge, because I think we both need to acknowledge this, it's too expensive and it's not sustainable. Tracy will remind us of that frequently, that this trajectory we're on is just not a sustainable trajectory. So we need to find solutions. And, hopefully with smart people that are represented here, with Josh's leadership and others, along with the recognition of all of us that this is significant, we could start to find some solutions to that. So I'm glad you brought that one up. I think there's several we probably could have talked about, but that's an important one in a more recent event that I think maybe flies under the radar a little bit and isn't quite as familiar for some people. So, all right, I'm going to hit you with another student question. What is something you believe about the future of education or healthcare that others might disagree with? I thought that was kind of an interesting question. Putting you on the spot, buddy.
I guess maybe some people disagree with this. It's something we kind of talk about. The way I frame it sometimes is this idea: rigor and kindness are not opposites, right? So we sometimes we have found where as we see students struggle or have difficulties, and sometimes some of our leadership, the answers has been, well, we have to ease up on the curriculum. We have to ease up. And I actually don't think that that's the right approach. I think you can have we have high expectations for our students. We have high expectations for each other. We demand a lot of each other, but we do it with our arms around each other. We demand a lot of our students with our arms around them. So I think one of the things that I think is important is it is important for us to have really, life is hard, work is hard, this profession is hard. And so if we're going to really prepare them to enter the optometric world, we have to kind of build those muscles, so to speak. And you do that by training hard. So I think it's important that we keep rigor really high, and then we do everything we can to lift those students up, right? So I don't see those as opposite. You can be really kind and compassionate and caring while still demanding a lot of students. And I think that's when you develop that crucible develops the strongest clinicians.
That's and that's a debated point, I think, at many institutions. I'm sure many of our colleagues in the room would share that, students have changed. There's no doubt about it. The demands we put on them have changed as well. Mm-hmm. And how much do we change as a result of that, right? Are we intended, and I think you've described it well, but I'll just sort of lay it out a little broader perhaps, is our intention to make sure every student has got everything that they need, and we walk them through it step by step, and we take care of all the issues that may come up, because many of them do. Is that our responsibility? The other end of the spectrum, some would argue, hey, put on your big boy and girl pants and get this thing done. We did it when we were in school, and so you should be able to manage it too. Now, those are extremes, of course, right? And I think your comment was we have to find perhaps some common ground, but I'm not sure we're there yet. And, schools like ours, we don't have the same kind of resources as a big university. So how do we manage that? And I will say, and we'll talk later about this, but artificial intelligence and some technology is a vehicle for institutions, many of them that are in this room, to be able to sort of, punch at a higher weight class, if you will, or to kind of be bigger than they really are. And I think it will help us with tools that can help in tutoring and different, again, you'll hear more about this a little bit later, but I think these are opportunities we have to be able to support our students more. But the question does come up often, how far do we go? And I think I occasionally find a dividing line with perhaps more senior faculty, with more young faculty, but you might not always think is the obvious. Sometimes our younger faculty feel like, you know what, I've just been through this. You need to get your act together. Clearly, it's not the extremes, but I don't know. How do you manage through that? How have you been able to create that sort of environment?
Yeah, so I mean, we use a lot of mountain climbing analogies at the university. We'll kind of talk about graduation as achieving the summit. And so one of the things that we think about is we want the faculty to think about this idea is you can't lower the mountain, but you can climb it with them. And so this idea that the students are going to have difficult moments, that doesn't mean we make that moment easy for them, but it does mean we sit there with them and we help them get through those moments. And we let them know that we're going to try to provide whatever resource we can to help them, but they have to climb. We can't climb it for them. I think you build a culture around achievement, around success, where it's not just us pushing the students. We have this thing we talk about, rated orientation, this idea that they have to look at every person in the room and it's their job to get everybody across the finish line. We don't succeed if only some of you get across. The idea is it's our job to get everybody across because we want the students pushing each other. The more you build an environment where everybody's trying to lift somebody else up, I think we do a better job of that. I mean, it doesn't... This curriculum is hard. It is a challenge. It's difficult. I don't think our goals can ever be to make it easy, because then life's not going to be easy. We just try to do it in an environment where they know, like sometimes like when you're suffering together, like they know, hey, we're all kind of in this together. It gives them maybe some added resiliency.
It's clear to me the advantage you bring having the military experience. I think some of that really plays into it. Sounds like some of your philosophies and how you look at things, and I think we can all learn from that. So speaking of learning from things, another question was, what lessons can optometry learn from where you sit, being able to get this broader view? Now, again, I know it's a month, but you've been at the institution for a while. Yeah, I think you understand this cross-functional opportunities, interprofessional education. We talk a lot about that. Academic institutions are held accountable, if you're not aware of that, for trying to make sure we pursue as much interprofessional education. You have that opportunity, but are there things already that you've garnered? Because we don't want you to have any competitive advantage against all of us. Are there things that you've learned from being in that environment that optometry can learn from?
I mean, the easy answer is yes. I've learned a ton. I think probably one of the most reassuring things is that we definitely belong, right? Like the one thing I feel really good about is the education our students go through is rigorous, and right, and our students are professional, and they're seen as like a valued member of the community. So that's been really good. I think watching the way a lot of the other professions educate their students, there's things I can look at and say that, like, here's an opportunity for us to get better. There's things that they do where I think, like, you need to come take a look at what we're doing, right? I think there's areas where they've had opportunity to learn from us. One of the things that I think has been really great is to see where we have these kind of commonalities, things like communications, ethics, certainly the basic sciences. But we have the ability to train in those commonalities together. So the more opportunities we get to put our students in the room to learn those common skills and those common concepts together, the more they become a natural part of the team. I feel like that's one of the greatest advantages is, man, we graduate 250 medical students in Arizona and 200 medical students in Downers Grove every year that know exactly the value of an optometrist. So I think that's been a wonderful opportunity. I think it's enhanced our program, and I believe it has enhanced those other programs as well.
That's one of the reasons we're so excited you're in the role we are, because we know that you're going to do that, not only having us be able to learn, but hopefully making sure everybody understands optometry, the value of it. There's so many opportunities there, and I know you guys will take full advantage of that. So we're going to go a couple more questions, if that's okay, and then we'll certainly, if anybody would like to ask Josh a question, feel free to step up. We got another student question. This is an interesting one as well. Our scope laws still vary quite a bit in North America and globally. As educational leaders and leaders in the industry, do we have a responsibility to advocate for a more unified national scope of practice? And if so, how far should we go? I'm glad they gave you that question.
Well, I mean, maybe caveat should be this is my opinion, but yes, we should absolutely work to standardize scope. I think when we don't have standardized scope, it's confusing to the patient population. Right? They know clearly what an optometrist is in one state, and then they move somewhere else, and that optometrist looks very different. I think that's not good for our profession. I also think the more unified we are, the more we speak with one voice, the more the world listens. So I would love to see us do that. Selfishly, I think that makes educators' jobs easy, right? Like, we've all received those kind of like out of the blue letters from a state saying, we now need you to add this to your curriculum. Like, we need an additional 50 hours. I'm like, where are you supposed to give 50 hours? But you have no choice. So you have to, unless you don't want your students to be prepared for that state. So I would love for us to have like a national voice in terms of what optometry does and where it fits in the healthcare field.
And I know the AOA is represented here, and we thank them for the efforts they continue to make. But it certainly would be something. And I guess, and forgive me, and if anyone wants to challenge us, please stand up. But I don't hear a lot of that discussion going on. And I think it's quite interesting that it came through a student's eyes to say, this doesn't really make sense to me. Why can't we create something? As we've gotten closer and closer, I mean, we're very familiar with this in Massachusetts, I can assure you, because we were the 50th state, last time I checked. That's all we got, to pass glaucoma legislation. So my colleagues in this state have been agonizing for many, many years and finally got that to happen. All they had to do was invite me to be in Boston, and then made it happen. Just a coincidence, of course. No, but you know, the students don't understand that. Like, how I can cross over, go to Connecticut with Jim Timmons, and I can do a lot more over there than I could do here in Massachusetts. That's crazy. All I'm doing is crossing a border. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that. We would welcome them. What are the obstacles to that? What can we do to try to help support that? We recognize it's a big issue, but I don't feel like there's a whole lot of time and attention perhaps given to it. Dr. Weisberg.
I have a question for anybody. I guess the idea is, what is the reason for scope expansion? Because what the reason is would dictate whether or not it should be a national initiative or based on individual states. So I don't know, for those people that are more involved in that, what is the reason that we are expanding scope? For whose benefit, for whose purpose, the why?
Let's do quick intros, though, before you make a comment. Dr. Hitchmoth, if you would mind, just quick intro.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Dorothy Hitchmoth. I'm the vice chair of the board at NECO. However, I've been intimately involved with the AOA for many, many years and have served in lots of positions there and have led the legislative battle. I have climbed the mountain and wondered where everybody was when I looked behind me. Not only could I see them at the base of the mountain, I couldn't see them around the corner. So for me, that discussion is constant, and I think it depends what constituency you surround yourself with. In the past, I think we haven't had a lot of those discussions on the academic side and in the colleges of optometry. The AOA made a grand effort a number of years ago, I think it's been 6 or 7 now, to invite 500 optometry students every single year to bring the message about optometry to the Hill. Now, those battles, of course, take place in every state legislature, but that's the reality. We live in a republic, and if you want to change the laws, typically that has to happen at the state level. So if faculty are not involved in that, and if faculty are not part of the AOA, that makes it more difficult, and I'm not saying that they're not, but if they don't also talk about why you need to be involved collectively, if we don't know why we need to push the scope forward. The why is that we have an incredible gap in care that we're about to face that's going to be even worse, right? We will have no choice. You know, I've been in full scope optometric practice for almost 30 years, where we have enormous pressure. There's I'm in rural practice, right? Coming to a city near you. It is a 14-month wait for eye care every single practice north of where I practice, actually even further south. So we're not going to have a choice when a patient shows up with a rusty chicken wire stuck in their eye and there's no ophthalmologist 45 miles around. You pretty much need to act, and that's just the way it is. So it's the public that determines what we need to do as a profession, not the profession figuring out where we need to go. Yeah.
Thank you, Dorothy. No, that's an interesting perspective. I'm surprised nobody else would like to comment on that one, but since we've got Dr. Baker in the hot seat, we may come back to him. What do you think about Dr. Hitchmoth's comments?
Yeah, so I mean, she actually brings up a point, right? Like the disparity in scope is more probably a product of the environment and the situation versus by intent, right? If we could move unified, we certainly would, but because of the nature of it. And so maybe we kind of look at it like a linear battlefield where we have wins in certain places and losses in others, and that's why. I still think that means that our ultimate goal should be to push the whole battlefield forwards so that we're all kind of unified, but it's probably going to be a piecemeal process just because of the nature of how our profession is legislated. So that does make it a challenge.
No question, and one that I hope we'll continue to have further dialogue about. Which I think Eric brings up a fair point, which is why? What are we doing? Why are we continuing to expand the scope? I have to imagine there's a lot of thoughts on that in this room. Certainly makes my brain start to go, but I think Dorothy did a good job at least explaining one component of that. I think there are many components of it that are critical, but in the end, it's about patient care. And about good quality patient care. When you sit where we do at the academic institutions, you see what these students are leaving with in terms of their knowledge. They're ready.
Yep.
They're ready to do this stuff. It's a matter of legislative agreement on that, if you will, or getting the buy-in of the legislators. And it's why we all try at all the institutions to get our students involved in what goes on in state politics. We can walk to our state capitol from our institution, and we often do with our students. And when we lobby, by the way, the strongest, our legislators want to hear more from the students than they do from us. They make a much more compelling argument than we do. I remember when we were going for the scope of practice for glaucoma, they came in droves and said, basically, I grew up here. I love Massachusetts. It's where I want to live, but I'm going to leave the state because I can cross the border and practice in a full extent of what I've learned. I mean, that's crazy. And I think the legislators heard that, and that certainly had an impact on them. So good stuff. All right, we're going to wind things down, but I have a couple more for you. You good?
Yep.
All right. All right, so in an era of rapid change, what are and will be the essential characteristics or competencies that you think students need to develop?
Oh, probably not a whole lot different than what we've always looked for, but maybe we emphasize a few things, right? We still want really bright students. We want moral, ethical students. I think nowadays we need students to have a greater amount of resiliency, right? And how do we seek that out and how do we find it? I think we still want students to have intense professional curiosity that they maintain and hold on. As the environment changes, we're going to need them to constantly be seeking for new answers because those the formulas are changing. I would say probably the things I would want to see all the time. I still want moral and ethical students. I would love students that are really resilient, right? They can endure difficult times, and then students that are going to lead the profession from a professional curiosity standpoint. That's what I think is what we would look for.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm staring right at our wonderful associate dean who manages our admissions process. I would say they have one of the toughest jobs out there, but they do it with grace at all the schools so well. We have the best in the industry, of course. But it's amazing how they continue to deliver. And through ASCO's efforts and others with Think About Your Eyes and with Optometry Gives Me Life and other programs that we have, we've seen some positive movement. We're certainly thrilled to see that we've had, if you're not aware, the largest number of applicants. We've broke that record now 2 years in a row. That sounds great. We can celebrate that for a moment. And then we get a reality check and say it's still not enough, right? We're still not where we need to be. But at least what we had seen, as many of you know, was a pretty much continuous dropping of the number of applicants. And that was not unique to optometry, by the way. I'm sure Josh can share that many other disciplines were seeing that. We've seen a turnaround now, and it's going in the right direction. And I will tell you, it is all of you that help that by talking about this profession, by sharing why you're part of this profession. What is it about it that is in your heart that makes you give to it? I always say, once you're in eye care, you can't leave. I mean, it's so an amazing group of people who are so committed to what they do. But that word needs to get out. We need to continue to make sure others appreciate that and understand that. So, all right, next one for you. I think because we have an interesting, diverse audience here. Our students were curious, how do you manage relationships with both the industry and the media?
Oh.
Careful.
Yeah. I mean, probably in the same way all of us do, right? I kind of just have to be myself, right? With all my warts and flaws. Recently, we've been having a lot of meetings with a lot of the media in Chicago and in Arizona, and I felt very unprepared and uncomfortable in those moments until it just said, oh, I just have to kind of be who I am every day. Like, they accept me at work, so hopefully they'll accept me in the media. In industry partners, I actually find that a little bit more easier because I think they really have an earnest interest in learning about our students and what our students need and where the profession's going. So that shared kind of commonality makes easy conversation, right? I get excited about those topics. They get excited about those topics. So I find those easier because we can just get together and talk about the things that excite us. Whereas the media, I'm always wondering, God, is my wife going to make fun of me when I get home and she says this stuff? So I feel like the industry partner feels more natural for me. The media ones feels a little more uncomfortable.
And that's unfortunately probably due to bad circumstances you've seen. But one thing I will say, and we'll talk about this later because we'll have our wonderful media group wrapping things up for us today, is that relationship that has been built with the media in our industry, our trade media, certainly what we're talking about here, to me is so unique and so beneficial to what we try to do every day. I recognize it is mutually beneficial, I hope, but sure, there's been situations that maybe make you cringe at times because you worry about how the message may be perceived. But our partnerships with the media, from where I've sat both on the industry side and now on the academic side, are incredibly supportive. They really, in my view, want to do everything they can to make sure they promote the important issues and challenges that we face. And I think their support for a meeting like this, I think, speaks loudly to that. So, all right, well, we are going to wrap things up. I have one more question to ask you, but I want to make sure if there's any questions in the audience, we'd love to take them. Aaron, please. Tell everyone who you are first.
I am Erin Morgan. I am a long time.
Can you go to the mic so that our people on Zoom land can hear you? Thank
I'm trying
you.
to use my proximity.
Thank you. You're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Okay. My name is Erin Morgan. I am a longtime journalist and editor in this industry, and I am with Insight Media Group. And my question to you is, with your broad overview, right, of all these healthcare professions and the education for the healthcare professions, what kind of opportunities do you think there are for collaboration with optometry in terms of oculomics, diagnosing systemic disease, using ocular imaging and AI assistance?
Before you answer that, by the way, I was also going to say our media is really savvy when it comes to knowing a lot about what's going on in eye care too, and I love that. Go ahead, it's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, enormous. Enormous. I think one of the, when Dr. Purcell asked about what did you learn from the other healthcare professions, what I learned is we have an important role to play. We are effectively primary care providers. We're sometimes the only provider that patient might see for years. So we have an immense opportunity to be kind of the first line of defense for healthcare, systemic disease. I think optometry plays a huge role. I think we can be part of the solution for rural health. You talked about digital imaging and AI. I think those are all tools that we as a profession have to lean into versus stand against. I use this example. In fact, we were talking as we prepared for this about organizations and professions that stood against technology. And the perfect example I like to think about are taxi cabs and photographers. Right? When digital photography came out, everybody said professional photography is going away. And quite the opposite. They leaned into that technology, and their profession actually grew and expanded, became a healthier profession. Whereas when ride-sharing systems came out, right, they actually approached taxi cab companies all across the country, said, we have this technology, we think you're better. And the taxi cab said, absolutely not. And now they're almost extinct. Right, so I think we should be mindful of this, and our profession can lean into that technology. And then, to your point, we can become a great part of the solution for some of the healthcare needs we're seeing across the country.
We're counting on you for that, my friend.
Yeah.
So why don't we end with perhaps the question I get fairly frequently these days is why? Why the heck did you want to be the president and CEO of Midwestern University at a time where the world of academia is challenging and interesting and unique? And I'll just add my caveat, we need people like you there, but I'll just say on the side, why? What motivated you to want to step into a position at this time and in this place?
Well, I think for a lot of us in these roles, it's not necessarily a pursuit, right? It was an opportunity, right? And so when the door opened, it's kind of one of those things like you wanted to take that opportunity. But I will say, it's a pretty great place to work. Everybody says they have a lot of talent, but man, we have a lot of talent. A lot of inspiring people. We used to use this term in the optometry program all the time that we surrounded ourselves with sled dogs, just people that want to pull. We got a whole university full of sled dogs that just likes to pull. And so that's exciting, this idea of, well, let's put a mark on the horizon that's really lofty and hard to get to, because we got a team that can probably get us there. And so I think there was this excitement and eagerness about that opportunity. I'm going to tell a story that I told the night they told me, and I feel so dumb. You ever have those memories and moments when you think about it, you cringe and wish you could undo it? Well,
Yeah, but not one we're probably willing to share.
I'm going to double down. I'm going to say it again. We had a faculty staff appreciation in Chicago, right? And we're celebrating promotions, we're celebrating years of service, those type of things. And unbeknownst to me, the board of trustees got up and announced, right, like that they had ended the search and that they had offered me the position. And I got up there and I was not prepared. I didn't know what to say. And so I'm sitting up there and immediately I just said, "You guys remember Tony Kukoc, the basketball player for Chicago?" And I said, I remember when he joined the Chicago Bulls, he was so excited to play with the greatest basketball player of all time, Michael Jordan. And then on camera, they told him that Michael Jordan was retiring and leaving. And he just started crying. Do you guys remember this? He broke out crying on camera. And what I told them in that moment is like, it would have felt like such a wounding loss to not get the chance to serve with the team that's at Midwest University. It would have been gut-wrenching to have missed out on that opportunity. So it was a really dumb story, but I was in Chicago, so I think maybe it landed okay. But that's how I feel about it. It's just a special team.
Well, it's clear why they've chosen you. We're incredibly proud of you, and I will say I'm so happy that you shared that story, honestly, because in today's world, the world of academia, the world of universities is being challenged in a big way. Is it worth it? Is the price of education worth it? Why do it? Why bother when I can just start getting some experience on the job, et cetera? But if you've never spent time in the university environment, it may be hard to appreciate, but you and I have the wonderful opportunity to have spent some time in the academic world and really see what it's about and see at the root of it. There's all the discussion that takes place up here, but when you get down into the trenches and you see what people do every day, it is so easy to be impressed and admire the work that our faculty, our staff, and candidly the students who work extremely hard. We focus on that, bottom couple percent because they're the ones that need the majority of our time. But, we often perhaps don't take the time to celebrate these incredible people and how blessed we are to be able to work there. So we're blessed to be able to have you in your role. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing even some of your embarrassing stories with us, and appreciate it and looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So just some housekeeping. When you have a question, please go to the microphone because we have an online audience as well. And we're recording everything so that we have these assets that we can share with all of you as well. I know you may be entrenched in your seat, but it's good to move around, all right? Movement helps us, wakes us up, and allows more engagement. So please do that, not just for people in this room, but for the online audience. And, my wife is hard of hearing, so I've been very sensitive to that as well, because sometimes we forget. And so let's be as collaborative as we can be. So we're going to take a break because, we have Dr. Baker on the next panel. I want to give him a break. But before we do that, and I didn't tell our marketing and communications team, I was thinking maybe this is a good time for a group photo. Yes or no, Michael? Joseph? Before lunch. You want to do it before lunch? Okay, we'll do it before lunch. So please do take a quick break. For those of you looking for the restroom, it's actually, if you go out this door or that door, it's around the corner here, all right? All the restrooms are there. So let's come back at 10:10, all right? It's 10:15. We're going to start. Please come back in. Please take a seat. All right, everybody, please take a seat. This is a bad thing about giving you breaks. Okay, everybody. Please take your seats. All right, everybody, please take your seats. Okay, I'm going to do a kindergarten thing. For all of those of you who hear me, clap once. For all those of you who hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. All right. These preschool tricks work. All right. So I'm glad we're having great conversation and great networking. This is what this event is about. We're gonna have 2 more sessions before we have lunch. We're gonna start one, which is strengthening the foundations of our curriculum and clinical readiness. We have Dr. Eric Weisberg, our Vice President and Dean of Academic Affairs from NECO, who will be moderating. We have a great panel. We have Dr. Jeff Walleen, who's the Associate Dean of Academic Affairs at Ohio State University and also the current president of the American Academy of Optometry. We have Dr. Joshua Baker, who you know. We have Dr. Alicia Feiss, who's the dean of the Arizona College of Optometry at Midwestern University, but also the current president of ASCO, the Association of Schools and Colleges of Optometry. And then we have NECO's very own, who is an ASCO Rising Star awardee from last year, Dr. Jennifer Riley. She teaches, she's instructor of record of one of our core courses, Principles and Practices of Optometry, and she leads our effort with board preparation for our students, not only for the NBEO, National Board of Examiners of Optometry series of exams, but for the OEBC, which my mind slips me. That's the equivalent of the Canadian National Boards, all right? And they're gonna give us that perspective. So I'm gonna give the time over to Dr. Eric Weisberg, and I'm gonna invite all the panelists to grab a seat. And then lastly, I know this session will have lots of questions. Please queue up at the mics, all right, so that everyone can hear. I'm going to constantly remind you of that. So thank you.
Hey, everybody. Thanks to Gary and thanks to Josh and Howard. There was a great conversation. I think we all could agree they are two incredibly well-spoken human beings, and it's nice to hear the discourse. So Gary already introduced my panel right here, which I feel extremely fortunate to have with us today. We have a really interesting topic. So like Gary mentioned, this is going to be focused on strengthening the foundation, science, curriculum, and clinical readiness. And admittedly, there's a lot of ways this conversation can go today. So I'm going to try to break it down into 3 categories. The first will be how we decide what we teach. The second will be how the profession determines entry-level mastery. And then the third is how we support our students to be resilient and future ready. So the first one, how we decide what to teach. For those in academia, I assume everyone has an understanding of this. For those that are not, I'll tell you, it's not quite the Wizard of Oz, but it sometimes feels like it's the Wizard of Oz. The different schools have a process, right? Basically led by their chief academic officer, working with the faculty. Ideas are brought forward for both deletions in our curriculum, alterations and additions. That then goes to some kind of committee, typically staff and faculty populated. Again, might be different in all the different schools. And decisions are made, and a recommendation then goes back to the chief academic officer for final approval in some way, shape, or form. We make these decisions based on changes in the field of optometry that we become aware of, or maybe even anticipate, new research that might come about, NBO content, and structural changes that might influence what and how our students have to learn, as well as we might do an analysis of redundancy and overlap in our curriculum that will inform our decisions. We also look at the accepted core competencies for entry-level optometry, and then, of course, the exciting part, which is curriculum innovation, which gives us some latitude in particular areas as well. So my question really, first one for the panel is, and everyone is aware of this, right? This is an ongoing conversation. With expanded scope of practice and expanded modalities of practice, telehealth, emerging technologies, as well as equal pressure to retain core skills, has optometry hit the point where the content that we have to deliver to our students has exceeded what can be reasonably taught in a 4-year curriculum? Anyone can answer. I might start off just throwing it over to Josh. I think you have an interesting perspective overseeing many other programs.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a topic we've actually had at NBEO for quite a while as well. If you think about the profession of optometry, and we go back, I mean, we can go 70, 75 years. 75 years ago, it was 4 years after an undergraduate degree. And think of the scope then and the scope now, and we are still 4 years. Increasingly, as academics, I think what we experience, right, we are starting to struggle. We continue to layer all of this scope expansion, which is great for the profession, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I think that's wonderful. But we keep layering it over the top of everything. And inevitably, we're reaching that point I think we all knew was coming, right? You cannot continue to cram more stuff down the students' throats and not have something fall out the bottom. And so I think this idea of mastery, are we reaching our like a critical limit in terms of our ability to get mastery of everything that optometry has been and everything optometry is becoming? So I think we have to have a very nuanced discussion about, as scope expands, we still want mastery. What does that look like? How do we achieve it? And can we achieve it in 4 years, right? I think all of us agree expanding to a 5 or 6 year program is not a great idea. When the health professions are going the other way, right? Like, even medical schools are finding ways to move to 3-year curriculums. And then if we were to then pivot to a 5 or 6 year or something like that, we run the risk of eliminating our recruiting base. Students are just going to seek other professions. So I think we have to have a very nuanced discussion about where we go from here.
Yeah, and it's a good point. There have been a lot of discussions within the optometry schools as well about accelerated programs. much fewer conversations about expanding the length of the curriculum for exactly what you're kind of bringing out. Return on investment for a student making the decision to go into optometry sort of changes if they have to go through for 5 years with their debt. But if that's the case, something has to give, right? And I want people to understand too, it's not that optometry schools are just adding. If you look at we can say in particular, and other schools I'm sure could mirror this, is that we have reduced. Bioscience curriculum hours has reduced, and other areas have given way. But the pace at which we're reducing doesn't even come close to the pace that we're adding. So what can we do? You mentioned not decreasing, but examining what the level of mastery is. No one wants to lower the bar, right? So how do we go forward? If we can't expand and there's pressures to decrease the length of the curriculum. Alicia?
So at ASCO, we have had this discussion a lot, and I think there are several areas we're looking into. Specifically, an attributes task force was developed. We had originally created a document in 2011, which was a long time ago. And so looking at that particular document and hoping if we can decide what the attributes are of what a graduate should look like, does that help us then decide as a profession, what are accreditation requirements going to how will that guide that? What are the licensure particular things? And I think that when we usually have conversations with the students, a lot of that is, we're educating you to be practitioners, to be able to work in all of these different modalities, wherever you want to go, whatever that looks like, and even trying to think 10, 15 years ahead. But at the same time, the licensure component, right, doesn't always allow, to create a test or to create these things, does that keep up with everything all at once? And so I think it's crucial that we do get in a room, and again, I love scope expansion. It's amazing, and I think it's wonderful, but at the same time, the amount that the students are asked to know, even in the courses, and to retain and to be able to do that, to be successful, it's almost, we're asking them sometimes to do something that's impossible.
Right. Jeff?
We want our profession to evolve, but evolve doesn't mean just adding more to the profession. The profession means deciding how we're changing. And anyway, what makes the conversation so difficult is any way we change is going to change fundamentally who we were as optometrists. We're going to get rid of or change some of the things that made us optometrists, that differentiated us from all the other professions. But we, as a profession, have to be willing to do that. As we've changed to more of a medical profession, that might change some of the things that we do in other parts of our profession. And I know there's a lot of us who don't want to give up some of those things, but we're probably going to have to if we truly want to evolve and become a different profession.
I agree. What I hear is what we need to sort of move forward in this area is a coordinated response, because scope expansion in many ways, in a good way, adds to our curriculum. MBO, in terms of what they assess, sets a national standard. And then the schools are making these sort of decisions in terms of how they want to do it. If we are to remove something from the profession, the schools alone obviously cannot make that decision. Right. It has to be done in coordination with the other major aspects of the profession. And I think that could create some challenges, but of course, some opportunities.
It reminds me of what Dr. Purcell and I were talking about, this idea of a shared vision. I think we need to get the key players in the profession of optometry. We all got to get in the room and kind of figure out where we're going and all share that picture in our mind, because you're absolutely right. No one organization can move independently. We all kind of have to move as one singular organism. And I think when we start to do that, this problem will become a lot easier to solve.
Yeah, agreed. Jen?
Yeah, and I think that one thing that we do have to consider, and is such a delicate balance, is that there are components of the curriculum that we can't get rid of. You know, one comment I often hear is, well, the basic sciences, you know, what might we be able to take away there? However, you know, when you see like not a doctor bills kind of come into certain states and enter, you know, and come into play, is that one of the things our profession is able to stand on is that we do have a basic science, you know, foundation for our students, because that's one of the common arguments that might be made in those scenarios. And so we have to be careful, because removing things such as that can have unintended consequences for legislation such as that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Does technology play a role in our ability to make our curriculum bigger than maybe what it really would be in terms of how we can deliver information? Does anyone think about how perhaps more information could be given to the students in the same amount of time with some technological assistance? And I guess what I'm thinking, if it's not clear, is, you know, we all know that AI is like having the smartest person in your pocket, right, at all times. But the way that we teach our students is almost like they don't have that tool. Mm-hmm. And the way we test our students is like they don't have that tool. So are there things that we're teaching them and expecting them to know at a level that is not really practical anymore in going forward? Do you see a way that we can potentially harness that? And this could be for anyone as well.
I don't have the answer to that, but it is exactly this type of thing that we are thinking all the time, because we've got to teach our students to be able to think independently so that no matter what the situation is, they can handle it. But at the same time, we have to teach them to embrace technology, because if we don't, they will become the blockbuster or you know, that group of people who get passed by. And so there's a way of us being able to teach students to responsibly handle those types of technology. And honestly, you know, they're ahead of us in terms of their note-taking is all done by AI now. They aren't necessarily even writing down the information. They're having note-takers do it. They're creating tests by using AI so that they can practice some of these things. So they're probably ahead of us, and maybe it's actually the faculty that need to catch up and make sure that we are teaching them the responsibility of learning the basics, but also knowing how to use the technology to enhance our practice, our patient-based practice.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh, first of all, I agree with that, but I actually wanted to. Yes, sorry, Dr. Ross Gockler. I'm with Warby Parker, and I just wanted to go back to the comment you mentioned at the beginning, Dr. Baker, around medical schools and how they're looking to shorten their programs, and obviously they're facing the same challenges in terms of new information, new technology. So, would love to gain any insight that you have around how they're doing that. What can we learn from them, and is there something we should be taking from them?
Yeah, so, you know, probably pharmacy is farther ahead than medicine. Medicine does have 3-year programs, and they have some unique abilities in their curriculum to allow them to do that. The students that go through a 3-year program in medicine are basically locking themselves into a profession in primary care, internal medicine, because they don't have that extra year that they would be required to have to do a residency in orthopedics, ophthalmology, something like that. Pharmacy is the one that really tried to get lean in their curriculum. They went from a 4-year to a 3 years. Not universal, but increasingly now pharmacy is almost exclusively 3-year programs. And they did it, to your point, is basically trying to identify everywhere in the curriculum where they could, you know, for lack of a better term, cut the fat, so to speak, and really lean into what those students needed to be able to enter the profession. It's an intense curriculum. They don't have summers, right? Like they're going, I think it's 3 straight years. So these are some of the things we would have to look at. But that's the pressure, right? Because increasingly what we're finding is the marketplace is looking for the fastest route possible. You know, PA is far and away our most popular program because students are looking for the most direct route to get to patient care. Optometry is not going to be spared that. So that's why this pressure to expand to 5 years is almost a non-starter. We would just eliminate the applicant pool. It's more we have to find ways, you know, through AI, through technology, to become more efficient in delivering the content that we're delivering, And then, maybe to your point, is identifying what can be eliminated, and we have to be unified in that, and what do we really I agree with you very strongly that our basic science foundation is what gives us parity with medicine, with pharmacy, with dental. So we have to hold on to that. But could we be more efficient, in its delivery, more focused in its delivery?
Yeah. That's a good point. Thank you for the question.
Hi. Yeah, Jim Timmons, Ophthalmic Consultants of Connecticut. Been around the profession for a few years, so yeah, see a few colleagues. 2 comments and then a suggestion. So I'm on the ground every day. I'm on faculty at 7 of the schools. Students rotate through. I agree. I think the student potential that comes in is excellent. We are literally bathed in technology at the office. Within 12 weeks, they conquer everything, and they are masters of the field. So I don't have any issue on that side. The piece that I want to offer, though, is they come in and they have 12 weeks with me and 12 weeks with somebody else. So they're out of house 3/4 of the year. That's dead space for you. There's nothing going on after 5 o'clock. If you need to add curriculum, I would suggest that is the one open slot you have, is to organize a program to give them an educational responsibility beyond coming to see their patients with me. I mean, we do that internally. We have conferences, we have studies and papers, and that's all fine, but that's all done between 8 and 5. But if you want some space, that's the one space you have left without going to year 5. And everybody does it. All the schools have that same space. If you could come up with some universal curriculum that we could all agree to is really important in that 4th external year, and have them do evenings, weekends. Love your idea of the rigor of this profession. It is a tough life to be a talented clinician and to be a dedicated doctor. I think that teaches it, and I do believe there's a little bit of a relapse in that 4th year as far as their commitment to their academic rigor. And I think the schools could easily supplement that and use that opportunity. So,
Let me pose that question then to all of you. I know at NECO, we're in the summers now. Our students go through the summers, and we've added curriculum to the patient care program. So in 4th year, there's a couple of different classes, obligations they have. It's not full-time by any means. It doesn't occupy all their time. Are other schools finding those downtimes and adding additional work as well, or what are you guys all doing?
We have, I think COVID did this for us, to be perfectly honest, is, we do have opportunities to have case-based learning with our students after hours. It's not frequent, it's not often, but it is a way for us to better assess how, when they're out in the real world, seeing these patients, make sure that they're getting the education that they need and that they are incorporating all the information that they're provided with. So we do take some advantage of that, but there is way more time than we could potentially take advantage of.
Yeah. Jen, let me ask you a specific question. What do you think a student would say if we, how would they feel about us filling in the downtimes at this point?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can say that I work very closely with our 4th year students as part of our board success strategies, because they typically are taking either the OEBC Canadian boards in the fall of their 4th year, part 2 in December of their 4th year, part 3 sometime between August and April of their 4th year. And so I am meeting with them, after 5 o'clock, before 8 a.m. on weekends, because that is the time they have available. And really what we're going through is their board's preparation strategy. That's really where their focus is outside of clinic during that time. That being said, we do actually have similarly like case-based learning we offer to our 4th year students that I don't know if Dr. Jeff Ho is here from our faculty, but he coordinates that, which are these awesome, cases that the students work through remotely during that time outside of the clinic as well. But I find that during particularly June through February, their focus is really on their board exam outside of their rotations.
Yeah, thanks. Alicia, do you?
We actually utilize speaking of technology, so speaking as of at Arizona, we use SimConverse, which is an AI platform where they can go in and talk about case history, figure out how they would order testing. So again, it's similar to clinical practice, but they can do it on their own. you can kind of work on their communication skills and kind of their analysis, and then we can actually see what it is that they're doing. So I think one of the other logistical things when they're out on rotations is that several of them are all across, right? So a lot of the education that even if it is delivered in the evenings or on the weekends typically is asynchronous, just because you have the 3-hour time frame that you're always trying to juggle. So we try to do things, but that's usually like, oh, well, it's 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, and now we're doing something for the West Coast, and I didn't get out, because some of the other practices that they're going to are also working 410s. And so I think that those are just logistical things that we can work around. And again, the asynchronous learning, typically with the cohort that you're really wanting to kind of go after or really work with, you've got to figure out a platform to be able to work with them and be able to kind of talk through some of those things in order to kind of elevate where their critical analysis is and thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You'd probably be surprised to find that there's probably more programs that have programming for that time than don't, but it doesn't look like a traditional programming because it needs to be asynchronous, because they're in all 50 states, they're in every time zone, and so we all create content. We expect them to work on, they all have case reports and case studies that they have to do. They have to prepare for presentations. But to your point, a lot of that content is around preparing them and building them up for boards. Certainly, that programming is more rigorous and intensive for those bottom 10% of students. We all know that. But I think you'd probably be surprised to see there's a lot of content out there. The students probably don't talk about it because they're just thinking about, oh, I got to get on and watch this 30-minute thing when I get home, or this hour discussion panel or something. But yeah, there's content out there.
Thanks. Melissa?
Good morning. I'm Melissa Trego. I am at SUNY College of Optometry, and this is something I've thought about for a while. It's a little bit probably not the best thing to bring up, but what are your thoughts? And I'm thinking about what Josh mentioned regarding timing. I was a part of developing an accelerated program in 3 years, which was a great way to innovate. But what are your thoughts on having or starting the conversation on a tiered profession? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is I think from a legislative standpoint, it may not be the most well-accepted idea, but I think considering the various aspects of where optometry can go, as well as when students are coming out, their actual scope of practice, I think we could better refine how we educate our students and how we continue to transform with what's happening. So it might be a little bit of a risque question, but I think it's worth us having a real discussion about and leading into more competency-based mastery skills.
Yeah, that's a great question. Just for the record, I don't think that was a collective groan when she said it. I think that was a sigh of inspiration, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean,
Want to take that one, Josh?
yeah, we talk about this a lot, we kind of think constantly about this ever-expanding curriculum and running out of time, and what are the solutions? Do we pare down certain stuff? And one of my thought processes is probably the best answer that would align with other medical professions is, just as Dr. Trego highlighted, could we go to advanced training in optometry? Like if you're going to live in a rural setting and you know you're going to practice maybe surgical optometry, we could create residencies, we create board certifications that looks like other medical professions. I get that it's unpopular and there'd be the sense that some of us would be left behind. I would certainly be left behind. But I feel like that it's better for us to hold on to a strong foundation versus start to crack that up a little bit in the hopes to keep squeezing things in. That's my personal opinion. I don't know that it's right or not, but I think about that a lot.
Others? Yeah.
The difficulty becomes, I think, as a legislated profession, having a tiered profession, a legislated profession that not a lot of people know about especially, makes a tiered profession even more confusing to the people who we need to convince that we can treat our patients well and extensively. So, but I understand the thought behind it 100%, and it absolutely is a conversation I think needs to happen, period.
One other thing Eric and I were actually talking about yesterday is that we have some amazing students that come into this profession And I do think a lot of the learning styles and even just the experiences that they've had in undergrad have now led to this graduate school education that is extremely fast-paced. It's moving along, and there's some great people that we end up losing just because there is so much for them to be able to get through. And so, is there an opportunity for them to stay in this wonderful profession or be around, or an opportunity for them to maybe learn some of these skills? There's a lot less people that are going to a 4-year undergraduate institution and staying at a 4-year undergraduate institution. And so we're looking at more and more people who are wanting to upscale their job skills, who are wanting to have, micro credentials everywhere. Like, knowledge is everywhere. So what are we going to do in order to help make them the best doctors? And a lot of that's going to be their case analysis skills. And those things don't develop overnight. Right. And so are there ways that we can bring actually more people into our profession to be able to take care of more people? I appreciate the challenges that presents, but maybe we would actually get more people into our profession, or be able to open it up to more people, because there would be more opportunities for people to move into it, but also more opportunities for people to interact with the profession itself.
No, that's a good point. David.
Morning, everybody. David Heath. I'm not sure what my title is these days. Sort of building, just first a comment on the curriculum is too full. Just historically, and I'm feeling like the old man these days, but historically, the AOA and ASCO did a 6-part summit series back in the 90s called the Georgetown Summit Series. One of those was on curriculum. The conclusion of that summit series was that the curriculum was too jam-packed to accommodate 4 years, and we had to cut back on something. So the conclusion is about 30 years old. There was a statement issued, and of course, no collaboration on how to solve it. You're focusing on the academic and the didactic portion of the curriculum, I think, when you're thinking about being creative. I'd like to throw out, maybe trying to beat Melissa's effort to be provocative, throw out the question about clinic. We expanded clinic time in the 1980s, 1990s to be full year plus. The theory was that we were being attacked both by ophthalmology for not having sufficient patient care exposure. We were also trying to make sure that over the base of about 2,000 patients, that students would get a sufficient balance of problems and experiences to make them competent when they graduated. Medicine, nursing has fabulous simulation laboratories. New York State, about 2 years ago, put in a rule saying 1/3 of nursing clinical experience could be done through simulation. Now, we may not have the technology, but in terms of looking at exposure and balance of experience, could we become more efficient with our clinical training through the use of simulation and getting a bit more creative, which would give us more flexibility in other parts of the curriculum?
It's good to be the moderator. Would one of you like to answer that?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in simulation, but this is something we're leaning into really heavily across all of our professions, is this idea that simulation is going to expand our ability to expose students to disease processes, patient communications, some of the soft arts of clinical training at a much greater scale than the patient care experiences we can give them. So we're looking really hard on both campuses to expand to like very broad, large simulation centers that would service all of our professions and the local hospitals and communities. And so this is something precisely we're looking at because we think this is going to be part of the answer.
So David, I met with our dental group and I talked a lot about, so our students at Arizona, they actually take classes with the dental students. They take all of their basic sciences, and because the curriculum's aligned quite a bit. But then their clinical series, they're actually in 3rd and 4th year, kind of full round patient care. And so a lot of the questions I was asking more was actually leading, so this is not really answering your question, David, as far as academics, but from a licensure standpoint. So in the dental sim lab, actually all of the students practice on, there's these little weird heads that that are laying back, right? They have their mouths open and they're digging in the whole, like digging into the pre-sim, right? And that's what they do. But they actually don't work on each other, which I guess that's probably a good thing. Fun fact, you can pull a wrong tooth. You know, when you're having a really bad day in school and you're like, oh, I can't believe I messed up the glasses prescription. You can pull a wrong tooth. That happens in dental school. So be thankful. But really, where I was surprised is that they used to have to get their own patients for their board examinations. They had to find people who had certain things. And now almost everything is actually in a simulation center. And those were, you know, I was like, how did the profession react to that? What did they think about that? And she said, honestly, the educators came and we can really make sure that we're testing the same thing every single time. There is no patient variability, and everyone appreciates that the clinical experience is probably going to be different. But if we're doing an assessment of skills or an assessment of analogies, you want to make sure that all those variables are as equal as possible. And so is there an opportunity for us, maybe even from, you know, does clinic look a little bit different, but what does the assessment of their clinical skills look like?
You know, David, I don't know what you're going to decide to call yourself, but you still got it. It's a really thought-provoking question. You know, I'll add a little anecdote. You know, at NECO, I oversaw clinical education for many years. And the push that we got, and from the students as well, was more clinic, more clinic, more clinic. They wanted more patient experience. I will say that push no longer exists in the same way. And in fact, there's a little bit of a push in the other direction to basically say is the clinic is, too much clinic is interfering with my ability to deal with all of the didactic pressures. And I think initially we kind of dismiss it as, oh, but there's something there. And if you're paying attention, you can certainly connect the dots as to why, as the didactic pressures increase, as we start to fill in the cracks, in the little breaks in the third year, breaks between the second and third year and such, that I could see where they're coming from. So I appreciate that. Yep.
Hi, my name is Peg Achenbach. I'm with MJH Life Sciences, Optometry Times, Ophthalmology Times, Modern Retina. We work with a group, and we are bringing these workshops to some of our meeting. It's called NRSS. I don't know if any of you have heard of this. It's David Almeida's group down at Bascom in Miami. It's near real surgical simulations, and it's cadaver heads, and basically what the technology for that cryopreservation has allowed them to do multiple procedures on the eye. So it's not just one procedure, and they're all videotaped. So you have the best retina surgeons on the planet literally there doing these procedures. It can be done with a group. It can be video and then later archived and, you know, narrated through. One of the great things about it, again, so start at the cornea, right? So we'll in a workshop we'll do a corneal procedure, maybe a glaucoma procedure, and then maybe a retina procedure, right? And it's two eyes, so it's somebody on this side, somebody on this side, and then, you know, however many heads or however many stations. One of the great things about that is then after they're done, it goes to a dental school for their simulations. So it's a program where, again, I don't know how many of you in this room have even heard of it, but it's one of the ways where we as media can help provide to you guys. This is information. These are resources available. I mean, anybody who's interested, come see me, because I would love nothing more than to be more helpful and useful to academia. But it's a great, great program, and it is fascinating, and we're just starting to bring these to our own meetings at MJH.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. I think we'll take one more question on this particular category, and then we'll move on. Bob, if you could introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, I'm Bob Meenan. I'm a trust on the board of directors at NECO. I've been on the board for about 18 years. And I must admit, my background is I'm a physician. I was an academic physician, head of rheumatology at Boston University for a few years, and then I was dean of the School of Public Health at BU for 20 years. So I've seen a lot in medical education. Public health is different because it's not clinical, but I've watched professions, nursing, physical therapy change. And I must admit, after 18 years on the board at NECO, alarm bells went off in my head in this session in ways they haven't before. And I just wanted to make more of a comment and maybe one suggestion. The comment is, I see a classic scenario of a profession that wants to continue to be seen as professionalizing, that wants to be the the MD equivalent, if you will, and watch how they got there, and et cetera, et cetera. And I understand that, and I think that's almost an irreversible push. And you're not going to do it, so don't pretend that you are. The challenge I also heard was you want to be the primary care doctors for the eye, and what that may mean, whether it's rural practice or even regular practice and the niche you can fill, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the real challenge there, and you see it very much in medicine, is how can you be a full, high standard profession that's focused on primary care, all right? I've been, for 25 years, my head explodes when I hear people say, we need more primary care doctors. And I want to say primary care doctors are absurd. It's a complete waste of money to take people through probably 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency, and then expect them to go out and be a primary care doctor and not get reimbursed for all of those tuition dollars and loans that they built up, all right? And what you see is happening in medicine, and the doctors fight it like crazy because they want to protect that part of their turf, is DNPs and PAs are taking that over, okay? I've watched it with, other professions like rheumatologists. Instead of rheumatologist, I was president of the American College of Rheumatology at one point. They do not want to let go of the osteoarthritis patients, which is nuts because they can't do much more for osteoarthritis patients than the average primary care doctor should be. So I see a very deep challenge for optometry of how do you maintain your position, and I think your school as a university is a perfect example where you're on an equal footing with the doctors and the dentists, et cetera, but still think of yourself as maybe doing more primary care. I don't have an answer to it, but I think it's a very sharp dilemma that you're going to have to figure out how to balance. And medicine could do it if they wanted to, which is cede that primary care to the nurses and the PAs. You can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how to get a handle on that. One other provocative thing I thought of, because it's always been an interest to me with medical education. We all are aware of the British model of how they do it. And I wonder whether optometry could be the profession that says, we're going to be very professional, and you got those problems to figure out with the size of your curriculum, but we're going to accept sophomores. We're not going to have them finish. And what I saw in medicine, because I used to interview for the BU 6-year medical program, we would accept people from high school. They'd have to do 2 years of undergrad, and then they had to fill in the last 2 years of their undergrad while they were going to medical school. So you talk about coming in at 5 o'clock at night or coming in on the weekends. But I would say, could you take sophomores and let them become optometrists through your rigorous 4-year program? I know there would be perhaps challenges to that. Somebody's got to do it at some point in time, because it's not just the 4 years that take up time and dollars, it's the 8 years that take up time and dollars. And one of the things that could happen if you could perhaps start that, you get the hot shots. The kids who are mature enough, smart enough to say, I can do that, probably get as good a students as you're getting now. So anyway, I applaud you for dealing with these questions. It's very good to be a retired dean at this point in time. It's great to sit on the sidelines and let you wrestle with these questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Bob. And I could, I'm sure all of our imaginations are running wild in some ways on how educational technologies could be utilized to create overlap time between undergrad and grad, and maybe even try to bridge that gap as we would move in that direction. But all right, we're going to move to the next category because it's a good one and it deserves some time, and that's how we determine the mastery for entry-level optometrists. So please allow me a little preamble here. Basically, mastery for entry-level optometry is guided by core competencies. ASCO established a set of functional guidelines for optometric and clinical education. ACOE has recently revised their core competencies that are part of what schools need to demonstrate for accreditation. There is ample latitude for schools and colleges of optometry, for their faculty to interpret how this applies to their students in terms of setting what the bar is for individual classes, as well as moving from year 1 to year 2 and so on. And achievement in that scenario is typically assessed through the standard ways of didactic exams, clinical proficiencies, and then thousands of patient care opportunities that are evaluated by somebody overseeing the care that's given. A reflection of all of this is seen through graduation rates. Presumably, if we graduate a student, we feel they have achieved the entry-level core competencies that we as a school have set. Graduation rates across schools and colleges of optometry are quite high, right? About 85% in 4 years, bumps up somewhere around 90, 95%, 5 to 6 years for students that have a life blip that puts them on a modified program or sort. An additional measure, of course, is set by having to pass the MBO Part 1, 2, and 3 in the US and the OEBC Parts 1 and 2 in Canada. So in essence, that is the national standard for the US and Canada, set by passing those exams. The first-time pass rates, it's not anything new for anyone to hear, for NBO have been decreasing steadily, especially for Part 1, over the past decade or so. And that's first-time takers. The same trend has not necessarily been seen in other healthcare professions, medicine, dentistry, nursing. In fact, they've seen and been able to maintain pretty high rates, whereas first-time takers for MBO Part 1, somewhere around 65% pass rate. The other professions, it's in the 85 to 90% pass rate. And there have been some changes in their exams that have resulted in higher levels of passing. And in one case, a dip and then a recovery. So if you look at OEBC, those rates, especially for Canadian students, have maintained a pretty high pass rate. Except for 2019, it dipped due to COVID and then rebounded back to sort of pre-COVID levels pretty quickly. It's important to recognize as well, that's first-time pass rates. Ultimate pass rate, which includes multiple attempts for students for NBO Part 1, which is what I was talking about before, is considerably higher, 85 to 90%. So students will typically eventually pass. However, it is a bumpy, expensive, anxiety-filled road for many, as I'm sure you can all realize. The national conversation has been happening, right, in this area. And wherever you choose to partake, whether it's at meetings, online, or whatever, you will find a lot of finger pointing, right? Finger pointing at the schools, finger pointing at the students, finger pointing at the MBO. And we have absolutely no desire to add to that finger pointing today. It does not help, really, at this point in any way. So my question and kind of how I wrap this whole thing up for the panel is not why this is happening, but as a profession, and when I say as a profession, it's all of us, obviously. How do we organize so that we can best address this issue? Because no matter where you sit, this is an issue for optometry. So how do we organize as a profession to try to move forward so we could address this issue best? Jeff, want to start it?
I think you said it right there. I think we need to organize, to be perfectly honest. We need to raise the profession together. If we don't do it together, we'll never get there. And I'll give you an example. We are on quarterly calls with the leaders, the presidents and the CEOs of 6 of the big organizations in optometry. And quite often, the conversation turns to blame. We can't have it turn to blame. And I'll give you a good example, and that's boards. And we all must do our part to sort of raise the profession. So for example, NBEO, they set the standard and they know where our students aren't performing and meeting their standards. So we've got to work with NBEO to understand how we can better educate our students or differently educate our students to get them to meet those standards. ASCO has to be willing to change the way we educate students to maybe meet those standards in different ways. I think the AOA needs to work with everybody to help advocate for the changes that are necessary. I think the Academy needs to work with the profession to make sure that not just our students, but our profession meets those standards along the way. I think ARBO needs to work with all the states to make sure that we're all going through this together. And I think NOA really has a responsibility of making sure that our doctors match our patients. So I think together we all have to try and raise the standard of our profession. If we try to do it as individual organizations, you can already see that it's not working.
Anyone else?
ASCO NBEO is a common topic at all of our meetings. And at our board of directors meeting in March of last year, we actually assigned a task force. And so the task force has been meeting with NBEO leadership, specifically trying to address how can we take a look at this? What can we do? We met most recently here in Boston at the Academy meeting, and throughout some of those, like, where is the profession going if we don't work on this together? What do we have to lose? And we even posed some of those questions, throughout. Should there be 3 parts? There's just a lot of different, could we have discussions around understanding we're not asking for lowering the bar. We're not asking to say that we want to make the test easier so that we can continue to graduate, because our patients need our doctors to be fully qualified to do that. And so, the conversations are happening, and we just have to continue a positive momentum. But more people have to get in to the conversation, because everyone needs to decide what it is that looks like. And then I think each of the organizations can go back and do the thing that they do the best.
Right. Yeah, defensiveness is a difficult thing to overcome, right? I mean, in all parts, not that one group's defensive and the other is not. And I think maybe we've had enough time being defensive that we actually could potentially move forward in a way and be more constructive. And again, no blame. I think there's reasonable equally blame to go around. Any other comments?
I mean, I think you hit it on the head. We got to do this together. I think the more we have dialogue together, I think every organization wants to help. We just have to facilitate in a way that allows that to happen. So I think Jeff's answer was perfect.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I thought that would take more time.
I may help you out with that one.
Oh, sure. Look, it's Howard Purcell, everybody.
Actually, people are communicating with me online a little bit too, and so I'll present maybe some of the thoughts there. And with all due respect to the comments you've made, I don't disagree with anything. But when you listen to it, when you sit out here a little bit, I guess the question is then what do we do? You guys have done a good job. You've got these groups together. You seem a bit, honestly, frustrated a bit, I can tell, in your language of it. So I guess people online are saying, unless someone else, we're ripe to have someone else come in and disrupt this for us. Tying the 2 conversations together, the one we just had and this one. Jeff, you're in the heart of it, and Josh, you're in the heart of it. I know you guys are also involved, but you guys are right in the middle of this stuff. What can we do? Who has to step up and say, no, this can't last forever. We can't keep meeting and disagreeing and moving on. How do we get to the heart of it? What can the people in this room do to help support that? You have incredible resources sitting in this room. Are there things that we can do? And I'm sure there's not one silver bullet perfect answer, but it begs that question, because I feel your frustration for you, excuse me, and I think we all do. So we sit here and say, okay, well, what can we do? How do we move it forward? It seems straightforward. Eric set it up perfectly. We're not keeping up with other professions in a way that seems to make sense. Not blaming the NBEO, not blaming, it's not about that, but how do we solve it? You guys have been in the middle of it. I'm curious if you have any additional thoughts, ways we can help to support it. It seems like if there's more momentum behind it and it becomes a priority for people, that's part of it. But I think we all want to help, but we just don't know how to. And maybe none of us do. But what thoughts do you have on how do we get to the next step?
Well, I think one of the things we need to do is stop vetting our issues publicly. That's where people get defensive. That's where it sets up distrust. That's where we don't work well together then. So, I think we need to start working on the issues, not necessarily privately, but actually working on the issues as opposed to sending out the blame and telling certain groups that they aren't doing what's best for the profession. Instead, we all have to work together, I think, to raise the profession.
Yeah, I think we could also be more strategic about our communications and our asks. For example, like in a very global sense, you look online, there'll be these vague, schools have to educate students better, or a vague, the students we're getting aren't any good, or a vague, NBEO needs to change their processes. But that's all vague. It doesn't really help us. And all that does, to Jeff's point, is that's this public kind of temperature increase. What I think is we can be very strategic about the things that we think can move the needle. I think, for example, NBEO has a great opportunity to help us shape our curriculum. If we went to them, right, we know we're getting crunched from a curriculum standpoint as scope expands. So we have to be more efficient in how we deliver the content that we have. So we could work with NBEO and they could help give us guidance. Maybe it's expanding the rubric that NBEO gives out, the basic science rubric. Get more specific. Okay, here's more detail that allows us to become more focused in our curriculum. I think that would be useful. I think NBEO would have an opportunity to help guide our curriculum based on student performance. They have data on where our students are struggling. I think they've written great exams. I think they believe that those exams do a great job of setting a standard. So however our students get to that standard doesn't matter. The point is that if it's a good, valid test and the students pass it, then they are what we think they are. They are that minimally qualified licensee. So let's work together to help guide what our curriculum should be to make sure that we are covering some of these gaps. And I think they're willing to do that. It's just a matter of being very strategic and specific about what the ask is.
Do you think, I think from a structure standpoint, optometry is organized in a way, I think, that we can imagine who the people should be in the room together to kind of work this through. My question, and it's honestly not an insult to those people, but sometimes conversations have already taken place, lines have been drawn, things have been said, and it's hard for those same people to reposition and move forward in a way. And I remember you said something yesterday, I won't say it as eloquent, the idea of throwing sticks and you get sticks back or something, throwing praise, you get, I don't know, you said it better than me yesterday.
Yeah, carrots and sticks, right?
Right.
I think we should start parlaying with each other with carrots and not sticks. I think sometimes we whack each other.
The question in a way is that have sticks already been thrown, and it's kind of hard to move on from sticks because you kind of, you're stung a little bit. Would it be reasonable for different groups to organize? So one thing I was thinking about the other day was I decided that, Jen Riley needs some emotional and physical support with our board success. So I organized a group called the Dean's Board Advisory Group. You could work through the acronym in your own mind. It's spectacular. So anyway, because behind my thought was this is going to be NECO's group that represents NECO with a group from all the other schools, with other groups that were formed from the different major organized parts of optometry, to take a fresh look at it and work through it. So the idea is, do we need a tag out and reorganize in a different way? And again, not an insult to the people that have already been doing that kind of battle, but sometimes draw a fresh slate, right? And start again.
We use this analogy all the time, right? I'm sure you think about this all the time when you've had a leader on a team who's done great things for the organization but reaches some kind of critical mass. And we try to frame it differently as it's time to pass the football. Hand the football, you didn't do anything wrong, you've carried the football as far as you can, and now it's time to pass it off. I think that's important. And some of that'll happen naturally in our organizations, right, as we change out or whatever. But I agree, right? You've been whacked with a stick so many times, now it becomes very difficult to not engage in those environments where you're bringing your own stick. Mm-hmm. And so if we can start to get away from some of that, I just think it's hard for us to make progress when we approach each other that way.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Scotty.
Hi, I'm Cliff Scott. I'm President Emeritus of New England College of Optometry, which I was very proud of until I found out emeritus meant has been. I want to make one observation and one concrete suggestion. The observation is I don't see this conversation going anywhere. David's comment about this has been going on for generations in the profession, same arguments, but the same answers oh, we should do this. Eric's comment, there's no blame. oh, wait a minute, we're all to blame. You know, it is a blame game at some level because we think we're doing the right thing. I don't know that the answer is at that level. I think maybe what we need to do is individual schools come up with individual answers to it and make it messy. Progress is always done incrementally. And do what you're best at doing. And I'll give you one concrete suggestion. So I'm at the intersection of three things right now. One of them is I've had a history of retinal detachments. The second thing is I was asked by Aurora Denio, who's in charge of, I don't know if you know if Aurora's over here, if she's here or not, to be a patient in an interview course with first-year students. And those are the first two intersection points. And I said, great idea, but I want to do it in person because I've been a patient where it's been on Zoom. And it doesn't work. I mean, it's a nice feature to have. It was the best thing you could do during COVID, but there's no real personal interaction. There's no nuance. So I decided I would go in. So I drive into Boston every 2 weeks. I meet with the students for an hour, and it works. It works really well. I kind of guide the conversation. I let them ask personal questions. I answer them the way an octogenarian patient would answer. But it's terribly inefficient. I mean, Jim's comment, you know, what can you do with the spare time? I think the spare time that you have in schools that could be much more efficient. So the third intersection right now is I'm taking a Duolingo course. Okay, anybody here taking it?
Yep.
Raise your hands. Okay, anybody taking the premium course where you actually talk to Lily?
No.
So Lily is a meme. She's artificially intelligent, and she matches your level. I'm taking an advanced French course. She matches the level of the language that you have. You talk to her, she makes faces, she sometimes rolls her eyes at you, and then she takes the conversation where you brought it. It would be a perfect course for what these type of interview courses would do because you do it when you want. And it's individualized. It's not the type of course where you would go in and take it, same level of language. It goes in different directions depending on your response. It might be worthwhile looking at something like that and putting it together amongst all the schools. Share the resource, but it turns out to be individual for each student and each time they take it.
Is that SimConverse?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's similar. It's similar, but there's
So
something
sign up for
kind
the
of like
sign up for the course because you engage with her. I get pissed off at her sometimes because she rolls her eyes at me.
Well, thank you, Scotty. You know, I think just one point of correction that I'll take the liberty to say is I don't think we think we're doing a great job right now, the schools, because there's clearly a mismatch in what the final results are. And I don't know, you know, how many other people want to get up in front of a group like this and admit that, but no, I don't think we're doing a great job. The frustration and the struggle that I think that people are asking for now, which is maybe a little bit different, is we're looking for guidance from areas that perhaps we're not talking to each other in the past, where we did just say, hey, we know we're doing a great job. I think there is an admission that you can't educate in a vacuum. If you can educate in a vacuum, then we all can sit here and say we're doing the most amazing job, but that's just not the case anymore, right? And I think that's the awareness of that hopefully is a catalyst to drive more meaningful, honest conversations going forward.
I think that statement is so powerful. We talked about this yesterday, acknowledging that, hey, we're struggling, and then going to these organizations and say, we need help. Like, we need help, we need guidance, we need your expertise to help us get better for these students. I think that alone changes the temperature in the room immediately.
Yeah, and it's not because of lack of effort. That's key.
Yeah.
But we have that self-awareness, I think, at this point.
Thank you. Ross Gockler again, and I'm certainly not an expert on the subject. My comments may end up reflecting that, we'll see. And I'm certainly, I haven't been part of the conversations around this, but just a couple of observations and insights that I've gained in talking with students. And so my understanding is that the part one of the boards has changed over time. It moved from basic sciences to applied basic sciences, and the timing of that changed as well. I don't know the details fully around that. But what I am hearing from students, and I'm not sure if it's the reason why, but I'm hearing that they're pushing off that part one board. So I can't tell you how many fourth year students I've heard say, "Oh, I haven't taken part one yet. I'm waiting. I'm going to wait till I graduate, and then I'll have time to study for that." And to me, that just seems counterintuitive, and it's sort of a longer and longer time period from when they took that part, those part one classes. And so, I don't know if we have data on actual pass rates for the timeline that students took that first part, and if maybe that's part of it. But it seems like there's something going on there, and for some reason they feel they need to push this off, and that may be one of the root causes that we need to maybe address.
Yeah, well, for not an expert, I think you've hit on a really important point overall in terms of the timing of the exam and when students are taking it on the curriculum. Does anyone want to comment on success rates based on when students are taking it?
Well, that actually is a trend that we had noticed a couple of years ago, was that students were electively delaying their first attempt on certain exams. So we had made that observation as well. And so, of course, my first thought was to go to the students and ask why. Why are you doing that? And there was a wide variety of reasons. It was, I thought I would have more time during my fourth year rotations. And I have to say, one of the most common responses I got when they did try that was, I had a lot less time when I tried that approach. So it's really interesting. Other ones are saying it's the timing of the exam. It's the fact that I'm taking it in March of my third year, and I haven't even finished some courses that I feel have relevant content on the exam. And so there was a few different reasons why students seem to be doing that. And I have to say, I don't have an answer right now as far as, on the timing of the exams or what that approach should look like, to maybe meet them where they're at. But it's certainly something we noticed as well.
Yeah, and I think there is openness, and I've already witnessed constructive conversations in terms of a willingness to consider timing of exams and maybe revisit that to see whether or not that's actually aligned or not. Someone else have a comment?
I was just going to say, it's not just students who are self-selecting either. There are some programs who are telling certain students that maybe you should delay and consider taking it a little bit later. So it's not just students self-selecting.
Yeah, good point. Dorothy.
Hello again. So congratulations on bringing this conversation forward. Let me just say that. I do feel like I need to say I'm NECO proud right now, because these are hard conversations, and the fact that we're having them is, I hope, helping people generate ideas in their head, which is what I've been doing over here, because I don't like to waste time. I love to organize closets and stuff like that. It's weird. And I agree with David. We've been having some of the same conversation for a long time, and that's okay. But as I'm sitting here, the one word that I keep hearing repeated is efficiency. And the only way to understand where you're inefficient is to gather up data. I taught at Dartmouth Medical School for 22 years. I've taught PAs, nurses, optometry students, residents, the gamut. And Dartmouth is well known for its VA Dartmouth Outcomes Group, right? Not just on the clinical side, but how you deliver clinical education. And so I think one thing that I would love to see happen at NECO is that we really look at, for clinical education specifically, how many patients are the students seeing? Are there gaps? And what tools can we use to fill in those gaps? That's just for clinical education. And the reason I think that's incredibly important is because, like Jim, I have watched students from 6 different schools come through my internship program and residency over many, many years, and they're all differently competent on the clinical side. So I suggest that we gather the data, see where those gaps are. This is just a small piece of this overall conversation. And go to Amazon Medical and plug into their triage and take all the eye cases, right? I mean, this is like a crazy idea, but like there are all these patients, people looking for advice that are real world, that are not president emeritus with a retinal detachment. No offense to you, Scotty. And I bet you're the best patient ever. But like that's the world we're moving towards. People are going to seek medical care in a different way. So why not utilize that massive group of people to figure out how we need to train our students to interact and use it as an opportunity as well, right? That's just a small suggestion, but data, important.
Interesting idea. Yeah, thank you. Gary? Okay. I have one last sort of category, and we'll cover it quite quickly, obviously, because we have 5 minutes. I'll start out by saying, in terms of how we support our students to be resilient, future-ready professionals. Some may realize, some may not. I feel entirely confident to say that every single school, college of optometry can stand up here and go through this remarkable list of the academic and emotional support that we now provide students. I have absolutely no doubt that you would all be incredibly impressed. I think you would be amazed. I think if we were to talk about what we did 10 years ago, 20 years ago versus now, it is remarkable, truly. My question really is, do you think it's working? Is it looking good on paper, but are we missing something? Are we doing too much? That it's just adding to more of the confusion in some ways. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes we do have a tendency to overreact as programs. I know, obviously I get to work very closely with 2 programs, right? And we have different results on those 2 programs. And one of the things that I did notice is, as one of those programs was trying to, pick themselves up, what happened is they just pried the student's mouth open as wide as they could, and they started cramming as much as they could in preparations, trying to find that magic bullet, something that was going to. And so the first thing we did is like, okay, let's stop. Let's get back to basics. Let's go to the fundamentals again and kind of rebuild a little bit, because there is. I mean, it's almost like a panic when things aren't going well. Like where you're looking for answers and solutions. So yeah, sometimes I think we do have a tendency to do too much, and sometimes getting back to just doing what we're great. We have great teachers, great educators, and great students. Let's be great at what we're great at. And sometimes we can almost be too cute by half, so to speak, to kind of get us there.
Jen, you have a thought on it?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. We've noticed, something very similar is that when it comes to boards preparation, we've really learned that less is more. The more we try to do, it's almost for the students. That's what we're doing exactly, and anyone who has parented know the more you do for your child, the less they will do on their own, right? And so we kind of had the same experience, is that the more we tried to do for them or offer, it doesn't seem to be the answer right now, and I would say the same is true for boards prep resources. There's a lot more available now to the students that they can purchase to try to prepare for their board exams. I've spoken with students who say, oh yeah, I have 4 different resources for part 2. And I'm like, you don't need 3 of those, And they're trying to do a lot are trying to do a little bit of too much, and that's certainly not the best approach. And I'm not pointing the finger at the students here, because I don't think it's their fault that all these people are coming to them and saying, you need this and this and this and this to pass this exam. But really less is more. And so we try to share that with them, that they don't need to buy every single thing that's offered. It's not going to help them know more if they have everything that's out there. So when I do hear of some organizations say, oh, what we need to do to fix this problem is create another prep resource, I don't think that's the answer at this point in time, because there's already 20 times more things offered than when I took this exam 10, 15 years ago. And I've also learned, in this process of our board success strategy, is that this is such a multivariable problem. This is not linear math. This is differential equations at best. right? And so we know that there are so many things that are feeding into this. You know, one of the things I quickly learned in my role is that I was an emotional support person, and that the amount of stress, anxiety, depression that these students are dealing with to make it through these programs is significant. And that's become at least half my role. When I, of course, thought I was going to be getting up there and talking about optics and all these other basic science things, my role changed pretty quickly.
Thank you. Jeff? I think as a society, we're sort of self-correcting also. I think when people had issues, instead of changing their own behavior, they wanted to change the environment around them so that everybody would make them feel better about themselves. And I think we're finally figuring out that we just, as a society, need to help everybody sort of on a level playing field. And so I think that's where the programs are headed more toward, is providing help for the general student as opposed to the individual student and changing their particular environment so that they can succeed. So hopefully we're getting to the place where I think we're helping everybody and leveling the playing field along the way, as opposed to changing individuals' environments so that they feel more comfortable in their struggles.
I like this. Getting deep. This is like my comfort zone. I like to be deep. Alicia, I don't know if you want.
I was just going to add, Dr. Baker talked about we can't change the mountain, right? And I think that that's something, these are also people to us. We work with them. We get to know them. They are working and doing everything. I even just met with some of the students the other day, and they're like, so how many hours do I have to study? And I just looked at them and I was like, well, if I took the test, a lot more than one of my other, there is no perfect solution. And the amount of distractions that they have and all of the things that they they sometimes forget where they're going and what the purpose is. So sometimes, again, it's stripping it back, talking about the basics. And honestly, everyone goes up to them and they're like, man, hope you pass. Yeah. Right? So there's also a lot of anxiety that is going on of why does everyone think that I'm not going to be successful? Should I have gone into this? So there's a lot of other things where we never really thought about. I'm sure we did. And we all remember, we talk about at least there's PTSD that happens with faculty every March. Ugh. Right before then, they become the most grumpy, crazy, neurotic people. And then they kind of, become themselves again after this March time. But I do think that I do feel everybody's trying to make it better. And again, we're doing kind of this all approach. If we really need to have I guess going back to Howard, what I would love, I want everyone to come into a room, have an honest conversation, drop all their baggage at the door, and really find, let's all get together I don't know, we're having to go to June, the AOA meeting in Phoenix. I'm sorry that's the worst place ever as someone who's coming from Phoenix. But maybe that will get everybody to drop all of their stuff, but really get into a room and have the conversation. That's what I want. I'm tired of walking around and around. I want a solution, and this profession is so incredibly amazing. And the people that we have around, I think, all want to help, but we've got to find the solution. I'm tired of talking about it. I want action.
Yeah, I'm imagining optometric leadership in a sweat lodge in Phoenix, hallucinating and just coming out with that answer going forward. We're out of time. Thanks all of you, especially thanks to the panel. They are literally on the hot seat with these lights. So we'll move on to the next session.
Thank you. Thank you. Give them a big hand of applause. They definitely deserve it. Great conversation. I'm sure there's still a lot of things swirling in your head. That's what this is about. Our minds should be circling and not squared as though we have solutions. And we will all be in Phoenix and going to a sweat tent, all right? I know Josh has to go. Thank you, Josh. Give him a hand of applause. That was a great discussion, and we're going to talk more, all right? So I think that set up the stage for now that you get the perspective from the academic institutions, what we're doing, and it is not simple. And there is a lot of nuance, and that's why if it was simple, we would have had a solution. But the world we live in is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That's the term that Howard was talking, VUCA. So we're going to continue more with that. We're going to go to our next session talking about more about tech forward. There is a lot of technology out there. But when we think about technology, we think about creating the efficiencies and the outcomes for our patients and our communities. But what does that mean for teaching? We like to think about that final year student about to graduate, and let's expose them to the technology. However, when we're in academic institutions, we think about the student journey, not only the patient journey, but the student journey and what that's about. So we're gonna present 3 different things. Could we have that next slide? We're gonna present 3 different things. I have 3 different panelists, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to first have Dr. Roop Hansra, who is the Vice President of Professional Affairs for Topcon. He's going to talk about oculomics. But he also sits in a unique position because he's a member of the Board of Trustees for the Illinois College of Optometry. And then I'm going to show 2 different videos to be more provocative. And I'm going to have a panelist of Dr. Tim Bossi, who's our Senior Director of our own clinics and our affiliate clinics, and also the instructor of record for our 3rd year clinic. So not only does he run clinics, he also oversees the clinical education of our 3rd year students. And then we're going to have also Dr. Melissa Trago, who is the Vice President and Dean of Academic Affairs for SUNY College of Optometry, to really get that, not that only the didactic part, but a faculty perspective in terms of teaching. What does that mean when we incorporate all this? So I'm going to have Dr. Hansra come up.
The slides ready to go? Yep. Okay. Oh, yeah, you got it right there. Yep. All right. Hey, everybody. Very privileged to be here. Word of the day, nanoparticles. So that was an amazing event that the administration had put on, and you know how wonderful was it for our friends over at VSP to sponsor that. So let's give VSP a big round of applause. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about healthcare from the eye and oculomics. We'll give you a one-on-one regarding that. We'll talk about building a connected care ecosystem, and then we'll touch upon a project that we're doing, which is a diabetic screening pilot with the college, as well as a nearby federally qualified health center. So what do we see here? So this is a picture courtesy of the Wisconsin Historical Society taken in the year 1933. And what do we see? So we see, perhaps in the minds of our patients, an eye exam that we're doing today. So we see a doctor, an exam chair, a stand, a phoropter, trial lenses, things that we would probably find in an eye exam today. But it's not really fair to say that an eye exam hasn't changed in the last 100 years. So we know that there's sight-saving pharmaceuticals, there's breakthrough technology in surgical techniques, and then we can actually now image the retina 3-dimensionally down to the micron level. So a lot has changed with OCTA. But the one thing that I can tell you that has not changed in 100 years is that eye care continues to work in a silo, disconnected from other healthcare providers. And that's problematic because we know we have a broken healthcare system. We spend more money per capita on healthcare than any other developed country with the worst outcomes. 6 in 10 Americans have some type of chronic disease. Americans continue to get sicker and sicker. 1 in 5 Americans has not seen their healthcare provider in over 5 years. And that's the bad news. Now, the good news is we know that Americans are much more likely to go see their eye care provider. And so what if, at the point of care, during an eye exam, we can perform a rapid, non-invasive retinal image, run it through an AI model, and then come out with healthcare insights that can help us detect, predict, and diagnose systemic as well as ocular diseases. So now what we've done is we've transformed that healthcare system into one that's much more accessible, one more that's affordable, as well as equitable. And that is the mission of healthcare from the eye. And so in order to better understand healthcare from the eye, we first must understand oculomics. So oculomics was a term coined by Pierce Keane in the UK around the year 2020 with a breakthrough paper. The modern definition of oculomics, it's the science of applying AI to retinal images to draw out these health insights, both systemic as well as ocular. And so the implementation of oculomics and the delivery to the patients that are 2 feet away from you, that's what we're calling healthcare from the eye. But we're also connecting these patients to other providers to make sure that they are seeing the right provider at the right time. And so what is Topcon's contribution? It is robotic imaging technology that we have. And so you can use any type of imaging device that you want, but there's lots of advantages to using robotic technology because now you don't have to worry about operator variability. You don't have to worry about good data versus bad data input going into your AI models. It's one-touch, consistent capture each and every single time. So what's happening today in some cases with retinal imaging? So it is, Mrs. Jones, put your chin in the chin rest, forehead touching, look for the red barn or the bullseye or the green light. Okay, well, I see the red light. Okay, move back. Well, I see the blue light now. Okay, move forward. Okay, now you see the bullseye? Got it. Well, what I'm going to do is I want you to tilt your head this way, and then I'm going to hold the back of your head, and then I'm going to take the image. And then what happens? We get lashes, right? And so the pupil now constricts, and now the technician has to take 2, 3, 4 more images, and they're all kind of okay. So the technician doesn't know which is the best image, and they save all of them, and they say, well, let's just go ahead and have the doctor decide which is the best image. As opposed to, Mrs. Jones, put your chin in the chin rest, forehead touching, boom, I'm going to hit the start button, take an image of the one eye, take an image of the other eye. So imagine your medical device being like your cell phone. And what sits inside your cell phone? In my case, I've got an Apple device and I've got the iOS. So for us, we have a data management platform that runs on Microsoft Azure Cloud called Harmony. And so many of you might know Harmony as a PACS system or an image management system, and it does that, and it does it extremely well, but it does so much more than that. It connects to over 100 different EMRs and 300 different competitor devices, so it solves for some of the interoperability issues that we have. It is a wonderful referral and consultation tool. You can take your clinical notes and your imaging and send it out to a different provider, let's say a retina specialist. It has a telehealth component through RDX, and it's also an amazing visualization platform, a multimodal viewer, so you can take 4, 5, 6 different tests and see it all on one screen. But in the context of what we're talking about today, it connects your EMR, your medical devices, and what sits on top of Harmony, much like your iOS, are these applications. And we know Howard is a big Miami Dolphins fan, right? So maybe in his device, he has the ESPN app or the FanDuel app if he's a gambler. And for me, maybe I like the NBA and I like the Chicago Bulls. So I've got the NBA app. So we can pick and choose the applications that we want. But I want to help you understand that these AI models are not 5, 10 years down the road. So if you look at the center here, many of these are either approved or near approval. So in the next 12 to 18 months, we'll see a number of these AI applications get approved. And so now what we can do, and remember when I told you that Harmony can start to send these, it's a referral and consultation tool. So now we can connect primary care to primary care optometry to retina and so on. And so now imagine a world where Leslie comes into our office and I ask Leslie, what brings you in today? And she says, the American Heart Association. And she says, I was told I can get screened for heart disease. That could actually happen sooner than you think. And what if Gary goes to see his primary care physician and he gets screened for diabetes? Now, if he's positive for that, he needs a diabetic eye exam. So now they're sending a high-value medical patient to my office, a $200 medical patient. But what we're finding is 30% of diabetics need to be sent out. 90% of those referrals don't need to be seen in retina, which is already overburdened, right? 90% of those patients need to be seen in optometry. Retina wants to see the high-level surgical cases. And I was just talking with somebody today at break, and I asked her, have you seen the retina specialist yet? And she said, they're booked till February. So that's the reality that we're facing here. And that's the need for building this connected care ecosystem. And AI in healthcare, it's been done before. Radiology, by far and away, has most of the AI models approved by the FDA. And eye care will surpass radiology because of the science of oculomics. The eye is the only organ that can be imaged three-dimensionally at the micron level, and we can determine these types of healthcare insights. At Topcon Healthcare, we do have an incubator and accelerator program called Think Ventures. And so we have evaluated over 650 different companies in the past 2 years. And so we've got Leslie here, who's our Vice President of Marketing, and it seems like week after week after week, her team is putting out these press releases, either through our LinkedIn with Topcon Healthcare or our CEO, Alita Freshy. But this has been going on now for 3, 4, 5 years, where we've been helping evaluate these companies and bring them across the finish line through the FDA. We announced in one of these press releases back in March of 2024 that we have a strategic partnership with Microsoft. We are trying to do things in an ethical, equitable, and efficient way, as we are members of the Trustworthy and Responsibility AI network called TRAIN, which is designed to operationalize AI in healthcare. And we're also founding members of the Alliance for Healthcare from the Eye, which is it's a consortium of key stakeholders that are trying to push the science forward, create standardization. And so this is included in this would be government entities, policymakers, large healthcare systems, university medical centers. And I can tell you that the New England College of Optometry, I'm proud to say, are members of the Alliance as well. Illinois College of Optometry, UAB is. And I was just talking to Ashley Mills, and the Vision Council are now members as well. And so I'd encourage all of us to go ahead and join and have a seat at the table. Right outside, I think we have Paul, Rob, and Joe. And what they're doing is they're actually using one of these FDA-approved AI models called BioAge. So that's founded by a company called Toku. It was in New Zealand. They were part of our incubator and accelerator program, and their application non-invasively estimates the individual's biological age and compares that to their chronological age. And it prints out this wonderful report. In the minds of a clinician, it could be monitor, refer, or treat, but in the minds of our patients, it's green, amber, or red. And if it is amber or red, this is a clinical decision support dashboard that can help the clinician now think of, okay, this is a double click. Maybe that there's some data that I'm missing that I have to revisit. Maybe there's further testing that needs to happen in my office. Or maybe I need to send this patient out to their primary care provider, and then they'll triage them on to a cardiologist. With the college, we are doing a diabetic screening pilot, which is very, very important. And this is, we know through the American Diabetes Association that there's probably about 98 million Americans with prediabetes. 38 million Americans have diabetes, and 28 million Americans actually know that they have diabetes. And 9.5 million of these people actually have diabetic eye disease, and about 1.8 million people have vision-threatening diabetic retinopathy. Now, the crazy part is 90% of this, it's completely preventable through early detection and following up for your appointments. And patients miss their appointments regularly. And why do they do that? Either lack of awareness of perceived need, that they actually need an eye exam. 80% of patients were not aware that they needed follow-up. There's a lot of comorbidities with diabetes. They've got too many appointments, and perhaps they're pushing their eye exam appointments back. There's transportation issues. Maybe your internist is on this side of town, your eye care provider is on the other side of town, and it's difficult to get there. And this one, which Brian Gonzalez is trying to solve for us, is that the referral process is completely broken. 68% of eye doctors receive no communication from the referring PCP. And then there are some financial costs involved that negatively affect, especially at a higher rate, African Americans and Hispanics. And so imagine a world where you're at the PCP's office, we put in a robotic diagnostic camera, we run an AI model through it, like AI Health, and then it prints out this wonderful report that then tells us if that patient has more than mild diabetic retinopathy. If it is more than mild, then we go ahead and refer that patient on. 90% of them will probably need to go to optometry. About 10% will be surgical cases or need higher level of care. But what about the others? Well, the others don't need to clog up the healthcare system. So if it's mild or less than that, maybe I just need to see you back in 12 months at the office and we can close out that HEDIS score right there and then. So there's lots of benefits for the HEDIS and STAR ratings for these federally qualified health plans as well as other providers to meet those requirements. And we know that on average, I'm just going to quote these two studies in the middle, probably about 20% cost reduction plus or minus, let's say 3% overall. So that's it.
Thank you, Roop. Right there. So I'm going to, so thank you, Roop. I'm going to, and the reason I had Roop up here is you could see there's incredible technology that can improve or will improve patient outcomes. But what does that mean for teaching? Okay, so put that in mind. I'm going to show two videos now. First, I'm going to show one about AI scribing. And we'll set the stage. You know, we've been working with this group. It's a startup. But the video about AI scribing is to show you what is possible right now. So let's show that right now.
Hello, I am your AI host from Symbo AI. Symbo builds AI agents for healthcare, powered by patented conversational AI. They remove routine work so teams can focus on care. For patient access, phone agents answer and place calls, schedule visits, send reminders, and handle intake. Agents help translate so staff and patient can speak in their own language. For clinicians, an ambient scribe turns real conversations into structured notes in the template. For operations, agents read faxes, extract referral data, trigger patient outreach, draft letters and email, and coordinate staff schedules. HIPAA compliant and EHR ready, Symbo delivers fast, reliable automation. Now let me take you through a quick Symbo Alphys demo for an ophthalmology cataract evaluation. The provider opens the demo patient on the Symbo Alphys iOS app and start recording.
Good morning. I am Dr. Jones. How are you doing?
Morning, doctor. I've been okay, but my vision in the right eye has been blurry. And at night, I see halos around lights.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. And can you tell me when it all started?
Well, around 6 months ago. Yeah, and it's slowly getting worse, especially when I drive at night.
I understand. That can be frustrating. And do you have any eye pain or redness or flashes of light or new floaters?
Nope, it's just blurriness and halos as well.
All right. Do you wear glasses or contact lenses?
Yeah, I do use reading glasses, but no contacts.
Thanks. Any family history of cataracts or other eye problems?
Yep. My mother had cataract surgery around a few years ago.
Thank you for that detail. I have completed your eye exam. Your right eye vision is 20/60, and your left eye is 20/25. I can see that the lens in your right eye is cloudy, which is consistent with a cataract. The rest of your eye looks healthy.
So, does this mean I need surgery?
Yes. Cataract surgery would likely help restore your vision and reduce the halos. It is a common procedure, and we can discuss it in more detail at the consultation. In the meantime, I will update your glasses prescription to help you see a bit better, and I will refer you for a surgical consultation.
Oh, okay. Thanks for explaining everything.
If you notice sudden pain, a big increase in floaters, or a curtain over your vision, please contact us right away. Otherwise, we will move forward with the updated glasses and the referral.
I will do that. Thanks again, Doc.
Sure. All right then. Have a good day, and bye for now.
Sure, bye.
It'll take a few seconds for the note to be ready. Once the note is ready, you can view it in a structured format. It is organized into clear sections, such as history of present illness, review of systems, objective findings, assessment, and plan. The note template is fully customizable. and each provider can have multiple templates. Each section maps to the appropriate fields in your EHR, so the content flows into the chart where it belongs. Let me leave you with a simple promise. We provide a network of safe conversational agents that work across phone, clinic, and back office. We reduce call wait times and the documentation burden, and we prevent lost referrals. We lift the burden from staff and help patients feel cared for. If a task is repetitive and administrative, we can automate it. We invite you to visit www.simbo.ai and request a live walkthrough to see how we can transform your practice with AI agents from Simbo.
All right. That's just to give you an idea of what's possible. It was edited, so it was faster, so we could be more efficient. So I'm going to show you another video, and this is about automated subjective refraction. Before I have things thrown at me by my colleagues. Again, this is the spur conversation, and I edited this video, and I chose this video because it's an animation. I'm not endorsing one product or another, because there are multiple. But I want to get the conversation flowing because, again, one thing I want to put in our minds, are optometrists data gatherers or are we data analysts? And what does that mean? But for a student, we need them to gather data, but we also need them to analyze data. So what's that whole process? Again, this is to get us to think. So let's show this video.
Starting vision check. Which direction is letter E facing? Can you read these letters?
¿Puede leer estas letras?
您能否看清这些字母？
All right, thank you. So can I have my panelists come up? Dr. Hansra, Dr. Trego, Dr. Bassi? I'm going to sit as well. It is hot up here, Eric. These lights are hot, so you see we have three different types of technology. We're talking about the back of the eye, we're talking about refraction, and we're talking about patient intake, that case history, okay? So I'm going to start off with this question. Are you individually bullish about technology? Anyone want to start?
Yes. I think that I think about in some ways technology like a GPS system, right? So you use your GPS as you're driving, but yet it may find efficiencies, but you still have to do the drive. So I think that there is a need to embrace it. It's not going away, and we don't want to be spectators. So, yes.
I would say we're bullish, but I think under certain circumstances, right? There's a couple of things. One, being in a clinical teaching environment, we want to expose students to various technologies. But then on the other side of that, we have to think about what problem are we trying to solve with these technologies, right? And think about the staff and faculty that are also involved. So yes, under the right circumstances. I think we've been very proactive at integrating a lot of new technologies, but again, it's to serve a purpose in the clinic or to serve a certain, clinical teaching responsibility that we feel is important and want to fulfill. So a lot of vetting.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with all of it. I mean, I didn't graduate this century. I graduated in 1994, and to see all these amazing changes in our profession has been absolutely incredible, and we just need to keep an open mind. I heard the word curiosity earlier today, and change is going to happen, and we just have to be prepared for it.
So I've been at NECO for about 30 plus years, and our clinic used to be called the New England Eye Institute. And one of our faculty members back then used to say, well, that stands for the Never Ending Eye Exam Institute. And the reason I'm talking about that is all these technologies we have is for efficiency and better outcomes. But we're teaching students, and students takes time. And we know that the schools have been working at reducing that time. So I want to direct these questions to Melissa and to Tim. Well, technology is good, but what are the gaps in between to help our students?
So I think that technology provides us with an opportunity to actually reinforce the critical thinking skills of our students. I think one of the things that is lacking, both from a faculty and a student standpoint, would be the ethics involved around it, right? How do we, really embrace the ethics around it? How do we know if something is valuable versus not being valuable? But I think that in order to really kind of be making sure our students are prepared, yes, this is something that is important.
Anything to add, Tim?
Yeah, I think, in terms of technology, there are a lot of gaps, and I think those gaps may continue to increase over time. I think there's certain areas where we're going to have to focus with our students and integrating new technology. A big part of that's going to be adaptability, lifelong adaptability, the ability, and we talked about resilience earlier, but being resilient, but also being able to adapt, I think is going to be critically important. And also how we're going to teach AI literacy. So how are students going to be able to understand the different components of AI-assisted care, whether it's the videos we talked about or using it to communicate with patients, how they're going to be able to look at those, understand how they work, understand biases, right? And then apply that clinically to have a patient-centered approach. And these are going to be gaps, I think, that we have because we haven't integrated all these technologies yet, but we know that they're coming, and we're trying to prepare the next generation of clinicians. So important gaps that we'll have to identify, and then how we're going to correct that and educate our students in that area.
So Melissa brought up the critical thinking. And critical thinking is a word we hear a lot. But how is critical thinking developed? All three of you went to optometry school. In your personal journey, how did your critical thinking develop? And then the corollary, now that you're sitting on the other side, how do we help our students develop critical thinking when they're bombarded by so much?
Go for it.
We talked about it earlier. I think that there's a lot of potential with using AI to increase critical thinking experiences. And when I think back to my education, I started as a technician in high school. I did that all through college in various optometry or ophthalmology practices, and then started in school. And I think those experiences, just communicating with patients and understanding how to do that, was really a foundation for me to then be able to think through experiences and apply experiences. And I think for students, it's the same thing. You know, we out of the gate, a lot of the time, students that have been around patients, understand patients, and can start to, or a healthcare environment in general, are a little bit ahead. Obviously, there's going to be an important component of their didactic education and building their knowledge base. But when I think back, a lot of it was experience, just having the experience to think through situations. So if we can use AI to build that experience, you know, even further and increase the encounters throughout their journey through optometry school, I think that'll be very helpful.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think when students first get into the program, they're really bombarded with a lot of things they don't even know what the hell they're being taught. You know, there's all of this information that's coming at them, and they're just almost learning a brand new language. And I think there is a point where that changes. And, you know, even with the technical skill aspect, you know, they're still trying to learn how to do it. But I think it's where that rubber hits the road in clinic, where they're starting to realize, hey, this individual in front of me may not, you know, be the textbook case, which requires me to look at it a little bit differently. I think kind of piggybacking on that comment is, I think what AI, I think all of us within optometric education want our students to think critically and really think through things, but I don't think they know how to do it. And I'm not saying that as a criticism to a student or at all, but I think AI may provide us with tools necessary to start to embed that a little bit better, where you're looking at what AI came up with and you're looking at, okay, why did it come up with that? And let's talk about that thought process.
And I think before they get to have the ability to, you know, have analytical skills, it's coming over, or I should say, overcoming small barriers. You can see that when our first or second years come into clinic, right? They can't even start to think about thinking critically yet, right? Because they're trying to find out where their exam room is or how to use our EHR and input data into it. So I think we can also use AI to overcome some of these smaller barriers that hopefully then, you know, allows the students to get there faster. They'll all get there. It's just at different, you know, rates of speed in terms of their critical thinking.
Anything to add, Rube?
I think that, you know, in terms of the critical thinking, that stuff really never goes away. It's just that right now, and I think technology is much bigger than AI. So imagine taking these super large data sets or these super large cues that you may or may not even be able to see on the retina, and then integrating that into a clinical decision support dashboard, which then your goal isn't to just say, oh, I'm just going to go with whatever this says. Your goal then is to better understand why did the reading come out the way it did. And, you know, I was with, you know, a number of pretty well-respected ophthalmologists, and, you know, we were talking about robotic instrumentation, and they kind of called BS on me. And I said, well, you can take your own retina as a selfie if you want to do it. And so keep in mind that these folks are the ones that are really writing these papers on glaucoma and everything else, and they sat and they pushed the button, but they hadn't imaged anybody in 15 years. They were not aware of all the technology advances that we have. So is it about pushing the button, or is it about interpreting the data? So critical thinking skills are extremely important, and that's taking all this ambiguous stuff and putting it down into something that's tangible that we can then create a hypothesis from.
Do you have something to add?
I mean, I think that's a really good point. In terms of healthcare, there's a theory that's used human in the loop model, especially with high risk or high value decisions. And I think healthcare applies where the AI assists, right? But ultimately it's the clinician that is making the decision. And I think it's really important for us to make sure that students understand that perspective, right? And don't become overly relying just on the AI outputs alone, right? They have to be active decision makers and not be passive. So that's a good point.
So I'm going to pivot away. Like, we've been talking a lot about the student, but we don't talk about the faculty. All right? We have all this great technology, and every school has limited funds, or clinics have limited funds. And yet we're talking about AI, and where's our faculty in all of this? in terms of them understanding, because the things I just showed, if faculty are not exposed, how are we going to teach? So, Melissa, any comments about upskilling of faculty?
Yeah, I think, I think it was Jeff Walleen that made a comment about, maybe our students are more well-versed than some of the faculty based on how they're utilizing AI with their notes and sample questions. I think the biggest barrier is really not so much the recognition of it, but rather the idea that this isn't going to replace you or what you bring to the table and how you're teaching students. It's more so to kind of help to be an additive value. And I also think that it takes time. And I think the number one thing that faculty don't have is time. I think that faculty are dealing with students with greater needs and greater demands. We could talk about curriculum and where we need to go as a profession, but, I think recognizing the fact that, making sure we inform the faculty that they have the opportunity to be a part of it, and this is why, and understand the value that this will take time. And I think that comes down to an important part for the industry partners, is really making sure that there are opportunities to have the time or have the sandbox for these faculty to safely try it out. Because I think a lot of times people get technology and then it sits, and that's a huge waste of time, resources, and potential outcomes. So I think faculty are pivotal to a part of it, but I think bringing them on board and maybe starting small and building and realizing there's trust there, but also learning how to critically evaluate, is this good data or not?
So we're going to put you on a hot spot. You're an industry guy.
I'd love to answer this question. And we've got a visionary in our audience, right? I'm looking right at him, Dr. Howard Freed. And he has really, yeah, there you go. I mean, he's one who has brought technology, 8-10 years ago to us, right? And I remember, and I'll get to the faculty portion of this, but I remember we were in upstate New York, and I invited a member of a faculty of a different college there. And, I said, Len, I'd like you to review this technology and let me know what you guys think of it clinically and academically. And so he came up and we took some tours, and, there was such a need for telemedicine at the time, especially. I mean, we had a location that was in a different life that was like 3 miles from the border of Canada. Cornwall, I think, was the major city in Canada that was by. But we didn't have a provider. The closest provider we had was 67 miles away. And the average wait time to get into one of these locations that did have a provider, an eye care provider, was 9 weeks. And first play from scrimmage, and we detected retinal detachments, we detected a bunch of diabetic eye disease. And can you imagine what would have happened during COVID if we didn't have digital optometrics from one of the other telemedicine products? I mean, we were saving lives. I'm sure Howard can tell you that. But how did that all start? It all started by ensuring that the faculty then, because they instituted at their institution as well, and it started by a faculty retreat. And so by creating different experiences, we're now able to shape those beliefs and motivate the faculty to better understand why is this important, and then creating the safe environment that Melissa talked about. And so you can see where telemedicine is today.
Jeff?
So in the last session, we talked a little bit about how our students are sort of getting information overload, and there's the limit to how much they can take in a 4-year curriculum. And we are currently now, with advancing technology, we've got to teach them to be able to prepare for the future while also making sure that they can continue doing the things that they are doing right now. But we are part of a very conservative profession who doesn't embrace technology at all. We're barely getting to the place where telehealth is getting to be an important part of what we do. How do we prepare our students for the future if, when they go out and practice, the future hasn't been yet recognized?
I actually think that's a great point, because I think that, when I went to school, we didn't have OCTs and now we do. But I feel like my foundation of where I went to school kind of helped to prepare me to ask the questions and make sure that I was ready to stay with the times and be front and center with what was happening. I think that a component, which I know we're all doing anyway, is to let the students know, the way the profession has changed in the past 3 decades has been remarkable. The way it's going to change as we move forward is going to be exponentially quick. And I think the biggest thing to embrace is understand how you use technology effectively, ethically, and ask the questions. It's less about just pushing the button, right? Like you had mentioned. It's more about, okay, this is a tool that I can use to either become more efficient in certain ways, but also question. I think that the preparation of being able to know, kind of like when we teach our students how to analyze a good paper, right? Really start to have them know things will be coming down the line. How do you know how to ask the right questions?
Howard?
Okay. Gwen, you want to go first? Introduce yourself first.
Yes. Well, I'm Fuensanta Verdias, Professor and Director of Research at the New England College of Optometry, and I agree with Melissa 100%. Critical thinking is the best that we can do because we have no clue what's going to be like in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. I do have to say something.
Go for it.
I know, Gary, you started with this example of subjective refraction that you know that I have a little problem with. As Director of Research, I embrace technology, I embrace change. There's nothing more open to change and technology and science. And I think we're making great advances, especially in imaging. I think we need to be a little careful when we're talking about optometry, because I feel like sometimes I tell my students we are like maybe 90% psychologists or therapists. Anyway, when it comes to subjective refraction, I think we really have to ask the question, what are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to put the focal point in the retina, or are we trying to provide the best possible optical correction for this human being in front of me? And if the answer is the first, then maybe yes, we can use technologies such as this once we figure out the problem of accommodation, which we haven't figured out yet, but once we do. But if the answer is the second, which I hope most of you agree, then we're far from that yet. And we all have to remember, and that's where we have to ask the questions. We all have to remember that we don't see with our photoreceptors, and that our visual system is very complex, and there are aspects of higher visual processing, such as adaptation to blur, for example, that we've studied a lot, that play a big role, and it's not so simple. So I encourage everyone to follow Melissa's advice and be skeptical, but look into it and see what can you get from it and what can you not get from it. Again, we don't see with our eyes, we see with our brains, and we need to consider vision as such, as vision. We're just not eye doctors. Optometry is vision measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments?
I'm going to build off that and go back to teaching adaptability. I am going to, because I was like 16 years old, and the first doctor I ever worked with, he graduated from Ohio State. He was probably 70 years old, and he hired a new optometrist from NECO who had learned BIO. And I watched for the first time him put a BIO on and actually sit there and try to learn and have teaching opportunities with her to learn it at 70 years old, even though he knew he was going to sell his practice and retire a year later. I think the more we're able to instill adaptability, asking questions, we talked about earlier, I think it was Jim Timmons who mentioned that the students get the technology, they know how to use the technology, they can pick it up quickly. When they can do that, and if they're open-minded and willing to adapt and know the questions to ask, I think that's really where we need to focus this.
I thought that was a great statement and conversation. I think we have to come to the grips that technology is going to be pushed culturally, and so it's going to far outpace. It's already far outpacing regulatory. So and this is going back to the AI refractions. Whether we like it or not, it's going to happen. And if it doesn't happen here in the States, somebody across the pond is going to develop it and will be using it through the internet here. And so we have to be able to control our narratives. And so I think it's important for us then, if we know it's coming, how are we then going to react to it and do it in a responsible and ethical way?
Go ahead, Shiv.
Thanks for the discussion. I would say...
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Shivang Deve from Planoptica, researcher turned entrepreneur. I think the points with automated refraction are fair and good, but I think a question that doesn't kind of get asked is, you know, at the population level, how many people are not getting access to refraction or living without refraction? And I don't just mean in global health settings, but I mean in the US, or how many people are living with an old refraction. And so you can have the academic discussion of perfect refraction versus less perfect. But one thing I would encourage the whole group to do is to keep looking at the new literature, because I think all groups, my group included, are a little bit biased and pick and look at studies that support what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But there are randomized controlled trials showing automated refraction and prescribing of glasses being very well tolerated by patients. There's multiple. There are studies showing, you know, refraction technologies reducing accommodation. So some of these research issues that do exist for many technologies don't exist for all technologies. And what I kind of find happens in this sector is we take a chunk of data and then apply it to all technologies in the data. An example of that was last year when we talked about the Southbridge project. We talked about autofractors in children, and the AOA kind of got very sensitive to that. But others in the crowd stood up and said, you're not looking at the new data, you're looking at old data. So I would just encourage everyone to look at all the data and new publications, especially when it comes to automated refraction.
Thank you. And I think the whole thing is back to critical thinking. But then I think the other thing that others have mentioned to me is identity. You know, optometrists have an identity, and I'm not saying refraction is not important. And there's a lot of complexity in refraction. But again, I've been saying something controversial. You know, in the US, we're living in a third world country, and there's a lot of people who don't have care. How do we use technology maybe to triage care in ways so that the people who need to see in person get the things that they need to optimize their vision? You know, what Fuen said, I agree, but we don't live in an ideal world, unfortunately. But then through that, how do we teach our students to develop that critical thinking so that when they're in practice, they can help the patients in their communities in ways that are more effective so that we get more people to care? It is an incredibly complex subject, and we're in a world where there are a lot of eye care deserts. But how do we balance all that? How do we expose more of these types of conversations so we may be able to slowly shift our thinking because we live in an unideal world? Al?
Yeah, hi. Al Cabot. I'm with Mallinckrodt Pharmaceuticals, but more importantly, I spent 28 years in higher education at any school that would have me. That was for Melissa.
Thanks.
I've had something floating around my head for a while as we've listened to these discussions, and I'm 100% for increased, better technology that will improve our efficiency, improve our referrals, the quality of care that we give. But what I'm lacking, and it's the pun that got me, it's tech forward. And when we say tech in a clinical setting, it often is derogatory, right? I'm just working as a tech, and students will tell you this. One thing, and perhaps it's just my experience being at certain institutions, but one thing that I noticed is that we do tend to have very limited technician presence in our educational clinics. We have lots and lots of students who are used in different capacities. But one thing that I've thought about for years is, why are we not using these students who come in like wet, fawns, just born, knees all wobbly? Why aren't we getting them into the clinic earlier to have that exposure? As you said, you worked as a technician, and I can tell you that my best students over the years have always been the ones that spent time in the office and they have a head start. So can we find a way to better utilize early students, get them into the clinic setting, even if they are simply going to be pushing the button, as you said, to gather the data. And then our clinician students, our third years, fourth years, are compiling and analyzing the data without having to perform the tests, so that they're mirroring practice the way it exists today. Forget about the future. Let's catch up to where we are in current practice and give all of our early students that exposure to working with patients, interacting with individuals, building their communication skills, and being exposed to the technology, so that in a year or so now they're making the decisions. And really just push the model forward that we use for residency and new faculty, and just push it forward into the curriculum. I think that will help, and I'm not sure that there's a question there. I'd like your input on this, but I think that may help us in all aspects to improve the experience, to create more room in the curriculum for other scientific teaching, and allow the students, the clinicians of tomorrow, to really be able to put it together sooner rather than later, and be exposed to these new technologies sooner rather than later, so that they hit the ground running when they do ultimately graduate. Any comments?
I mean, I agree in terms of getting students exposed early. That's what our focus has been. Dr. Jimerson is here. He's our Senior Director of Clinical Education that I work with. And I think we've talked a lot about, when does exactly what you said, actually, with our second-year course, because we place second years in clinic, usually 4 to 6 hours a week. How do we begin to take shape in terms of their education to have them, act like a technician, right? Because there's a balance. There's a balance in the number of students. Our clinical network's a little bit different, but the number of students and placements we have, there's a balance with how many hours the students want in clinic. We talked about that earlier. At the same time, I was getting emails about them being in clinic too much. So I agree with you in terms of aligning a program, whether it's a first year or second year program, along the lines of that, so that they can communicate with patients, they can understand how to conduct different tests. And we've talked too about having certified technicians actually be a support tool where everything is not on the faculty in order to start these educational programs. I know hiring certified technicians can be a challenge in itself, but that is another support tool that we've talked about in order to build this experience as quickly as possible for younger students. So.
I think, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can I just add to that real quick?
Yes.
Because I do have a little bit of experience with this. I know, David, you were asking me how long has Mark Collett been the president of ICO, and I remember when he first came into his presidency, he actually toured around and he asked questions, what makes a great doctor coming out? So 4 years here at ICO, then how do you know who becomes a good doctor and a good leader? And what came to my mind initially was, as they were doing their 3-year strategic plan, was that those folks that actually took the time to become technicians or work for an optometrist or work in a corporate setting, when they came out, I found that them to be better communicators, better leaders, and better critical thinkers overall. And so what they have done now is they have created a fast-track program into clinic if you have, and it used to be this, if you have experience previously working in an optometric setting, and then you have a certain grade point average and you're recommended. And so they are actually getting first years into clinic. So I think the quicker that you learn how to push the buttons, the more then you can then not worry about pushing the buttons, but then develop your critical thinking skills.
Tracy?
So as somebody who's going on my 40th year in higher education, something that really concerns me and that I've been thinking about throughout this conversation, which I've really appreciated, I'd even probably change that a little bit. I wouldn't say tech-forward, patient-centered. I'd say patient-centered, patient-forward, tech-centered. What worries me is one of the things we used to say when we would do policy changes in higher education is there was always a new crop of students. So in 4 years, they wouldn't know what the policy was, so you could make a change. I think about students who are 15 years old today, and what they're going to experience over the next 4 years with technology and AI. And the concern that I have about higher education more broadly, and it's tangential to this, but I think it's really important to consider, is that their expectations when they enter in 2031 are going to be profoundly different than they ever have been. And we have started to talk a little bit about how higher education moves. I will tell you, again, as somebody who's been in higher ed for 40 years, not much has changed in 40 years. It is going to have to change at breathtaking speeds. And I think that the biggest challenge that we have right now as we think about higher education, particularly graduate medical education, is how is higher education going to change, not only to keep pace with what students' expectations are going to be, but to be one step forward. And I think that is going to happen in terms of how patient care is delivered. So I say this because, when we talk about this, we don't have a lot of time to figure this out. We need to be figuring it out yesterday. And if we don't, higher education will profoundly change, and it will become essentially those who move and those who don't. I think we have 3,500 educational institutions in the country right now. You're going to see that drastically change. So I'd like to see more student-forward, technology-centered, patient-forward, technology-centered, because I think that is the reality. And I'm speaking as somebody, I used to be a CIO. I don't know anything about technology anymore. We should just prepare ourselves. I'll leave it at that. And higher education should be prepared for something that they have never seen before. And I don't say that in an apocalyptic way. I say it as that is the fundamental opportunity before us. So.
Thank you, Tracy. Howard?
That's a hard one to follow. To be provocative a little bit, because we've sort of been speaking around this one a little bit, and I think maybe a good way to start to wind this up when we talk about what innovation looks like in the future, and we talk refraction. I can't help but think about, we already see some tools for consumers to get refractions, but it hasn't been a huge groundswell. You have little pieces here and there, and we talk it down pretty quickly and why it's not a good thing because you're not getting a comprehensive eye exam. I'm curious because we have the amazing brain trust up here, and all of you have agreed that you are bullish about technology. When will the refraction be decoupled? When will we see refractions just being so, pervasive everywhere? We can go anywhere we want and get a refraction. Right across the street from BU, I can walk into their university center. There I can get a quick refraction. I get my prescription. Do you envision that happening? And at what point do you envision that happening?
I don't envision that happening. And the reason why I say that is because I think no matter what, there will always be fundamental skills that we'll always have to come back to, right? In other words, I think that you can look at a refraction in many different ways, but if you really look at the heart of what optometrists have historically done, it's really to improve a patient's quality of life with some type of optical device or some type of rehabilitative device. And I think that is a way, in some ways, for optometry to remain different. I think that there will be unique skills. I think that there will be unique ways of doing it, and maybe there's a way to make it more efficient and more easy for patients. But I don't know. We've had an autorefractor around for many years, and we're still doing it. We have this little, video up, down with the letter of the E, but I still think that there is value in, what are we going to do with kids? What are we going to do with other patients that may not be able to do what they need to do? I don't see it going away. I do feel that there may be a different look to it, but I'm not convinced.
Tim Arup?
I think we're already headed there. I hope ultimately there's always a doctor making the decision, I'll say that, but we know that the BU students, right? They maybe don't want to go in for a formal eye exam. They're a consumer. They want to just get their prescription. They want to go online and get glasses. That patient population or that population consumer is always going to maybe take that road to refraction, right? And then on the other hand, there's the patients that want to come in person, want to have the doctor, communication, education, and kind of what's the word I want to use? Relationship, right? So I think there's different consumers, there's different patients. It applies differently to some people than it does others. But I think we're already seeing that technology in terms of refraction being implemented. I went online the other day. I saw one of my friends I graduated with. He launched a website. I go on the website, and it's literally remote refraction, and you get a prescription. So I think that technology is there. It's maybe more than we even know, because I didn't know he launched that company. And I think it's just applies differently to who a patient or consumer is. But patient, I'll say doctors should ultimately be involved in that sort of care. I'm gonna.
Yeah. Amy?
Hi, everyone. Amy Puerto, AOA Board of Trustees. I feel like the past two questions were perfect segues to mine. So going from 40 years to 10 years in clinical practice, this is really up my forte because I am thinking about who in our profession are going to be leading in the next 10 years, the next 15 years, next 20 years. I'll still be practicing in the next 30 years. And so when I look at the top cons of the future, the digital optometrics, my arena within the AOA is really on the regulatory side and how states are oftentimes looking to the AOA on how do we regulate, what do we need to do? And I oftentimes see my current colleagues right now who have been in practice for a few decades at this point, very nervous about adopting this technology. And my concern is, what are the rules and regulations they're going to put in place now, thinking they're protecting the profession, is really going to handcuff my profession and my future colleagues' profession. And so for those of you who are in tech and in this business right now, I want to hear from you. What are the things that you're worried about with regulation, and how can we better understand how we need to partner and speak to our state colleagues in this regulated profession in order to make sure that we are not stopping ourselves from being this patient-centered profession? So I'll leave that floor open. I know there's a lot more, and I think we're also at lunchtime.
We are.
So if we need to carry that over, we can. But I want that to be a thought-provoking conversation, and let me know what your thoughts are.
I'm going to end it here because I like to make sure we stay on time because I want to respect our ways to network. And I know that it's noon or 12:30, people are hungry, and we also have to take a picture. But I want to remind, this conversation, there's so much to learn. But I challenge each of you, you have your perspective, and you now heard someone else's perspective, go talk to them. I think Amy put it really well. I liked how you said, well, my profession, she's going to practice 20, 30 years. It's going to be different. We already know the profession is different from last year or from 10 years ago. But we also know that, I hope the conversation you heard, we have to have those foundations because your learning doesn't end after you graduate. But then how do we continue to adapt? And I think our identity, for those of you who are practicing optometrists, and what we learn stays with you. But then how do we pivot? We know that from looking at the economics, there's not going to be enough of any eye care practitioner. So what's going to fill that is technology. We also know that patients are not patients anymore. When we think doctor-patient, it's a hierarchy, but we have a lot of patients who are consumers. They want to be spoken to as equals. Think about you. When you go see your primary care doctor, or if you have a health problem, you go see, because your knowledge is higher, you want the doctor you're seeing to respect you in the same level so you can have a good conversation. So let's think about that when we think about eye care with our patients and what all that means. Technology is going to be very important in this, and the critical thinking skills that are developed are going to be important in this. I'm not saying that our core skills we're teaching our students are not important, because we need that. We need the struggle in order for students to develop that critical thinking, which then translates to the 30, 40 years of practice and who else they're going to train. So how do we keep these conversations continuing? So enjoy your lunch. We're going to take a picture and continue to have these conversations, and we'll return back here at 1:30. So, and 1:15. But I thank everyone for your participation. So please go out to the lobby where you see that step and repeat. Michael Sellers and Joseph Brody, part of our marketing and communication teams, will be there to organize a group picture.
Yeah, it's been great.
That's going to cost me definitely.
Good afternoon, everyone. Should I do my preschool trick? If all of you are listening, clap once. If you're listening, clap once. All right. So we're going to start this afternoon. Okay? Our next session is, can we show the next session? So I remember, it's called Beyond the Bench, okay? So we talked about patient-centered technology and what does it mean. Now we want to talk about educational technology and how we enhance learning. So we're going to showcase two things that we've been using at NECO. And you know, earlier today we talked about SimConverse, and we're actually going to demo that for everyone, because when you heard Dr. Feist said it was SimConverse, a lot of people didn't know what that was. Okay, so we're going to show that and what we've been doing at NECO, and you can talk to the other schools what they've been doing. And then we're going to also showcase AI-assisted tutoring and what that may look like. So we're going to start with the AI-assisted tutoring. So I'm going to ask Dr. Pangoris to come up, and he is going to demo that for all of you. And then we'll ask him some questions, and then we'll go to the next one, and then we'll bring people together.
Thanks, Gary. So I just realized that my name there is not correct, but also you cannot pronounce it as well.
Okay.
Right?
See, I'm so bad.
I'm sorry that my name sounds Greek probably to all of you. So Gary asked me to kind of demonstrate with what we've been playing with this semester in one of the basic science courses at the college. So this is a first semester OD1 course, basic science, basic vision science. And when AI started coming out a couple of years ago, I thought, that's a great tool for tutoring. But of course, there was always the fear that you don't know what they're gonna say. You don't know what the response of the bot is going to be, because all the large language models go into the wild, wild west internet to find the answers. And we know that there are hallucinations and there are wrong answers and all that stuff. So I kind of put it at the back burner at that point until Google came out with their tool called Notebook LM, which is, again, an AI-assisted technology. And it uses the Gemini, the Google Gemini large language model. However, it has a lot of restrictions on when to look for content. So what we see here is the desktop of a Notebook LM. This is just one notebook that I created for the course. And what's special with Notebook LM is that it only looks for answers on the sources that you provided it with. So it's not going to go out on Wikipedia or other websites out there to find the answers to a question, but rather its response is going to be confined within the sources that I provided to that notebook. So here on the left, we see all the sources that I provided the tool for this specific week of instruction at the school. And there are PDFs, there are some videos, even though Notebook LM still doesn't recognize the images, but rather just extracts the script from the videos. And I have imported my notes. I have imported some content that we have developed to live within our LMS, Learning Management System. And that's pretty much it when it comes to the sources that I provide to Notebook LM. So now, what it can do, of course, the most basic function of Notebook LM is a chatbot. So you can ask a question, and the chatbot is going to give an answer. However, that answer is only going to come from the sources that I provided to that chatbot. It uses what is called the RAG method, the Retrieval Augmented Generation. So it finds the answer within my sources, and then it uses the large language model, the Gemini model, to synthesize that answer and provide the response to the question. So students are using the chatbot to maybe get an answer to a question that they have about the material, but also they can use it they can ask it to generate multiple choice questions. They can ask it to generate flashcards, even though now flashcards are kind of embedded within Notebook LM as a separate setting. So this is not different than the ChatGPT that we have all used at some point. However, the big difference is that it doesn't look for answers on the internet, but rather it uses only the sources that I provide with. So now let's see what else we can do with Notebook LM. We started using the Notebook LM, I think, sometime in August. And back in August, there were very limited capabilities, because most likely Notebook LM was probably a pet project of somebody at a desktop somewhere at Google, and they didn't think much about it. But in the last 3 months, it has developed to an extraordinary tool for teachers. So when we started using Notebook LM in August, the only buttons that you would see up here were the audio overview, the video overview, and that's pretty much it. And all the rest of the buttons came out between August and now. And I just received an email from Google, like while I was sitting there earlier, that there are new functions coming. So now let's take a look what we can generate with Notebook LM and provide that to the students so as to help them with understanding the material of the course. So first of all, we can create what is called a brain map or a mind map that kind of shows how all the material connects with each other for the specific sources that I have provided to Notebook LM. So I can expand that, and we can see how different concepts throughout the material of that week kind of connect with each other. And if there is something that a student does not understand, what they can do is they can just click on that, and the chatbot now is going to provide an explanation on that very specific topic. So this is more like for students that they are visual learners and they would like to kind of put things together in order to better understand. So this is the mind map. Then we can now, actually, and that came out less than 2 months ago, we can create flashcards. So we know that students love flashcards, right? And they go out to different websites that they provide flashcards for different courses, but nobody really checks what's on those flashcards. But now we have the ability to kind of control what's on the flashcards and be very certain that the material or the flashcards have accurate material based on what we teach our students. So the flashcards can be customized, can be easier flashcards, can be a little bit more difficult flashcards. So they can use the whole range of Bloom's taxonomy when it comes to generated flashcard content. So we see here that for that specific week, the tool generated 66 flashcards. And here is one. What is the ability of the visual system? What ability of the visual system is also known as spatial resolution or visual acuity. If the student doesn't know the answer, they can look, of course, at the back of the card, right? However, if they don't understand the back of the card, they can, again, click the button, and they're going to get the explanation through the chatbot. And we're not going to read it, because it keeps talking. Yeah. So these are flashcards. Now, we also have the capability to generate quizzes based only on that source material. And what's unique when it comes to Notebook LM is that you can customize the difficulty of the quizzes. So you can have a quiz that uses more recall questions or generates more recall questions, more lower in the Bloom's taxonomy capabilities. And you can instruct Notebook LM to create more challenging questions, so as they have more synthesizing requirements from the students in order to answer. So, I mean, there is nothing special when it comes to the quizzes. They are just multiple choice questions. But again, the student doesn't answer the question right, they can, there is an explanation, of course, here, but also they can ask for further explanation, and the chatbot is going to provide even further explanation on why that answer is the right one or not the right one. So for our students, at the beginning, I was just creating a very generic quiz for each week's content, but then I thought maybe I should kind of challenge them a little bit. So now I generate I call it a bit easy quiz, which is in the medium difficulty of Notebook LM, and then I create one with a more challenging quiz with questions that they need much more synthesis from the students. And myself, when I go and check the questions, I kind of find them challenging as well. And probably those are questions that I would use in some of my exams. So these are the quizzes. Now, here is the juicy part of Notebook LM, I'll say. And also, it has the capability of generating video overviews on a specific concept based on the sources again, and audio overviews. So we have all heard that students have different learning styles. So some learn better by watching a video, some might learn better by reading text, some might learn better by listening to a podcast. So now with Notebook LM, we can provide all those sources to cover all those different learning styles that they are out there. So when it comes to videos, you can ask it to create a video on a very specific topic that it's covered somewhere in your sources. And when we started using Notebook LM in August, the video could only be generated in one language. So now the video can be generated in any language that you want. And that happened within, again, 2 months, even though all the sources are in English. Initially, the videos were a little bit basic in terms of presentation, were like PowerPoint style presentations, but within, again, the last 2 months, Google came out with graphics.
Have you ever stopped to wonder why you...
And now the videos look much more engaging. The videos are much more engaging to look at.
You can't see, I don't know, the individual threads in a piece of clothing from across the room, or why a sign that's a mile away is just a blur. We kind of think of our vision as either perfect or not. But the truth is, even a perfect eye has these fundamental built-in limits. So the real question is, where do those limits actually come from?
Right, let's just dive right into that. Why can't we see every tiny little...
And this is just me typing a very simple sentence, create a video overview on the limits of vision. And then it went ahead and created a 6-7 minute long video explaining those two concepts, which is diffraction and cone size. So the video is more like of a passive way to listen or to interact with the content. And now we have a more interactive way of learning the content. And this is the audio overview. So the audio overview is a podcast between two people, between two personas, that they actually sound like NPR podcasters. And they discuss a topic again. And the topic is whatever I ask them to discuss. I might ask them to emphasize one thing or not emphasize something else. And again, everything is being generated through the sources that I provided. So I'm gonna show you, we're gonna listen to the...
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're getting really...
So we're gonna listen to the podcast, and I'll show you where the interactivity comes in.
Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're getting really fundamental about vision. Not glasses, not contacts, but the absolute physical edge of how sharp your eyes can possibly see. What we want to do is unpack the two big roadblocks that cap your visual acuity. There's the physics of light itself. Oh wait, someone wants to join. Hey, go for it.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Hey, we're doing great. Thanks for checking in.
Absolutely fantastic. Happy to have you listening in.
We were just launching into the deep dive on what actually limits how well you can see.
The physical.
Yep, go on.
So before you get into your deep dive, can you tell me what is the absolute spatial resolution limit of the visual system in terms of spatial frequency in cycles per degree?
Hey, we're doing great. Thanks for checking in.
Absolutely fantastic. Happy to have you listening in.
We were just launching into the deep dive on what actually limits
Actually,
how
I think
well.
That's
the
a great
microphone
question.
didn't
And
work
you're
this
hitting
time.
right on the
Didn't
ultimate
listen to me.
biological limit before we even talk about the
I'll
optics.
try again.
Okay, let's unpack this right now. Oh yeah, let's hear it.
Can you tell me what is the absolute resolution limit of the visual system in terms of spatial frequency in cycles per degree? I think the microphone is not working. Yeah.
Okay, let's unpack this. That is the biological ceiling.
That is the ultimate absolute resolution limit.
The maximum spatial frequency your cone mosaic can resolve
Okay.
is 60 cycles per degree.
That number, 60 cycles per degree, is also known as the Nyquist limit for the human visual system.
And here's where it gets really interesting, connecting it to the physical.
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, last question. Does that, when we refract in clinic to 2020, does that correspond to that absolute resolution limit of 60 cycles per degree or something else?
Okay, last question and a crucial one.
You are hitting on the difference between the physiological limit and the clinical standard.
That 60 cycles per degree is the absolute biological ceiling.
It's the maximum frequency that your physical cone sensors can possibly resolve.
This limit is reached when one cycle of a grating is exactly 1 arc minute in size.
However, when we talk about clinical standards like 20/20 vision, it's defined differently.
The 20/20 letter's smallest detail, the critical gap, is 1
So
arc minute.
you got the gist of what's going on there, right? So now what happens is that I ask a question, they will interrupt their podcast, they will address my questions within, of course, the greater concept of the podcast, and then they're going to continue their conversation as it was planned. And I can keep interacting them until I have all my questions answered. So now we have a tool that students they're not just listening to it, but can interact with it hopefully in a constructive way. I'll have to say, the audio overview doesn't make faces like Scotty's avatar when they hear something stupid, so they're pretty neutral when it comes to that still. I'm pretty sure somebody's working on Google on that. And that's all for Notebook LM.
Thank you, Thanasis. You want to stay up here? Can I ask you just a few questions?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what were some of the unexpected learnings that you had when you introduced this to the students, from your perspective and also from the students?
I mean, I got a lot from many students that, I don't feel comfortable using an AI chatbot because of all the mistakes that they can make. And I had to kind of reassure them that this is not ChatGPT. This is not using information out on the internet that hasn't been vetted by us. So I think that's a barrier that students need to overcome when they think AI tools, when they think about AI tools.
And how about for yourself? What are some things that you didn't
So
think
for me
would happen?
also, I had my thoughts of, are we sure we're gonna give that to the students? What if it makes mistakes? And I kind of tested it quite a bit by asking questions, creating many different videos, podcasts, and every here and there might be something that it's not 100% accurate, but it's not like a devastating mistake. And if I found, and I haven't found yet, something that is, completely crazy, I can go into the system and say, do not say that, capital letters. And they're just going to skip it. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. We'll ask more questions later, but thank you, Thanasis. Let's give him a hand. When Thanasis first showed me, and also Randall, I was like, because I was using Google LM, and just like he said, just the last couple of months, they've upped their game. That interactive, that's like mind-blowing to me. I always like those voices you want to listen to, right? That's the scary part. And it also banters. So try it for yourself and you'll be blown away. So next we have Dr. Aurora Denial and Emily Bouchard. They're going to demonstrate SimConverse, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves before they start.
Can I use this one? Yep. Should be fine, right? I don't need both.
No.
Oh, you
Does she need
okay
one?
for the yeah? She will for the. Hello, everyone. Okay, you want to hold this? I'm Aurora Denial, and I teach a course called Clinical Reasoning, which is a core course for all first-year students. So all first-year students have to take it. And I was so excited to hear everyone talk about critical thinking, because that is our goal, to really foster, stimulate, and really help students on this journey to think like a doctor. So it is all about critical thinking. And we apply that to ethical reasoning, problem solving, information literacy, and then ultimately clinical decision making. As part of this course, my methodology has always been that really student engagement is important, because that has been linked to increases in critical thinking on standardized tests. So they have to be doing, they always have to be doing something. So part of this course, a key component is the volunteer patient project, which I'm excited that Dr. Scott is part of. And what this is we've gathered together 35 volunteer patients that students work with throughout the year. And they're a group of 3 or 4 students assigned to a patient, and they are to talk to their patient on a monthly basis. So they never examine their patients. It's really more this cognitive encounter. So the students have sort of each month, they have sort of goals, like just get to know your patient, or one month it may be discussing ethical issues with your patient, your volunteer. And then, of course, they get to the point where they need to talk about symptoms, diagnosis, treatment. The patients range in age from about 30 to age 90. We actually only have one person in their 30s. They're really like age 60 to 70. And they have a variety of ocular diseases, plus they have a variety of really life experiences. So about 30% are either no light perception or legally blind, and the remainder are mild to moderate conditions. So there's lots of different conversations that can occur. So it's interesting. I often got comments from students at the beginning. They were like, well, how am I going to develop rapport? I don't have a grandparent, and this patient is, 90 years old. Like, what am I going to talk about? How am I going to connect to them? Or even things like I've had students say, well, I know that the patient has no light perception. Should I mention that to them? And all kinds of things that I sort of didn't perceive. So when we had the opportunity to create an avatar, I realized immediately we had a great both teaching and learning tool. We had a means now for students to practice before they had real conversations with their volunteer patients. And also, I was able to get some feedback. I could see transcripts of how they were doing and get some trends. So it was a great win-win situation. So along with SimConverse and our educational team, and Randall and Heather Bretz as well, we created an avatar, Harry. And I do feel like I gave birth to Harry because I was able to impart all of these qualities, characteristics. He has Marfan syndrome, which if you're not familiar, it's a connective tissue, so lots of eye complications. But I sort of thought back about all of the patients I've dealt with and sort of gave Harry a lot of, personality and, character, I guess. So we created this avatar, and the instructions are the students should interact with the avatar individually and then as a group before they have their monthly conversation with their volunteer patient. So it's brand new. We just started it September. It's still a work in progress, but so far it's been very exciting, and I think the students have enjoyed the experience, as well as hopefully we will do some metrics on whether this is turning into better learning. We haven't gotten there yet. Hopefully we'll turn into better learning. So we're just going to show a very brief overview of the Sim Converse, like what are the capabilities, and then we'll actually, if the mic is working, if someone wants to come up and talk to Harry themselves, well, you can do that. So.
What is SimConverse? SimConverse is an AI-powered platform that helps you practice clinical communication in a safe, low-pressure environment. Think of it like a virtual simulation lab, where instead of real patients, you're talking with AI characters who can act as patients, caregivers, or healthcare professionals. Here's how it works. You'll select a clinical scenario, read a quick pre-brief to understand the setting, and then have a real-time conversation with an AI character.
It just gives you brief information about Harry. There he is. Very
Hello,
simple
are
to
you
use.
Harry Hawthorne?
Yes, I am Harry Hawthorne. Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. My name's Heather, and I'll be your clinician today. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. It's nice to meet you too, Heather.
Just to make sure I have the correct information for you, Harry, may I confirm your date of birth as August 14th, 1944?
Yes, that's correct. Born on August 14th, 1944.
Wonderful. If I have your permission, we'll get started with your exam.
Sure thing. Go ahead and start the exam.
Afterward, you'll get detailed, personalized feedback on how you did, what went well, and what could be improved based on a professional rubric. One of the best parts? You can repeat conversations to build confidence, try different approaches, and improve without any risk. This platform isn't meant to replace real-world experience, but to help you feel more prepared for it. You'll also reflect on each interaction, try again, and compare your progress between attempts. The goal is to support your growth as a clinician, not just in what you say, but how you say it. This is your space to practice, make mistakes, and grow without judgment. It's all about helping you become a more confident, compassionate communicator.
So I think clearly you can see where the value of this lies. And in our course, once again, these are very new students, first-year students. I always tell them, lead with your curiosity. I know right now you don't have the knowledge base necessarily or the clinical experience, but just lead with your curiosity. Have a conversation. You know, if someone tells you they have a red eye, what other information might you need about that? Because I do think that's an important quality to bring to clinic, no matter how much information that you know. So, does anybody want to try and talk to Harry?
He's really nice.
He's really nice. And you can ask Harry anything. Scotty, you want to try?
Don't pressure here.
No, Scotty. I knew you'd be good for this, though. Hopefully, we're going to keep our fingers crossed that the mic works, so.
All right.
So, you have to
go.
slow down.
Okay, so.
You can ask him anything. Just
Yep, you're gonna
symptoms,
need
go on
to.
symptoms
Yep.
or something.
All right,
We'll talk
so we're
about
gonna
lens.
talk with Harry here. We're gonna start the task. Here we go. 1 second.
Look at him. Does he make eye contact with me?
He does
No.
Here, Scotty, over here.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Yep, we got you. You're good to go. Okay.
Hey, Harry.
No problem. I appreciate you taking the time to listen.
So, what brings you into the eye clinic today, Harry?
Well, I'm here because my vision's been getting worse lately. It's been pretty tough dealing with all these changes, you know?
So, what's the most obvious thing that is bothering you about your vision right now?
Well, it's hard to say exactly. Everything's just getting more and more blurry, and I'm having trouble seeing things clearly. It's like my eyes are playing tricks on me sometimes.
He really does have a personality.
Yeah. I made him that way.
I guess you did.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I'm not quite sure what's going on with my eyes, but it's definitely affecting my daily life.
So, when you were younger, were you satisfied with your vision without glasses?
Oh, yeah. When I was younger, I didn't need glasses at all. But then, around my mid-20s, everything started changing. My vision got really bad, and I needed those thick glasses to see anything clearly.
And did you need to keep changing your glasses as time went on, Harry?
Yes, I did. As my vision kept getting worse, I had to get stronger and stronger prescriptions.
So
It was a bit of a struggle, you know?
Did you ever get to the point that those glasses were okay for distance, but you had trouble reading with them?
Yeah, that happened too. The glasses helped me see far away, but when I tried to read something close up, it was like looking through a foggy window.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up, Harry. Thank you very much.
Wait, hold on.
I'd like to get to
We
know
haven't
him
even
better.
discussed my current vision problems properly.
Okay,
Can we please
so-
continue our conversation?
So we're gonna end the conversation.
Conversation is ended.
Yeah,
Harry does
so-
have a good personality.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Once again, there's dialogue that I can see if I choose to, and I would not be able to do that when they are actually talking to their volunteer patients, because they do that at, any time that's convenient. Let me show some more.
So we are able to view the transcript of the whole interaction. It can be downloaded to a PDF for the student to review. And then we continue to the feedback. And this is where the students will view their responses and the scoring based on the preloaded rubric that Aurora or the instructor can manipulate if they would like to, but there's also pre-built rubrics that are actually incredible.
And
So.
at this stage, I actually tell them, like, the score isn't important. What's important is to look at the feedback and go back and have another conversation. But clearly, that could be something that could be used as a grading tool.
And then after the student finishes their first attempt, they'll go in and they will do their first initial reflection. And this is, sorry, one second.
So the reflection, we just want to give them that metacognition, so they go back and they actually think about the conversation that they had, and should they have asked anything different or more, asked it in a different way.
So then they would go in and they would do their second attempt, and then they would be prompted to do a final reflection. And this is where they
This is
would
just
do
an
that.
example.
Yep. And then that's it. Perfect. So that's
Great.
Thank you. So Aurora, can I ask you a few questions? How long did this take to create?
Well, obviously, I had a lot of help and support, SimConverse, and once again, the educational team. For my part, coming up with what I want Harry to be wasn't that difficult, because I just reflected on my own career and the patients I had dealt with, and what I thought would be a good learning experience. So that actually was not very time-consuming. Maybe Randall and Emily can answer better on that end what it took to actually put him together. But for my part, it was actually kind of a fun thing to do. I enjoyed it.
Cool. Can I have the rest of the team up? Dr. Randall Case, Anastas, Emily, and Aurora. Have a seat here so we have a little bit more conversation and allow the audience to ask some questions. So Emily, why don't you introduce yourself when Randall and Anastas are coming up?
Here we go. Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Bouchard. I am Associate Director of Educational Technology and Assessment. Part of my position is overseeing all of these AI pilots that we are conducting right now. And it's been so fun. I absolutely love that aspect of my job. So, yeah.
Randall, you want to introduce yourself? Sure.
I'm Randall Case. I am the Director of Learning Technology and Assessment for NECO. Been with the institution for about 2 years, and in addition to all the cool work you just saw, we're also doing a lot of work on just working with faculty on pedagogical development, active learning, ways in which to improve the practice.
Anastas, I don't think I asked you to introduce yourself. You want to just...
Yeah, sure. So I'm Thanasis Panorias, and
How you say that again?
and I'm an associate professor of vision science at NECO and the director of graduate studies. And I teach a couple of basic science courses in our curriculum.
So I want to ask this question. When Randall and his team pitched this, how receptive were you in the beginning to all of this? Nope, you're good.
Just speak.
Just speak.
Okay. Actually, I was pretty receptive because I had seen similar tools being used in medicine, and clearly the potential was enormous. So I was actually really excited about it, and I'm not a very tech-savvy person, so to have the tech support was huge. That would have been, I think, a breaking point for me if I had to do it on my own. But the idea was captivating.
Well, I did go to them to show them Notebook LM that and I said I'm gonna use it. And I think after I kind of showed cases, you decided to use it on another course as well, right?
Sort of. We were already doing it too. It was
Yeah, okay, we were
serendipity
two
of
separate,
like,
yeah.
oh crap, you're doing the same thing we're doing.
I guess that's how it always works, right? A little give and take on both ways in terms of how we do it. So I know I already asked the question to Thanasis about the receptivity of the students, but for Aurora and Emily, how receptive were the students? Were they pushing back? What year of students are you using this on?
So for my class was first year, and no, they were very excited about it and using it and enthusiastic. So that was great. I was delighted, because sometimes they look at these as just another thing to do. You kind of get that look, but they were not. They were quite enthusiastic, and I think have approached it. As I said, we will survey them to get feedback because it's new. It's very new, and we want to know, how we can pivot or what direction we need to go in. But so far, it's been, I think, helpful, and they've had a good response to it. The informal feedback I've gotten, students have liked it.
Yeah, remember this. To let everyone know, this semester is the first time we're using both of these. So everything is still new, okay? So it's not like we're still learning, right? So
And then what's interesting about that is, like, as Thanasis was pointing out, the new functionalities, the new features and everything that have rolled out just in the short amount of time that we've started using it. And SimConverse is much the same way. We've barely scratched the surface of its capabilities, but we wanted to be very deliberate in the way we introduced it, and making sure we're measuring outcomes and querying the students to see how they're reacting to it and being as responsive as we can. But even our team, which is, I think, one of the most tech savvy teams at the institution, we're having a hard time keeping up with all the innovations.
So besides these two courses that are started, what's the plan to get other faculty or other parts of the curriculum that could use this?
Yeah, so our low vision course, part of the goal with SimConverse is to integrate it throughout the curriculum. So we have our low vision course, which is delivered to the third years, and we are piloting, it's kind of a multi-stage conversation interaction that they will have, going over, I believe that the patient, it's NAION. I think they're losing their, so they're, it's breaking the bad news that essentially they're losing their vision, then having another stage of the conversation explaining the limitations to their daily life, and then it will go into, you're eventually going to lose your vision. And so we're excited to, that's actually launching at the end of this week. And then we are hopefully planning to integrate it into several other courses in the spring. So there's definitely a clear roadmap ahead. And so we're excited to share those results too.
There's also in fact, what actually initially brought them to our attention was they have a whole series of material in SimConverse specifically for Part 3 boards. That we are starting to work with Jen to talk about, like, how might we integrate that, provide another resource for students. Obviously Part 3 is less informational and more about the practice, and so can you give them opportunities to practice this in an efficient way?
And so that's something that SimConverse has developed with the different schools, or?
Yeah, so they work with a couple, obviously, at least one's here, but they've worked with a number of medical schools for years, and then recently started working with optometric institutions. And as they develop those scenarios and case studies, they always ask, can we make these available for others as well?
Since we're on the topic of board prep, so how can AI-assisted tutoring help with board prep? Is it something that needs to be faculty directed, or is it a skill that needs to be taught to the students?
Yes, and? I mean, from my point of view, I go back to what Jen said early on about the amount of material that's available to students. And I think often one of the mistakes that students make is they get sort of too deep into that and think they have to have every resource, and they're trying to read every page. And all of us have seen the classic, the student who highlights every single word on a page, right? What I think something like Google Notebook or AI in general can do is really help them parse through the material in a way that gets to the real learning, as opposed to spending all the time that they spend making the flip cards or trying to highlight all this and that. In addition, one thing that we're playing with too is all of you know, if you ask an LLM a question, it'll give you an answer. We actually, in many respects, don't want it to answer them directly. We want it to instead use more like a Socratic method. And so for something like board preps, imagine where a student says, tell me about, I need help studying this topic. And rather than it just spitting out information, it says, okay, let's work through that together. I'll ask you questions. We'll kind of have a dialogue. And what I'm ultimately hoping, and we're starting to see more of, is as those LLMs begin to remember you and start to learn you, then you can start to have an ongoing dialogue. So imagine if I'm doing board prep, and every time I log into the, whether it's Google or some other platform that we develop, for it to know where your strengths and weaknesses are, and for it to cater the way it helps you to your particular strengths and weaknesses.
Any questions from the audience? You guys are awfully quiet after lunch. Go ahead, Jim. Can you come up to the mic?
Yeah, you may have answered my question already, but by the way, thanks. Great presentation. It was really, really interesting. So the character that you developed, Harry, has a age-dependent series of questions that can be asked and answered. How scalable is this to take that to the 100 most commonly seen patients in clinical practice? Because there's not 1,000. Can you do that and do that with a level of expediency and lack of cost that's going to make this worthwhile? Because the idea is amazing. But if you could take this big and this big, you could literally have students studying off of those patients for 4 years. And there's no end to this.
I think I can tackle that. One of the things when we were looking at SimConverse and all AI technologies, this is a little nugget for you to take away, is ask the question about, is the back-end system open to you, or do you have to go through a middle group at that vendor or company, right? If they're the ones who have to do all the work in the system, then you've created a bureaucracy that makes it more difficult for you to manage. In the case of SimConverse, we have direct access to, we create the characters. We have interfaces where we can decide what their personality is, what the cases are, what are the questions. So just like what Thanasis has, what he did with Google Notebook, we're able to do with the patient simulations as well. In terms of our ability to scale it, SimConverse comes with a set of pre-generated characters that you can use if you choose. You can modify as you like, or you can build your own. And they also have a series of pre-generated cases, but again, you can modify, you can create your own. I don't want to say it's simple, because it's not simple, but it's also not complex to build out both a case or an avatar. I think it's exceptionally scalable. And the instructional designer that worked with Aurora to build this out essentially did it in less than a week. And it wasn't even the only thing she was working on. She had other course projects and things of that nature. Now, she had some back and forth with Aurora. There's some quality control, little tweaks. I want to see this, not that. But it's not that labor intensive.
Scotty?
So this is for Aurora. So I'm getting even. This is really great. But going back to this morning, we said we'll keep adding things to the curriculum. Is there a plan to retire me and the other live people?
No.
Where's your golden parachute?
Please.
I actually did think about, could we replace the existing patients? And we've had a wonderful group of patients, about 35, but every year some people leave and I have to go out and recruit more people. And then, things come up during the year and so forth. But I think this is an incredible tool. And I think students can utilize it. Once again, it has relieved a lot of anxiety. The feedback I get from students is they feel more comfortable now talking to their volunteer patients. I don't think it could ever replace the actual human being patient interaction at all. I think that it has a great role and we could definitely utilize it more. I've actually seen, and I don't know if it's SimConverse, where the patients are more animated. So patients like for low vision might be able to start crying or something like that. So it gives you practice in dealing with unexpected emotions. So I think it's a huge opportunity, but you're not ready to retire, Scotty. No.
No, but from the student standpoint, again, this is creep of adding curriculum.
Yeah.
And I think we just need to be sensitive to that, it's overload at some point.
And I think it also, it allows for more access as well. If a student is going into clinic tomorrow and they want to, brush up on certain communication skills, they can just tap into Harry. It comes with a cost, obviously, but yeah, it's about access too.
Yeah. And I guess that addresses Jim's point, Jim Timmons, but what students do at night, that's clinical. And if they're ever doing clinical rotation, this and others of its ilk, actually a pretty good thing to have available.
Yeah.
I kind of think about curriculum as being sort of like a budget in the sense that what goes into the curriculum, what you decide is what you find to be most important, right? And then there are things that you think aren't as important that you might like to have in there, but you can't for whatever reason. I can't think of anything more important than patient interaction in the curriculum. Does that mean you have to kind of very critically think about what are the other responsibilities or expectations or assignments that I'm asking of students? And is this going to burden them too much? Yeah. In this case, I don't think we're adding anything to the curriculum so much as we're giving better scaffolding to the students to achieve the outcomes that were already there.
And I think for, the generation of students that are coming in, this is, right in their wheelhouse. Thank
But
you.
also we have to think about, when there is too much of an option that we give to the students, right? And I had that discussion with Eric about all these different things that we generate through Notebook LM. Is it maybe too much for the students that, at the end of the day, they're going to be spending so much time making sure that they go through all the different things that I created, right? And I think that definitely those tools will replace some of the studying time that they are already spending. But definitely they're going to add some time, kind of extra time using them. And for that reason, when I was in the lecture hall the other day, I made the point to the students that the tools are there as an option. You don't have to use them. If somebody decides not to use Notebook LM, you can still be successful at the course. But we provide you all the tools for the different learning styles that you have so as to help you study more efficiently. Because somebody who's a visual learner will be learning faster with video instead of just reading the text, right?
And something he said I think is really important that may not have come through. So that, when we were demoing it, we talked about it as an AI-assisted tutor. Not tutor in this case, like we're really calling it a course companion, right? So it's a study aid, it's something to help you. Does it have applications in tutoring? Absolutely, it may. And I think that's part of what we're trying to explore is what are the problems that we can, or challenges that we can address through these kinds of technologies? And, can this lighten the cost of tutoring? Maybe. For now, we want to, though, embed it in the pedagogy of the course as an option for students, see what kind of return it produces in terms of student outcomes, and then use those learnings to decide where we go next.
And, now we are past the midterm at our school. And usually, you know, midterm exam grades come out, and then you start getting emails about tutoring, and I need some help. And this year, I had gotten no request for tutoring yet. And I know, there were some students that they struggled in the exam, and I communicated it with them. And they said, oh, I'm going to use Notebook LM, and then if I have any questions, I'll come and find you. So it kind of replaces some of my work, definitely.
Or redistributes it in a different way.
Right, yeah. I mean, I still have to put effort to generate it, right? Yeah.
Alicia?
As a school who does use it, I will say this is our third year now, and the students love it, and they don't see it as added work. And I think there's some psychological safety that they feel when utilizing some of the fake patients, because often the first time that they know they are interacting with a real human being, there are some things that they're like, what if I said it this way, or what if I said it that way? And so when they are interacting with this fake person, they've, I think, experimented a little bit more or worked on how they're actually going to deliver the news. Because, again, if you're thinking about their main mode of communication is typically text messaging versus an actual phone call. And so I think a lot of that verbal communication that several of the students are having, they've really enjoyed this opportunity to kind of practice in their own home without a graded scenario. No one's paying attention to them. They can do something where they can make silly mistakes if they want to, and no one is going to chastise them, and especially with a very anxiety-driven group of people. I think they see this as a great tool to kind of figure out what they want to say, because the last thing they want to look is dumb, right? No one wants to look dumb in front of a patient. But I think that that's what we found. So as someone who has utilized this tool, and I think it's phenomenal and amazing, the cost of education is significantly a lot. And while I think and appreciate the aspects that I like, the SimConverse shows up, they never do FMLA, they can do it at any point in time, right? They don't go out, and so I love that fact, but it's really, really expensive. Yeah. What are the long-term, like how can we integrate this without improving the overall cost? Because even when we went to COVID, how many people said, why am I paying all of this tuition when as educators, we were actually spending so much more time trying to deliver the education to them, and they're like, we want to pay less. How do you integrate that?
I wish I had a good answer for. I wish I had a good answer for you. I don't think the math is linear, to use the earlier reference. Part of it has to do with the institution's commitment to this kind of work, and their overall, the economics of the overall institution itself. I do think that there are efficiencies that can be had through using these types of things that can offset some of those costs. And I also think you have to be creative when you're going into the discussions with, say, a SimConverse. We were really upfront with them about, we don't want a vendor, we want a partner. And does that buy us a little bit more flexibility around cost? And so they came back and said, well, here's kind of what we would like to see. Here's what we need. And we can negotiate a cost that's maybe more palatable based on a give and take. So that partnership model, I think, and I know I'm speaking to the right crowd here, I think that partnership model can really help go a long way and offset some of that as well. It's also worth noting, to your point about the cost, before, and Thanasis was already working on the Google Notebook, and we didn't know about it. We went down a path of talking to a number of outside companies who had these chatbot platforms
for tutoring.
For tutoring and for just course companion. And we brought in a few of them and looked at the product, and not only was the cost exorbitant, but the outputs were bad. They just weren't very good. And so, I mean...
And some of them were a black box, so we
yeah,
didn't really know.
You did have no direct control over the outputs or anything. And so when we discovered, much like Thanasis, when we discovered Notebook LM as the capabilities that it had, our brain immediately went, we can probably do this ourselves and not have to pay anybody to do that. Now, does it cost? Yeah, of course, there's still costs associated with this that have to do with, the labor that goes into it and things of that nature. But I think you just have to maintain that creativity when you're thinking about this. The other thing I would say about it is, and Tim, I couldn't have paid him to do this, but in the panel, and he was talking, he talked about being very specific about what problem are you trying to solve and keeping your eyes on that. And I think that's something we're trying to do very, very carefully. It's easy in the tech world to get sort of lost in the shiny, or wanting to be able to say you're doing a thing just to be doing it. We've been very, very deliberate about where do we want to try this? What's the problem we're trying to solve? And will that produce a result that we can hold up to the board, to the leadership and say, here's your return on investment?
Got two people. Okay, last two. Go ahead,
Before
Larry.
you, Dr. Purcell, thank you so much. I'm honored. Hi, Larry Macapagal, Southern California, Kaiser Permanente. And first of all, I love this panel. And the reason I love it so much is anything where it's available 24/7. Thank you, Aurora. This is available for anybody. But I wanted to comment earlier about the FARS, the fully assisted refraction system. In fact, I think all of you can blame me for asking that, because I've asked the companies for the last 10, 15 years, I want something where patients can do it themselves. Self-guided tours. In fact, my friend here, Rick Gonzalez, I asked him to kind of develop a self-guided optos where patients can do it themselves, and he said he's working on it as we speak, right? Yes, okay. But one thing about that Sim Converse is that you're using AI tool, which is wonderful. And back to what Dr. Timmons was saying too, I'm still kind of old school. I partner with 200 physicians, where we train close to about 9,000 physicians within the Kaiser Permanente world, about 440 optometrists. Originally, we trained them to kind of improve patient satisfaction. How do we do that? Scenarios just like this, but being in Southern California, we have trained actors. We have SAG actors, Screen Actors Guild, that really has all the different, not 100, Dr. Timmons, but maybe about 15, and they're expensive. But we have the angry patient, we have the non-compliant patient, we have the elderly patient, we have the young kids. We have actors that are young kids, by the way, too. So it's an amazing thing. But as we transition to something similar like this, and the reason why is because we did video trainings, we did other things where it's virtual. It's not the same thing with if I'm right there shadowing them, and Scotty really stopping, holding him in the shoulder, saying, no, that's not the right way. The right way is one, active listening, right? When patients come in, the doctors knows this. Well, Mrs. Jones, how can I help you? Kind of thing, chief complaint, and they move on to the next thing, right? Or slap on a slit lamp or a pen light. All the doctors know. You put a pen light in a patient's eye, they stop talking, right? For the most part, they stick their tongue out, right? And so we're still in the process of, yes, I love this, right, Randall? I love this, but yet somehow that connection, that being in person, means so important in trying to improve patient satisfaction in the physicians and optometrists that I train with this type of model. And one key thing besides active listening, it's about validating the patient's concern, the chief complaint. It's really important. That's what we train. Repeat again exactly what their chief complaint in the beginning, at the end. Patients love that, okay? And the other thing too is shared decision-making, right? Does this system have the ability to do that? SDM, shared decision-making. And my final key word today, and if Dr. Roop is still here, his was nanotechnology. My key word of the day is empathy. With my CPC, clinician-patient communication training, empathy, 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 empathy stacking. I think, Dr. Prasad, you talked about this when you showed your AI review of yourself, empathy. How can you show AI empathy? In my real world, I can tap that doctor and saying, this is how you should do it. Stop, pause, empathy, right? Does this AI have the capability to show empathy?
It does, actually, which is remarkable. And I think the irony shouldn't be lost on us that AI can actually probably do more for us in that realm than it can for other areas, right? There's a little bit of cognitive dissonance, I suppose, around the idea that a computer can help me be more kind or can help me be more empathetic. But there is a lot of really good research emerging that suggests that's exactly what one of the best applications of it can be. I will want to make one more comment about something I heard earlier, and I apologize, I'm talking more than I intended to. Where you at, Dorothy? You get me? When we talked about earlier about the beauty of sort of these case-based approaches, and the comment I think from someone was, the number of hours that someone spends in clinic, and if they see 2,000 patients, we can be reasonably assured that they're going to have a wide gamut of experiences that would make them reasonably assured that they're competent. What I love about, and I don't think we should ever replace that, that's not my position here, but what I do love about the virtual simulations is that they're predictable, right? I can ensure that a student has seen X number of this type of patient or this type of scenario, that they've had this many difficult encounters, that they've had this many worked with children. That's more difficult to do in a clinical setting. We generally think it probably happens, but this gives us some precision to that. And it also, at the end of the day, I'm an assessment guy. That's kind of my background. But I love that at some point, will be able to say, this NECO graduate has scored at this level on empathy, on critical thinking, on these types of hard to assess kinds of constructs. If we can do this in a really well-designed way with good architecture and excellent rubrics and a lot of consultation from the real experts, the idea that we can actually be able to assess at that individual level, like how prepared are you for the clinical setting with precision.
Okay. Thank you. We're short on time. We could go on, but I'm sure that lots of discussions, lots of things swirling in your head again with the things that we've demonstrated. So I want to thank you. Thanks to the team. Thank you for the demos. I was going to give you a break,
But I'm not.
but we have President Aoun here now. Is he here? Okay. So let's start. So I'm going to have Dr. Purcell come up. He's going to introduce him. Thank you, Gary.
Maybe not too far.
With optometry. Come join me.
I know.
Somebody else are good.
And give them back. Give them both.
Where do you want me to sit?
I'd like you right in the middle if you're okay with that.
How are you?
Joseph.
Good to see you.
How are you doing?
Fine.
I had guest at my house the other night who's from the faculty member. Ed Wertheim from the business school. So Ed and I
He's a
rode.
good man.
We rode in the head of the Charles in the over 80 boat.
Ah.
So he's a very, very good man.
So did you win?
Well, we were the only boat in the category.
It was an automatic.
Great to see you again.
Great to see you.
Gary? Ball rolling here? All right. In this venue before. That's actually quite nice. It encourages interaction, which is what we were hoping.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'd like to get some questions from the group. As I think I mentioned, it's a mixture of academics
All right, everyone. Due to time, we're going to start. So for those of you in the lobby, please come on back in. This is a must listen to session, all right?
All right, everyone, we are on the home stretch and particularly excited for the next session. I've been looking forward to this one for a long time. Before I more formally introduce President Allen, I want to embarrass him just a little bit, if I may. When I first arrived in Boston 7.5 years ago, I was pleased to be introduced to President Allen from Scotty. I must say, because I haven't had a chance publicly, Joseph, to say this, you have been incredibly supportive of our little institution here in town. You have such a major responsibility with your university, but everything we have asked, every time we've asked for your support, for your help, you have never wavered one bit. You have provided incredible insight and resources for us in so many different areas. I think today is another example of that, but I just want to publicly say thank you very much for the support you continue to give to us, and we appreciate that very much. Thank you. So with that, I'll brag on Northeastern just a little bit, because we do have many people in the room that might not know a whole lot about Northeastern and come from all over the country. But as you do know, we have many incredible academic institutions in this area. What you probably don't know is that Northeastern has consistently been rated in the top 5 most innovative universities in the country. And that's obviously a wonderful attribute, but it really speaks to the leadership and what President Allen has brought. Little NECO gets a seat at the table with this wonderful organization called ACOM, Association of Independent Colleges and Universities in Massachusetts. I think I got that one right. and so we have the opportunity to learn from people like Joseph and others who've just had so much experience in the academic world. And you can read his bio. I don't want to take too much time because you have so many wonderful things we're going to talk about. But it's been out in the West Coast for a while. Fortunately, we are able to, I guess, convince him to come east, and been at Northeastern for quite a while, but has done some really unique things there. And I'm going to ask maybe before we get into a little bit more of the book, because everyone has the book, I've been seeing people thumbing through it. I have 2 copies in my office that I reference quite often, so we'll get there in a moment. But maybe just high level, tell us a little bit about Northeastern. What makes Northeastern unique? Well, why are you so proud to, I know you are, so proud to be the leader there?
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's a real honor to be with you, especially that I know nothing about your specialty. So thank you. And so I'm here to learn about from you, not the other way around. What makes us special are a certain number of attributes that we have. First is something called experiential education. This is not coming as a surprise to you. All our students go on co-ops, which are extended internships for 6 months, up to 6 months, and we have over 4,000 employers in 140 countries. Now, I will talk a little bit about why this is relevant, but also what we have created is a global university system in the UK, in the United States, and in Canada, and we have over 14 campuses. It allows our students to move from a campus to another. It allows our researchers and our faculty to be in different settings, and it allowed us also to provide different opportunities for professional learners all over the world. So that's in a nutshell who we are. We, over the last 3 years, we have received the largest number of applications at the undergraduate level of any private university in the country. And our acceptance rate is very low, unfortunately, very difficult to get in, simply because we don't have enough seats, is 5.6%. So that's in a nutshell who we are, and we can spend hours talking about that. But let's move on to the next level.
We will. But the experiential learning thing really kind of came about in a big way at Northeastern. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, it has been with us for over 100 years, and it has been very impactful. And and this is one of the secrets that allowed the university to flourish in an environment where higher education is retrenching.
When you look at it today, you think, wow, you guys are way ahead of your time, because clearly that's something being talked about more and more, and I'm sure we'll get into that.
It morphed. The idea morphed. It originally, over 100 years ago, it was a way for letting students study and earn a living, learn and earn. Obviously, over the years, it has morphed, and now in the age of AI, it has a very different meaning, because AI doesn't understand context. The AI doesn't understand the physical world. And we as humans are very good at that. And with the importance of experiential education and co-op is that it allows the learners to understand what others are good at, because they are going to interact with others, work in teams, understand body language, understand culture, be culturally agile, but also try to see where the gaps are, where the opportunities are, and finally understand who they are in this environment. That's something that machines simply don't understand. Plus, we do something as humans that is, in fact, very present in any experiential education, is the idea that we take our knowledge and we transfer it from a domain to another. And that's what a co-op allows you to do. You take a knowledge that you have done in one domain, and you apply it to another domain. And I can give you, and I will give you examples about that.
Thank you, Joe. So let's dive into Robot Proof.
Okay.
We all have a copy of the book now, and perhaps maybe this would be a good point to, what are the biggest themes, takeaways, what themes that you want to make sure when we read the book we're attentive to, or where you intended to make your biggest points? What are those key themes in your mind?
The biggest theme is simply the following. We live in the age of AI. An AI is now agentic. What does it mean? It means that AI is making decisions on its own. So if you start thinking about it from this perspective, the purpose of what we are doing in education is to always think about the balance between AI agency and human agency. We constantly are seeing people saying AI is going to supersede human beings. And now you are going to hear more and more about superintelligence. And for the last 20 years, people are saying that superintelligence is going to be with us in the next 3 years. It's not happening now. Why? Because AI is still very limited. One of the limitations I already alluded to is the fact that AI doesn't understand the physical world, doesn't understand context. But AI is nevertheless, is displacing people. These jobs are becoming obsolete and new jobs are being created. So what's the purpose of education in this moving environment? Is once again to understand the disruption, to understand the opportunities, and at the same time to look at what role do humans have in this age of AI. I believe that humans will have and are still having a fundamental role, but this role is not given once for all. So the purpose of education is to prepare our learners, our students, to be robot-proof for life. And that's a journey that we are going to embark on.
One of the terms that stuck with me in your book, and I'd love you to just speak briefly to it, is this whole concept of humanics. Yeah. Could you share a little bit of sort of where that came from and what you want us to learn from that?
So, as I mentioned, a minute ago, becoming robot-proof is a journey. It actually is a lifelong journey. We need to start by understanding AI itself and machines, how they work. That's called the AI literacy. We need to understand the product of these machines, the data. That's data literacy. And third, we need to understand what we humans can do that machines cannot duplicate. The ability to be creative, to be entrepreneurial, the ability to work in teams, the ability to be culturally agile, as I mentioned, et cetera, et cetera. So those three literacies, the AI literacy, the data literacy, and human literacies, are what I refer to and what we refer to as humanics. So we want every student to master the three literacies. And so that's the first aspect of it. That's the term humanics is simply a way of stressing the centrality of human beings in this age.
Oh, thank you. So I guess what it conjures up in my head a little bit is how that impacts the future of education. We recognize the world is changing, and very shortly, if not now, we literally have every piece of information accessible to us that we may need. Is this going to impact the way we teach? Should we be teaching more empathy and communication skills and observation skills as those perhaps meet the challenge you're providing to us of robot-proofing the future? And how do we do that?
You know, that's an important point. In some ways, if you look at them as separate endeavors, understanding AI, understanding the field, understanding, the product of AI, and then looking also at the human literacy, and you say those are separate elements, it's not going to work. Students are going to be bored with ethics classes, are going to be bored with, every aspect of, talk about creativity, talk about entrepreneurship. It's not going to be enough. So the first thing is that when you construct the curricula, you have to integrate them all together. And you say, how do you integrate them all together? For instance, at Northeastern, what we have done is something called combined majors, where from the get-go, people are at the table from different disciplines conceiving and creating those curricula. So that's the first step. Then the combined majors have been the most successful with the students. And the majority of students now want those, and we have over 200 plus combined majors. But so what are you learning with combined majors? Are you learning the balance between what you can do as a human being and what machines can do? And once again, this is a balance that is not given once for all because machines are getting ever more impactful. So that's the first step. The second step is that it's not enough. You can talk about human literacies, you can talk about creativity, you can talk about entrepreneurship, you can talk about all kinds of human attributes. If I lecture on entrepreneurship or creativity for hours, it doesn't make me creative. It doesn't make our students creative. So this is where experiential education, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be relevant, because experiential education is going to put the students in an environment that is a real environment. They're going to test themselves, test others, look at opportunities. That's where they're exercising the human attributes. And this is where they're exercising, transferring their knowledge from a domain to another. So I can give you examples of a transfer, but that's something you constantly live. When you send a student, for instance, in English, let's take because usually people don't associate co-ops and internships with an English major. Well, this is a real example. A student studying English goes to a war-torn zone, works with an NGO, devises a program that allows the citizens to avoid snipers, because the snipers were essentially saying this road is safe and this street is safe and this bridge is safe. So when you ask her, how did you do that? She said, it's very simple. in English, when you study English, you deconstruct, a text to see whether it's fake news or not. That's what I did. I applied to, and with my AI literacy, I was able to save lives because that's what she did. So she transferred her learning from the text to a living environment. That's what we do constantly, transferring our knowledge. So if you want, going back to your question, Mr. President, the future of higher education is not going to be about us. It's not going to be centered about us. Apparently, the president was telling me that you were wondering about now with so much information, how are we going to allow the students to digest the information? That's not our role. We'll come to that. But let me go to the idea that I mentioned. Robot-proof education is a lifelong journey. Start by understanding machines and the balance between humans and machines and how we interplay. Second, focus on what we do in an experiential setting, and that should not be difficult in your environment because you cannot become who you are unless you are in an experiential education. And experiential education is an edge over machines because machines don't understand the context, don't understand the physical world. So those are the first two dimensions. There is a third dimension I'll come to.
Thank you. So I want to read you a couple quotes by a very smart individual who made these quotes. If you don't change higher ed, it might end up on life support. And I'll give you one more. If higher ed were a ship, do you remember this one?
Yes.
How does that end?
Let's be on the positive side. Let's stay on the positive side.
Well, I'm just curious what you meant by those, and how do we assure ourselves we don't wind up there?
Yeah. Look, we work in higher education, and that's a mission. At the same time, society looked at us from day one, when, very early on, and said, what you are doing is precious because you are educating the citizens, and through your research, you are also creating an environment where society as a whole is thriving, the economy is doing well, we have health and wellness, and we're improving in all these dimensions. So essentially, they expected us from the get-go to focus on health, security, and being in a safe and flourishing environment. That, when society recognized that this is what we do, they gave us a lot of privileges. For instance, if you are a not-for-profit, we don't pay taxes. Similarly, if somebody gives us funding, philanthropy, they get a tax break. What we are seeing today is that this compact between society and higher education is frayed. It's frayed for many reasons. One is society is saying you're not fair. When you educate the citizens, you're biased. So that's one. The other, it's even more so, more dangerous. There is the value of science per se is being questioned. I mean, you know that. So if I go see you, you're a doctor, and I start questioning your authority and what you can tell me, that's dangerous too. But we are seeing this. So that's the first iceberg. The second iceberg is that we are aging. Society, what does it mean? What's the impact for all of us? We have less students going to college. And then less students going to your fields, by definition. We are also seeing other aspects. Of the students who are finishing high school that could go to college, the number is shrinking. It used to be 69%, it's now 62% only. We are seeing another phenomenon. We are seeing that male students are not going to college at the same rate as female students. That has an impact too. So that's the second aspect. Everybody is getting older except all of us. And at the same time, we don't have enough takers, students coming to us. I'm talking about macro level. The third aspect is obviously the third iceberg is AI. AI is a game changer. Now, the issue with AI is that it provides enormous opportunities, but no one here, myself included, myself first, no one is an AI native. So here we are going to teach students who are ahead of us, and you'll be getting them soon. Therefore, our reaction with respect to AI has been a reaction of essentially fear and saying we need to block AI and prevent people from using it. Doesn't make sense. So going back to what we need to do, we need to question ourselves, not question the students when they're using AI and saying you're cheating. And that's not how higher education has reacted. Higher education in general has reacted by saying you're cheating. Then higher education has reacted by saying there is cognitive atrophy when you use AI. Namely, your brain doesn't have recall of what you have done. And this study that has been cited in many places is very weak. Because this study said, if I give you a task, an essay to write, and you ask ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, Claude, to write this essay, you have no recall afterwards. Of course, you haven't done it. But and then they said, if on the other hand, you take this task and somebody writes it, then this person has recall. That's obvious too. And then they said, therefore, let me spare you, there is a third experiment, but the idea is that AI creates cognitive atrophy. Well, no, because it doesn't establish that. AI is a tool. So you have to decide whether this tool is a companion or a tool, or this AI is a replacement. If it replaces you, then you're losing by definition from the get-go. So what can you do? For instance, to give you a sense of this experiment, if I give you two essays, one generated by Claude, one generated by ChatGPT, and I ask you to compare the two, and ask you to see the holes, the gaps, the hallucination, which is a technical word, when they invent facts, and then afterwards ask you to write your own essay, you have total recall. So it's not the tool itself that creates this issue. It's the way it's used. So rather than questioning the tool, question ourselves as educators how we are using it and how we are using it with the students. And the students, by definition, are way ahead.
We've heard that a couple times today. I think that the students are way ahead of us. Speaking of students, so and by the way, if anyone has a question, please step up to the mic, because I'm going to go to some questions from our best source, which is our students, that they had for you. Now, they're not many to join us today, unfortunately, but I did ask for some of their questions. So this one I loved. In your book was a prescription for higher ed. What are the 2 to 3 most worrying symptoms?
There is one worrying symptom, and it's us. You know, we built all our careers, all our endeavors on the fact that we are central. We're no longer central. So therefore, we have to redefine our role, to rethink our centrality. So traditionally, we said people came to us because we have the expertise. Correct? We know. I know more than our students. Well, a machine knows more than us know, at least knows more than me, at so many levels. So therefore, what's the purpose of higher education? Why do people come to us? Not to get the knowledge. Knowledge is a commodity. So we have to move our role to a higher level where, we are the catalyst, we are the coach, we are the person who is helping people, the students, the learners, think about the domains, think about the gaps, think about the balance between human agency and AI agency. That puts us at a different level. And in some ways, it puts us at a level where they are in it with us. So that's, that if we have AI natives with us and we are not, that's where the adaptation is going to happen. And fortunately, it's happening. I'm seeing signs now. Every college, every university is looking at, because they have FOMOs, of ways of integrating AI. And it will be by trial and error. There is no recipe that is going to be universal.
Just as a follow-up to that, thank you. Every time I hear you speak, it makes me think a lot, and I have to process a little bit of it. But we'll move on to another question. But I want to come back to a point there, but we will. What are the biggest barriers you see institutions that are trying to adopt your model? Is it a faculty obstacle? Are they accreditation obstacles? As we try to innovate education and adapt education, we have barriers that are beyond our control in many cases. So for you, at least, and most experienced in this, what have been those barriers? What should we be looking out for?
It's our models, our governance models. We want to do everything by consensus. And if you want to see consensus takes a long time, and consensus doesn't, is not a game changer. So what we try to do every time is to empower people who are the early adopters, and then to ask them, to allow them to run with it, to run with the new initiative, the innovation, the new projects. And then if they succeed, we have proof of that. If they don't succeed, then you sunset it. So once again, in general in higher education, we want to vote on everything, and it should be unanimous. It cannot go on like that. If we really believe in a culture of innovation, experimentation, and believe in academic freedom, then allow me to start doing things. And every time you have a change, you have three groups. That's very well known. I'm not saying anything profound. You have the early adopters, the naysayers. The naysayers are vocal. And, the large majority is in a wait and see. So that's a barrier to change. If we don't allow and empower the early adopters to run with things, we're not going to be able to change ourselves.
And we're clearly sitting here with one of those early adopters, that's for sure. Yeah. One thing that came up earlier, too, and I thought it was a fair question from the audience as we were talking about different tools and different aspects of AI and how we implement them, was the cost side. As you look at this, because I was going to make a comment I didn't have a chance to earlier, as you look at this, we look at it as more a scalable opportunity, and therefore we are able to convince ourselves that some of the costs ultimately we'll be able to recoup because we'll be able to scale bigger. How do you rationalize, and have you found, or how have you found the cost of these opportunities to impact your institution?
Yeah, that's a very fair question. You can integrate AI without spending a penny. That's possible because for the time being, ChatGPT, et cetera, Claude are available, and the students are using them without paying. So that's the baseline. If you want to go a step further, and let me share with you what we did. We provided certificates and badges to the whole community in AI, just AI literacy, to live this AI literacy. That doesn't cost a lot of money because you're providing certificates that are built in-house, and you're inviting the staff, the faculty, and the students to take them. And those have been in demand. Enormous success, enormous demand. That doesn't cost money. Now, you can accelerate, start putting even more, like for instance, if I want to change my organization, and suppose you have a call center, and you say, I want to integrate AI without a call center, without people, and at the call center. Some companies are doing that as we speak, and and the universities are doing that as we speak. Well, you have two choices. Either you build that yourselves, or you outsource. But if you outsource, it's going to drive some savings, too. That's what companies are facing now. We talk a lot with CEOs, and they are saying, now we can dispense with 20%, 30%, 40% of our workforce. That's something we haven't discussed yet in AI. But namely AI will displace people, and there will be a toll, a human toll and society is not preparing for that. So to go back to your question, you have to determine what your strategy is, what your means are, your financial means, and adopt them step by step. You don't need to be the first adopter and the first mover. Why do I need to get AI? What will be the impact? How much will it cost me? And what's the return on the investment? Those are classical questions that we face constantly. So that's the idea.
And we face them every day as well, perhaps in a smaller scale, but the same thing, having to make the best decisions we can. There's so many options, so many opportunities. I'm curious how you feel, because our experience so far, let's talk about faculty for a minute, because we have many faculty in the room, or those who represent faculty. At first, I think there was some nervousness by the faculty as we started to implement some of these opportunities. And what we found very quickly, and there's many people in this room can speak to this, that actually the time we needed of faculty was consistent, if not in some cases, we actually needed more of their support. So as we talk about the replacements of people, and we know that's inevitable, what impact do you see, because you're quite a bit ahead of us, in terms of the actual faculty demands? Do you see that decreasing? Do you see that maintaining? Do you actually see that will require even more oversee from faculty? Do you have a perspective on that?
It's changing. It's, you cannot work in any field anymore without integrating AI. So the first thing we all need to do is integrate AI in whatever we do. Whether it's, we are there to do research, whether we are there to do learning, we need to integrate AI. So therefore, there is a process of AI literacy and AI integration. And you know what's happening in research, too. Who won the Nobel Prize in chemistry last year? A person from Google, from DeepMind, who is a computer scientist. And, so therefore you cannot afford to do that. There is another aspect that is more interesting and riskier. Have you heard of a company called Lila? Okay. Have you heard of Moderna? No. Okay. So the founder of Moderna, Noubar Afeyan, launched many companies. He has something called Flagship Pioneering. It's a group. We know him. He's local. One of these companies is called Lila. It's a biotech company, and the company from day one uses AI and robots to do everything. Now, what's the implication for us faculty? It's obvious. What's our role? Teaching and discovery. If suddenly discovery is going to start being done without us, then it's a challenge. It's an existential challenge. So to go back to your question, our relevance has to be reaffirmed, and that can only be done by us showing that we can do more than Leela. We can do discoveries that Leela cannot do. If I am learning something as a student, we have to show the value added of being in a class because knowledge is a commodity. Therefore, we have to reinvent our relevance and reassert it. That's beautiful. For some colleagues, it may be scary, but for some of us, it's liberating. Because we're almost starting with the tabula rasa and saying, how can we be relevant in this environment? And the questions are not given. The beauty of that is that it's empowering because we are going to shape the answers. And if we don't shape the answers, they will be shaped by others. So that's why you are seeing also that higher education is, the value of higher education is being questioned.
Left it at that one, huh? That was wow. It's certainly true. Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to pivot just a little bit because I think you've certainly whet our appetite enough. Everybody's ready, if they haven't yet, to read the book and to get a little more insight into that. But one thing I think Northeastern has been wonderful at, and you have a great deal of experience in, these partnerships. So the question that was posed was, how do you see partnerships between academia and employers or industry, which we have many in the room, evolving in this new environment? You guys have been so great at that, but I imagine you have to evolve in this new environment
Absolutely.
as well.
Absolutely. Look, if you ask our colleagues in higher education in general, who is your constituency? We as faculty, we say we are the constituency, correct? If we want to go a step further, we say our students are the constituency. But in fact, if you think about the social compact, it's the students, government, because government gives us funding, a lot of funding, and our partners. Why? Because ultimately they are going to work with us, take our students, take our products, our inventions, apply them, whatever it is. So how can we become more relevant in building partnership models? I'm going to give you an example. I mentioned that we have campuses throughout the United States focusing on... Thank you. The technician didn't like what I was saying. Focusing on professional learning. So the tech industry in Silicon Valley and Seattle said we don't have enough of a pipeline for computer scientists and AI specialists. Go create one. How can you create a new pipeline? So we said we are going to work together. You are going to tell us who the people are that work in your organization that you want to continue to help grow and improve and whatever. And then we are going to work together to turn them into computer scientists and AI specialists by giving them first projects that are real, that you are facing in new companies. And we are going to give them the learning in their environment, at Amazon, at Google, etc., at Microsoft, and turn them into computer scientists. And they'll get a degree, a master's. At the beginning, we didn't know it was going to work. It worked. It allowed women and underrepresented minorities to get into the tech fields, which, it's a problem in the tech fields. So this was a humbling experience for us in higher education because we didn't go to the company and we said, we know what you need. They told us what the needs are, and we shaped it ourselves by listening to them, by working with them. So going back to the first instance, our partners are essential to let us know what is needed. And now our role becomes relevant. How are we going to step in? I will give you another example that may not be directly related to what your experience. Entry-level jobs are disappearing. You know that, you're reading about it. Now our students go on co-ops. By the time they finish, they already have their experience. They are not entry-level. But what about the first co-op? So we have to learn what they need, what the employer is needing. What the employer needs is essentially AI and focus on the soft skills, because the technical skills are a given. That's a humanics part, the human literacies. So we shaped everything where we are, before they even go, the employers are sending us projects for the students to work on as a collective. So a student in physics, in math, in business, in AI work together to solve these problems. By the time they apply for a first co-op, they are no longer entry levels. So another example is a very interesting experiment that happened in Portland, Maine. We have a benefactor who we didn't know. He was a co-founder of Silver Lake Partners. You heard about this company, the venture company in the private equity in Silicon Valley, the largest. One day he knocked at our door. He went to another school and gave his money to another school, and he put together a team. He had a vision that Portland, Maine is not ready for the future. It's beautiful, great restaurants, good for tourism, but there is no tech scene, no life sciences scene. So he visited 36 universities with his team. He had retired presidents, etc. And the whole idea is to create a graduate school focusing on tech and life sciences and AI. That was just before COVID. And one day he came, we showed him what we did in the various campuses in Seattle, Silicon Valley, etc., here. And then they asked us to work with them. We panicked. Why? Because you don't have the students. You have to create the demand. So what we did is we said, we are going to work together in such a way that the partners, namely the companies and the universities and the hospitals, from day one, are going to tell us what their needs are, their talent needs, and their enterprise solutions. And we are going to devise programs accordingly. When we launched it during COVID. We didn't know whether it was going to work. It worked, and they doubled down on their funding, and we are building a whole campus. But we started with 15 partners, ranging from main hospitals, Jackson Labs, etc., to now to LL Bean, etc. Now we have 200. So we have, based on that, together, this partnership allowed us to create the demand and to build the talent, provide enterprise solutions, and then we incubate companies. So once again, our relevance is here. We're not relevant because we are teaching. We are relevant because we are impacting. And if you want to be impactful, you cannot be impactful by yourself. You have to work with your partner for impact. And so essentially moving forward, partnerships are going to be essential in higher education. Think about your government as your partner, otherwise you will not get the funding from NSF, NIH, Department of Energy, Defense, etc. Think of the funders as our partners too. And think about the local, the civic leaders, etc., as funders requiring and expecting impact. So this idea of a campus being isolated is going to disappear. And that's frankly why we are seeing, I'm sure you're aware of that, every week we have a college going under in the United States, every week. And it's accelerating. Why? Because essentially we closed ourselves to the needs of society. And frankly, I am very optimistic about the future, because I said we have an aging population, therefore less undergraduate students, but also the lifelong learning demand is skyrocketing. And you know that because in your field you have to constantly retool, reskill. And now it's going to create enormous opportunities. Our society is not ready for that. In Singapore, every citizen has a lifelong learning account to reskill themselves and reinvent themselves. In the UK, and we are in the UK, every company of a certain size has to put aside half a percentage point of their payroll to allow the citizens, their employees, to reskill themselves. Who's going to do it? We are going to do it. So I'm not worried about our future. I'm worried about our relevance. And that's where we need to reassert it. That's an enormous opportunity. AI is pushing us to wake up and reassert our relevance.
So much powerful stuff in there. But one thing kind of jumps out to me. I'm curious how people feel in this room, because you talked about, and it totally makes sense, about we should be talking to our employers about what their needs are, what they're looking for. That really doesn't happen here. In fact, there are barriers to that in many ways in medical programs for us to consider, and I actually think it's something we should do more of, to go out to our employers and say, what is it that you really need? At least I have not been involved in any such discussions here. In fact, there's sort of a sense, and I welcome any thoughts on this, there's sort of a sense of, well, we really shouldn't do that they don't have or can't have the ability to influence what we teach, how we teach. Now, I don't know that you're saying that, but I think what you're saying is those discussions are quite important. In fact, I'll just go one step further, and I want to hear from you. We have created barriers in many cases for our employers to come to our campuses and to visit, not at a campus like a business school or those, but in medical programs, we create walls, we create barriers. And I found that quite interesting when I first came over to academia, that any other institution would think that was insane, that we create these barriers between employers. There are hidden reasons, not even so much hidden, there are reasons for that, and many of them relate to accreditation and relate to, well, you don't really know, we know because we're doing the teaching. And so that's a really strong message that I hope we'll all walk away with, is how do we do that within the confines of restrictions that we have, but how do we make sure we're talking to the people who are employing? And that's not just big retailers, that's everyone. We need to understand what the needs are out there. And if we think we know that, I think that's a dangerous proposition.
Look, historically, we worried about employers because of interference. We don't want them to tell us what to teach. But frankly, they don't know what we should teach. That's not their goal. Their goal is to have people who are educated, who are ready for the world. And frankly, we are seeing something very interesting. People are questioning the value of the degree. Microsoft, Google, Meta are hiring people not asking for the degree. Why? Because essentially a degree for them doesn't signal competence. If this is the case, that's our problem, not their problem. So, for instance, we spend a lot of time bragging about input measures. I did that myself. I said, we received the largest number of applications of any privates. Our acceptance rate is 5.6, which is extremely low, one of top 5 in the country in this respect, or top 8 or whatever. And at the same time, we don't say anything about output measures. What is it that you know when you leave your institution? We need to move to a competency-based environment. Higher education has not done that overall. So the partners and the real world is saying, you're becoming non-relevant. I don't need you. Your degrees don't mean anything. So if this is the case, it's a wake-up call for us. They're not interested. We work with 4,000 partners worldwide. They're not interested in telling us what to teach. They're interested in the outputs. Are your students ready for us? Is your research impactful? That's what they want. And also, frankly, they will come to you and to us with problems they need to be solved. So no one, look, their core competence is not to tell us what to teach. We never saw an instance of any partner telling us what we should do. Politically, it's a different matter.
And that's an important differentiation that you make, and I'm glad you did. But I hope, and this is actually the whole purpose of this industry collaborative in many ways, has been to encourage that type of dialogue, to have that engagement. And we're thrilled that our partners are interested in having that dialogue with us. A couple more questions, you okay?
Great.
All right, thank you. Your book calls, so this is another student question. Your book calls for reimagining higher ed. What advice do you have to all of us to adapt to a future we can't fully see yet?
You know, understand machines, understand the balance between machines and humans. And this is not given once for all. This is a lifelong journey. That's why, you know, by the time you leave college, you will have some answers. The answers will become obsolete. You will have to reskill, reinvent yourselves. We have to do that constantly, and that's what I said, that it's an opportunity for our education. Because if we don't help the citizens we don't help them reinvent themselves, reskill themselves, who's going to do it? And then some players stepped in, and they haven't been providing the impact. So, to go back to that, always think about the balance between machines and humans, AI agency and human agency.
Nice. Thank you. So everybody has the revised version of your book. And I recall you made a comment, I think it was either in the book or I may have seen or read that you made this comment, but you said that when you wrote the revised edition, that there were actually some areas that you had previously thought were kind of safe and protected. But now that you wrote a more revised version, that you were sort of questioning that. Can you share any details?
The book was written around now 9 years ago. 9 years ago, before AI became a household name. And we called it Robot-Proof Higher Education in the Age of AI. Because we saw, we as a collective, my colleagues, our strategic plan, our academic plan, focus on that because we saw the type of research that is being done, the impact of this research. What has changed, what we didn't foresee 9 years ago, is that AI became agentic. And that's an important change. AI, why? Because if you think about higher education and what we do, in every field, we are trying to focus on explaining three worlds. The first is explaining the physical world. Second, explaining life, and you are part of that. And third, explaining the social and human world and the interaction of the three worlds. For the first time, we have a fourth world that is agentic. Namely, it's an inorganic world that is making decisions that are impacting us. So therefore, everything we do has to integrate now the four worlds, the core curricula, our research, our learning, etc. And that's a game changer.
Thank you, Joseph. So if there are any questions from the audience, we're happy to try to take them. So Scotty, please.
Hi, thank you very much for coming. This is very, very thought-provoking. One of the things that I got most out of my college education was I learned how to think rationally.
Yeah.
And that evolved by not what took place quite in the classroom, but it took place in the environment that fostered debate, discussion, defense of theses, and all of those type of things. When you were talking about, how we're going to handle this disruption that has been presented to us and how it impacts education, most of the discussions this morning and sort of what you've been talking about has been, how do we use that? And it's used as a tool. I mean, that was a word that kept coming up over and over again. How do we encourage the human mind to challenge when we have access to almost every fact simply by pushing a button on the phone?
That's important because in some ways, first of all, for us, for our students, our faculty colleagues, our community, for society at large, we have two ways of looking at those tools, either as a companion or as a substitute. So what you are advocating, and I completely agree with you, that it is a companion. It should be a companion. Now, if you think about the San Francisco school, it's coined the San Francisco school, they say, we're going to reach superintelligence and humans will be non-relevant. I don't buy that school, okay? I mentioned the AI is very limited. It doesn't understand the world. You're going to hear about something called physical AI, where they're trying to bring robots and AI together to start understanding the world. But that's not the point. The point that you are raising is that we as humans have to practice what is unique to us, where we can outmaneuver AI. And what is it? It's a human factor. The idea that we can be in a real environment. For instance, when you practice your field and you are with people and you understand their body language, you understand what makes them excited, you understand the opportunities to launch something and to create a new tool or a new endeavor, etc. That's what we need to focus on, is what is it that we humans can cultivate that machines cannot? And that's where higher education plays a central role. So if my goal is to go in the classroom and give a lecture and leave, I would have failed. That's not critical thinking. That's not practicing the human attributes. If you are raising questions with me that are going to be relevant based on what I just studied, and say, okay, what will be the impact on humans? How are we going to look at that? How are we going to, is it a challenge or is it an opportunity? That's the cultivation that we and that puts us at the same level as our students. And beyond that, the experiential learning is essential, because the experiential learning forces us not to be artificial.
Right, so two things happen out of that. One is humans are extraordinarily good at problem solving. And we need to be challenged by being given problems. Pathways that are easy take away some of that challenge that we have to be innovative. And then the other thing you brought up was that consensus is something that doesn't encourage creativity, that it actually punishes creativity, that we're forced to come to an agreement that the people who take risks and fail often, not badly, but they fail a lot, are the ones who are the creative people in our societies, in our families, and in our workplaces.
I agree. Look, allow me a personal situation. I studied in a French system, and I respect the French system, and I came to afterwards to do my PhD in the United States. You said something that we are very good at solving problems. I solved problems all my life till I came here, where my professors, my fellow students challenged me to create problems in order to solve them. That was a liberating moment for me. And that's where the human creativity was so central. So that's ultimately the purpose of our education, is not to solve problems, but because we always are going to see new problems being created, and we are going to create new problems and new challenges in order to go beyond them and to provide solutions. And that's the beauty of what we do in education. We're not solving problems, we're defining new problems that will impact society and make it better. If this is our calling, We are extremely well situated in the American system because, and since then I traveled all over the world. I evaluated systems all over the world, in Asia, in Latin America, in Europe, in Africa, in the Middle East. That's something that we have that is unique, and we need to cultivate it.
I would summarize what college did for my generation. When we compare the people who went away to college with the people who found a trade, and then you got together afterward, the difference is the people in college learned to think rationally. They were put in situations where they had to explain abstract topics. Well, you don't do that if you're living in a world where there's no abstractions. And I think college is a really important thing for us to preserve and to make sure that we don't lose it by chasing solutions. And
Great. I'm 100% with you. But abstraction is not done only in colleges. Abstractions is done in life altogether. So it's not, what you are saying is fundamental, because in education, we want the students, we want the learners to think at a higher level constantly. And that's what you call the abstraction.
Right.
And that's wonderful. That's one aspect. We want them also to be creators. We want them to be entrepreneurs. We want them to be problem solvers, but also we want them to define new problems. In order to do that, we need a higher level of abstraction.
And what college does, it provides the environment to do that in a semi-structured way.
Yes and no, because we created a situation in many campuses where we closed ourselves. And that's a danger. That's why society is telling us, we don't buy it. So I agree. If you tell me, is college precious? There is nothing more precious than college but that's by definition, otherwise I won't have a job. Okay? But we are in a situation where we have to wake up and understand what we have been doing is not completely perfect. Yes,
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
You know what? We'll go to Aaron first, and then Jim will finish. Aaron Morgan is one of our wonderful media representatives.
Hello, Aaron.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for this inspiring conversation. It has really been thought-provoking. Personally, I have a 16-year-old AI native at home, right? She is could run circles, right, around someone much older who didn't grow up with that. And it's fascinating to watch. And not only is she using AI, but she is receiving AI training almost daily or at least weekly at school. How to use it appropriately, when to use it, how to understand if it's not correct, kind of those types of things. So my question, she's going to graduate college in 2031, right? That sounds like, because it's in the 2030s, it sounds like it's a really long time away. If she went to optometry school, right, then we're even further out.
Yeah.
What does it look like for students in the 2030s in school? What is just AI use just ubiquitous? Is it commonplace?
I thought that you were going to ask me a tough question, but then you ended up asking me an
you
easy
could answer
question.
the tough question you thought I was going to ask.
Because essentially AI is already ubiquitous. Remember the internet when it started? We said no, the students should not use the internet, they'll be cheating, etc. Everybody is using that same thing. So if the question is AI going to be everywhere? Yes. But then going back to your point here is about, once again, is AI a tool or is AI a substitute? Right. So, we as educators are going to work with the students on the balance between AI, AI agency and human agency. So that's going to be including the abstraction that you mentioned, including the critical attributes that humans have in general, beyond abstraction, in addition to abstraction that machines do not.
Right. I think for me, the theme throughout the day of people saying, the students are way ahead of us, right? And it feels like they are to some extent because they're already being trained. There is a huge wave of AI natives coming up into higher education.
That's true.
And there might be ahead of the faculty and the curriculum
Yeah.
in some ways.
Yeah. So, look, we have to rebalance in some ways, the interaction, because in some domains, take the human domains. Going back to Scott's point, we are ahead, okay, or we think we are ahead. I mean, in other domains, they are ahead, or they think they are ahead. So the question is, how can we put together a journey that will be impactful for them and ultimately for us too? So we have to rethink what we have been doing as educators from this perspective. What carried us for 120 years or 200 years is not going to carry us moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so we're going to wrap it up with Dr. Timmons, Jim Timmons from Connecticut.
First, kudos to putting this together. Howard, Gary, the team, awesome afternoon. Great program. Learned a lot. We'll leave with some questions. The question that hasn't been answered, though, it's been discussed all day, is everybody talked around the idea of how we as a profession can make the necessary changes to our educational structure, to the interaction with the students and to the outside world that will make us relevant and successful going forward. I didn't hear that answer. So I'm going to ask of you, 22 years ago, my son graduated from BU. At that time, Northeastern was not the school that it is today. It was a very good school, but his roommates were from Northeastern, and I think the BU students maybe felt a little superior at the time. That said, somewhere along the way, your institution made a commitment to change. Can you describe, I don't want to take up too much time, can you describe what it was that did that and how you structured it so that that change became implemented as opposed to just being continually discussed, which is kind of what optometry has been doing for the last 30 years.
We want your secret sauce now. We want to hear.
Okay, I'm going to be very honest about it. A crisis was a precipitating factor. In 2008, if you recall, universities and colleges started retrenching and saying, we are laying off staff, we are shrinking the faculty, etc. And then we said, this is a time for us to rethink everything we're doing and to move forward at a time when no one else was moving forward. So that's what we did. Now, how did we do it? By going back and saying first that, we have something called experiential education. Is it something to nurture, to redefine? Yes, and we took it on a global level, national and global. We were local, we became national and global. That's why we have 4,000 partners. We doubled down on that. Then the second thing we said, we're going to globalize the school in the following way. If the students are going to have, our domestic students are going to go all over the world, they need to understand the world. So how can we get them ready by the minute they go to Shanghai or to London or to Cape Town, whatever. So that's the second. The third thing, we said, what are the imperatives in national challenges in research? And we said we are going to focus on health, security, and sustainability. And within those domains, we're going to start recruiting faculty in emerging fields. We didn't copy others. Now, how did we do it? We said, the community, we built the academic plan together, the strategic plan together, but we didn't force anyone to partake. We invited the early adopters. We had many naysayers. We allowed the early adopters to move forward. They succeeded in many fields. They didn't succeed in others, as I mentioned, and that's it. And now no one questions that we need to change. Now we are in a situation today that if we don't change in higher education, we're going to be dead. And that's why we are seeing one college per week disappearing. It's going to accelerate. We are also seeing another sign. We are seeing some brand name colleges in jeopardy. I would not name them on purpose, but we are seeing that, and that's very surprising. Why? Because families and students are looking for brand and differentiation. If you don't have the brand, you don't have the differentiation, it's a survival mode. So it's by necessity. If you feel satisfied and happy, you won't change.
So we shouldn't be satisfied. We should continue to push the envelope.
You know what our motto is? Happy but not satisfied.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to bring that. I think we're going to bring that motto to optometry. Listen, I think you guys can all appreciate why we are so fortunate to have President Joseph Aoun here in our city. He has been inspiring to us, just like you've been inspiring today for so long, and we thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Aoun. He's going to be outside for a little while for signing of books, but at the same time, I don't want everyone to leave here. So bring your books out. He can sign, but come right back in because we really want to wrap this up. There's been a lot of good conversations, and we do want to talk about some next steps. I'm just giving Howard a little breathing room. He's going to be back up here with our panel of from the media to really give us their perspective of what some of the takeaways are. Howard?
Maybe I can suggest, Gary, if it's okay, Dr. Aoun's going to sign some books, and those will be waiting outside. So maybe if we can just jump right into our last session and then get through that, then you guys can be done, and we'll make sure that those who would like would get a copy. But appreciate all the great questions, and I'm going to invite our media panel to come on up and join me. All right, there we go.
Thank you.
Good. Well, you've hung in there most of the day, and we appreciate that very much. We're going to wrap things up with a perspective that we thought would be quite interesting for you. We rely so heavily on our wonderful trade media that we have to provide us with their insights. And so what I've asked of the group, and I'll do some brief introductions, but we'll dive right in the interest of time, is to share with us kind of what they do, which is what were the headlines from today? What were the things that you guys felt are the key takeaways for us? And we will have this on video, so we will come back to haunt you now. So very quickly, and I think you know most of the people sitting up here at the far end, Jack Persico. Jack leads the Review of Optometry publication, has been, I don't think there's any question, the leading publication when it comes certainly to the clinical side of what we do for a very long time. And Jack's work there has been tremendous. I've always enjoyed discussing key issues with Jack. And he's officially the editorial director of Review of Optometry, but someone who has learned a lot, I know, through the years about our wonderful profession and has brought great perspective to us. So thanks for joining, Jack. Next to Jack, I think everyone knows Mark Ferrara. What you probably don't appreciate is the incredible impact that Mark has had on this industry. He's done it behind the scenes in so many ways. But I can say from a personal standpoint, in my 2 stints in industry and now in academia, I'm not sure there's too many people, certainly on the media side, who have made any more contributions in a passionate way with every ounce of energy he has to contribute in a way that has been incredibly productive. So if you aren't aware of that, you better be aware of it now. Mark's contributions have been significant. I'm proud to call him a good friend of mine. So Mark currently serves as a consultant for Jobson Optical Group. I don't think they're ever going to let him go, and we hope they don't. Erin has introduced herself a little bit here before. Erin's been part of our media family for quite a while, and now kind of re-entering back, and maybe perhaps they'll all tell you a little bit about their current roles. And then you heard from Peg earlier as well. I love having an optometrist as part of the media. I think it brings a unique perspective to things, and Peg's had many different roles roles in our industry, and today, as she described to you, Optometry Times, Ophthalmology Times, and really providing, I think, some strategic direction in many ways for that group. So with that, in the introduction side, I'm going to turn things over to them, and what we've just asked them to do is tell us a little bit about what are you going to report on? What are the things you're walking away with? Do what you do, but we want you to kind of do it real time so we all get sort of the inside track on what you took away. I hope you took away, all of you, a lot. I know it's a lot to digest, and I think for many of us, we'll be going back to some of the video and kind of going through it. But Erin, you're the closest one to me, so I'm going to let you sort of kick it off. What were your key takeaways from the day, and what are the things you want to make sure your readers and all of us will continue to think about?
Well, do you have an hour?
We do.
Because there was a lot. Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel. And now also my article is written from this event because I wrote up the key takeaways. So I really, I wrote down several things. So I don't know if you want us, maybe I can pick one key thing, and I don't want to take up too much time and move it down the line and we can come back. But I think that there was a lot of talk today about kind of the student, right? And that holistic view of the student. And I'm just looking up here which educator it was. It was Dr. Jennifer Riley shared that she quickly learned that in her role, she was spending half her time on being a support system for students who were dealing with anxiety, depression, and stress. And I know we didn't really talk about that much today. But it was kind of woven through just the student as a whole, right? And the increasing scope of practice, the increasing scope of curriculum, and then thus the increasing scope of stress, right? So I think that that's a real thing, and to look at the student as a whole person and what that is for a takeaway. You know, we just recently on Insight Media ran, you probably saw all the studies that came out on optometry and stress and anxiety and depression, and very, very high stress scores, 40% moderate to severe psychological distress scores for optometrists. It's way higher than the average population, and I think that what the researchers said from the study was that it's mainly young optometrists, people coming out of school, going into practice. So I don't know if what is the root of that problem, but I think it's something worth exploring.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up because it isn't something we did spend a lot of time on here, but it's something we spend a lot of time on in our institutions. There's no doubt. In fact, that was one of the things that really surprised me when I came back into academia was how prevalent that was. And, it made me think, like, when I was in school, did nobody have mental health issues? And all of a sudden, mental health issues have popped up. And certainly that's not the case. On the positive side of the way we rationalize it, I think it's good. I think it's good that people are able and feel more comfortable to share that they have these challenges. Very surprised when students will come in and talk to me and mention, I have mental health issues, what's going on. I could never have imagined when I was a student in school going to the president of the college and telling them I was having mental health issues. So I think there's a really wonderful part of it, which is the openness to acknowledgement, the pressure, however, that it places on it, just pure physical, just the physical layout of our facility. We have many students who require special compensation for additional time to take exams, et cetera. You have to find space to do that. You have to find, and we're, unlike my wonderful friends out in Arizona, we don't quite have the space to be able to do those things. So it creates some very interesting challenges. But that said, we play a role in that. We have to assist with that. We've talked many times about maybe bringing in more mental health counselors to our institution. Our students, and look, I want to just present the other side too. There are times when people take advantage of that. There's no doubt. But there are most cases, it's real, it's impacting them. And if our job is to ultimately make sure they navigate through the program successfully, then we have to do what we can to support that. But we are not mental health professionals.
Sure.
And it becomes a challenge to make sure you have the right people in the right place to provide the support that you need. And I know if we talk to any of the schools and colleges in the room, they would share the same thoughts. We see it much more prevalent, although I'm not sure it's necessarily more prevalent. I think it's just more overt and the awareness is there and their willingness to share that I have those challenges. And, we have people who are repeating years who have to come back or have to take a break. There's times we recommend that they take a break because we just see they're not able with all of the pressures of the program. You can imagine it's tough enough to get through the program, and then you have these other life issues and mental health issues that continue to challenge you. So it's an issue. It's real, as your data supported it. It's just we have to continue to find ways in the optometry world, if we bring it back to our world for a moment, to support that. And then the other question that comes up that I challenge myself on is, if you truly are suffering from significant mental health issues, and I know this is a controversial comment, are you in a good position to be a healthcare provider? Fair to have that debate, but I think it's probably a good thing to have the debate. At what point does it become where now you are going to be responsible for the care of someone else, and are you in a position to be able to manage and do that? So it raises a lot of very important questions, none of which we necessarily have the perfect answer for, but I'm glad you brought it up, and it's a hard subject to really spend a lot of time on to talk about, but it's an important one. I promise you, internally, our institutions are having those discussions.
Sure, that's great. Well, thank you for that. And I think for me, just to wrap that into the takeaway of the day, is there was a lot woven through of, well, we're adding more to the curriculum, right? We're adding more to the scope of practice. We're adding more, do you do dry eye? Are you doing laser? Are you doing aesthetics? Are you doing, all of these different things and I think that was really woven through. And Dr. Wallin said at one point today, we want our profession to evolve, but evolve doesn't mean just adding more to the profession, right? So I think, and a lot of the people with the distress scores weren't like legitimate, mental health. It was people who had burnout. So the burnout scores were extremely high, and just as a thought, right, that came up for me. Is there too much, right? You've got technology, you've got AI, you've got all these things, and the scope of practice expanding.
Yeah, and I think we have acknowledged, and maybe it's not fair to say this, but I think it's, in my mind, true. The wonderful thing about optometry is it is so broad and so diverse. There is no way for you to graduate from a 4-year program and be an expert across the board in everything that is optometry. It just is not going to happen. And so that's where you start getting into discussions about minimum competency and what that looks like. And that's a whole nother session that I hope we'll be able to take up. But the reality of it is you can't be an expert in everything. We're going to teach the general information that you're going to need to know, and then hopefully through residencies, and many of our institutions have special tracks that you can select if there's areas of interest. But if we go into this saying that a graduate after 4 years is going to know all aspects of everything that is optometry, I think we're setting ourselves up for failure. We're just not going to be able to achieve that. But where we draw the line, how far we can go in each of these, and how can we create specific tracks and what we call here concentrations for students who are particularly interested in some area, that they can pursue that. But that's why we're seeing, group practices being so prevalent today for many reasons. One of which is you can bring in people who represent multiple different expertise and then provide that patient care that is much more broad. So some may call it a cop-out, but I think it's real. There is just no way for us in the 4 years that we have today to make sure that you are an expert in every aspect of this amazingly broad profession. I say this to students all the time. Here's the diversity of optometry. You can be hospital-based and do ocular disease all day long. If that's what lights you up, that's what you want to do, that is available to you. At the other end of the spectrum, you can open up a boutique optical and get into the fashion side of frames. I mean, that is the depth and breadth of what this profession offers, and then so much in between. So I think we have to be realistic about, what is the outcome. I think Joseph made a really good point on that, as have others, that outcomes are really critical. I think Randall talked about that. What is expected, and one of the things that stuck with me about Joseph is, talking more to all of you. What are the expectations you have as payers, as manufacturers, as employers for our students, and understanding that better and making sure there's good alignment? Because I'm afraid if we don't do that, there's greater risk for our success in the future. So great points, Erin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peg?
So thanks for having me, Howard. I appreciate it. So one of the things that first of all, I have a great editorial team and they do the writing. And they're amazing, truly amazing. And I have a great relationship with them, which is great. And I appreciate them very much. But one of the things I liked about what Dr. Aoun said was lifetime of learning. and that the future of higher education is lifetime learning. And I think one of the things that we need to all remember, regardless of what we do is called practice. It's not called perfect. And that means that we have to engage in lifetime learning to make sure that we continue to practice. Yeah, we strive for perfection, but we're never going to get there. And I think that students need to understand that that's really critical. They're committing to a lifetime of learning. Another thing that I really just wanted to put out there for students and faculty and academia and other industries also is, and I did mention it, the resources that media has. And all of us in media have access to information and access to connections and other resources that you may or may not know about. And to really, I think, use us more as a resource for whatever endeavors that you choose. And I think that it's really important that we, again, make sure that we teach our higher education incoming students that it's a forever thing, and they're going to be learning forever. And I again appreciate being here, and thanks for having me.
Thanks, Peg. You know, one thing, and I'm sure you know this, but I'll just sort of state the obvious. When we talk to our students about the media, I'll say they don't have a particularly positive impression. Now, they don't necessarily know trade media versus non-trade or consumer, whatever it may be, but their impression of the media is not necessarily high trust, is not necessarily people that they are going to see as resources for them. Perhaps faculty a little less. I think they've been in the world a little longer and can appreciate that more. So I would just suggest to you, you have a little work to do, even though we know this is a very wonderful and collegial working relationship we've always had with the trade media. But when I talk to students, they don't necessarily intuitively see it that way. It's like we talk media, you're now aggregated together with the world of media, which often they see as, say, inconsistent, partial, biased, etc. So I would suggest, and I would hope we could help with that, that there's a little work to do to get our new graduates and our younger students to appreciate what the relationship between a trade media is and how important that is. I can tell you, I would not be where I am today with the wonderful career I've been able to have, and I'm so blessed to have it, without the relationships I've had with the media. So I am continuously an advocate, but what I hear in return tells me you guys have a little bit of work to do to build that trust.
One of the things that we do is we have a residency award ceremony every year at our ICON meeting. We send out information to all residency programs. We award a resident who is the best in ophthalmology, the best in retina, and the best in optometry. And they are invited to the meeting. We pay their way to come. We pay for their hotel, their airline. We have an award ceremony for them. They get a trophy. And one of the really cool things about it is that year after year, and it's been 3 years now that I've been involved in it, they come up to me at the academy. And they, they're like, thank you, that was so fun, I still remember it. So we're taking smaller steps like that to try to facilitate and create that trust and try to create those relationships. There's other programs that we're instituting that we try to incorporate students into what we do and to try to build that trust.
Thanks, Peg. And I guess that's one of the things I'm encouraging you to do. I know many of our media, not on the stage, but involved in this, is to engage with the students a bit more, involve them in some of the stories that you're telling. I hope some of it has been stimulated through some of the things that you've heard here. But I think that's one way that we can get them to continue to feel a little bit better about it.
And then we have them write an article year after year. So in our plan is then at the 5-year mark, we will have all of them come back for a 5-year resident reunion, find out where they are.
Yeah, one great way to do it.
I think too with the students, right? I mean, the way they consume media is so different from the way you or I, or maybe not you or I, because I'm in the media, but they consume media in a different way in different platforms, and I think it's important to meet them where they're at.
No question. No question about it. They definitely consume it differently, and I think we need to keep that in mind as we try to engage with them. Thank you. Mark, how'd it go today? What thoughts do you have?
Well, again, thank you for having me here, and Gary and Howard for putting on a fantastic program. It's always great to be part of this event. So since I'm not a reporter, I would probably be writing an opinion column. And so I'm going to have some opinions about what I've heard. For me, I heard the 3 I's. I've always thought that optometry had an inferiority complex. And that is still very true from what I've heard today. But I think there's 2 other I's that came out. There's an identity crisis and an information sort of intelligence overload crisis. And I think one of the challenges is, I heard a lot today of either this or that. We're either a data analyzer or a data gatherer. You know, we're either a primary care practitioner or a specialist. What we heard from Joseph is it's compound, it's and. It's not either or, right? The compound major is the powerful major. I'm not just a biologist, but I'm also an ethicist. I learned both. So I think as an industry, we have to break out of either or and become an and.
That's definitely a big one. And I think what struck me, and not all of you were with us last night, but what struck me is one of our students who gave a presentation happened to be a first-year student. When he was describing his background and the way he talked about his knowledge of technology and even development and things that he did, it struck me that perhaps that is the profile of what we're looking for in the future for an optometrist. We've always thought, biology majors and, people who are prepared for the STEM side of things, which is important, don't get me wrong, but a guy like that, could really, or profile like that could really bring a very unique opportunity and perspective. And maybe, and this has happened, we don't have all biology majors, believe me, there's psych majors, all different majors that come in, but we don't see as much on the tech side. And perhaps that is the future combination for medical practitioners to bring that's going to allow them for the most success, is this opportunity to balance those 2 things. So I think you're right. I took that away from Joseph's comments too. It's an and, not an or, and but how we do that and how we successfully navigate to that is the challenge.
Well, I think part of what he suggested, and you try to model this, but we got to do a better job of it, is the partnership approach, right? He talked about how they've built these partnerships which have helped them be smarter about how to be educators and therefore better serve their partners. There needs to be more of that dialogue of partnership. You always viewed the media as a partner rather than as a potential enemy that's trying to get you, right? And some in the industry view the media that way, right? So the partnership angle, I thought, was the way he really made it work for Northeastern. And I think it could work within our industry if we do a better job at that.
And I think you guys need to be out in front of our new graduates and our students more so they get to know who you are. It's harder to hate you when you get to know you. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
For most of you. Jack, I'm sure you have a unique perspective on today. I hope so. You always do. So please share with us.
Well, thanks, Howard. And I'd like to say thank you again for putting together this event. It's always illuminating. I always appreciate it. And thank Gary. Thank you, Gary. So, a lot has already been discussed, but it just it felt to me that the overriding theme of the day was change in many different contexts. Some were changes that we want to see happen that we struggle to implement. Others were changes that are happening to us, whether we want them or not, and we're struggling to understand them and understanding how to react. And we ended with Jim Timmons' question: how do we turn discussion into action? And I think that really is the appropriate next question, the takeaway question from this. It's great to have a full vetting of the issues, and then you have to work on what to do to implement it. And throughout the discussions, I was especially interested in all the discussion about the curriculum, the challenges and the changes and how that may play out and how people want it to play out. And it really felt like, I've heard those conversations before. It really felt like there was an enthusiasm for change, an enthusiasm for addressing some of the new facts on the ground that we're seeing and helping to work through that, rather than turning a blind eye to some of the issues that are there that need to be addressed. It felt like there was enthusiasm for it, for even working in unison with other organizations. It's difficult to get any organization to change just unto itself, and it's exponentially harder to get different organizations across the landscape of stakeholders to all collectively change in a coordinated manner to help solve some collective problems, because everyone's going to have different goals and different challenges to doing that. And I think that's not going to be an easy task, but it feels like there's an appetite for that, and I'd like to see that continue.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. And again, I think that's something that our media partners can help us with to encourage that dialogue. But I will say this: our faculty and our students have been incredibly willing to look at unique and different ways. But I think a lot of it has to do with how you present it. I mean, if you walk in and at the end of the day you say, "We've got this figured out, so all right, everybody line up and here we go," is one approach. The other approach is to get people involved right from day one. Here's what we're thinking about. We want you to be part of this. We want you to give us the feedback, what's going to work, what's not, because we want to be better at what we do. And I have to say, at my institution, I couldn't be any more thrilled and happy about how our faculty have reacted to it, how they've engaged with it. I'm not going to say 100%, but the majority. And when you start to get some momentum there, when you start to see your more seasoned veteran faculty who are buying in, I mean, Thanasis is a great example of that. When he buys into it and other faculty see him utilizing tools and new ways of doing things and et cetera, I think that makes our job just so much easier. So my advice would be in that area, what had worked for us, and I've made many mistakes in that, I promise you, but what had worked the best was get people involved right away, listen to what they're saying. These are the people that are ultimately going to be impacted by this. You want to understand it from their perspective. And I just find once you do that, the process became much easier. I'm not going to suggest it's easy, but much easier, and people will come along with you. And I'm blessed to have a group that was open to that. And now by bringing in-house the wonderful people, you've got to meet some of the great people who are helping drive some of this change at our institution, and I hope will be helpful as the entire area of optometry education looks to doing that. We want to be collaborative in that. So, meetings like this can do it, but you guys have the year every day, and every week and every month with your publications. And I know you plan out in front of what you're going to cover and the things you are. Honestly, these days, I'm not sure how you do that. Things change so quickly, and how you manage that. I mean, we were preparing information for this program, and 2 days before we adjusted stuff because that's not even, that's old news by now. So I don't envy that part of what you do, but what I do is I admire what you do. I admire how good of a job you do of keeping us updated, of being balanced, of not falling into the trap that many media have of being so one-sided and things. And I think you all represent groups that have done an outstanding job of that. So I guess what I'm asking on behalf of all of us is do more. Help us more at this. We're at a time where this communication, this engagement, our abilities to engage with each other and have good debate are of critical importance. This is one opportunity, but I hear you. I hear all of you. If we all walk away from today and we say that was fun and we go back home and nothing happens, then I think shame on us. Then that it hasn't been the best use of time. So what we're going to be is a real pain in the butt, and we're going to be on you. We're going to be talking to you. We're going to be bringing you together in small groups as best that we can. We're going to encourage ASCO and AOA and the National Board and other groups who are represented here to participate in that and to have these discussions. Jeff talked about, the fact that these groups are getting together, but we saw how frustrated he was with that. And I think sometimes it requires more of a neutral party, which I think in many cases you all play, to be able to bring that together and to encourage some of that. I think the Vision Council is another good example of groups that have the opportunity to do that. So I guess on behalf of all of us, I would say thank you, first of all, for being wonderful partners and for helping us to share information out there, provide venues to do that, but we need more. And it's accelerating at a pace that without that, I fear that we won't be able to solve some of these key challenges as quickly as we could with you. So I would just say thanks. Thanks for what you do. Thanks for being willing to sit up here and talk to us. I know it's not always the thing you guys love to do. You're a little more in the back. You're usually asking us the question, so this was my payback. It's my payback for that. But no, we didn't ask too many. But I do want to say thank you, and thank you for the work that you do. And thank you to all of you. You've hung in there for a nice long day, but I hope you walk away today with some thoughts that will help us to continue to solve some of the key challenges we have here. Many of them have been brought up today, but not all. But think about where your strengths. Each of you bring unique strengths and unique perspectives. And don't underestimate the value that brings. We need that. We need that in this profession. I think it's always been a strength that we've had in optometry and the related peripheries of what support optometry. And I think you guys play as big of a role in that as anyone does. So we thank you for the work that you do. And I want to say on behalf of Gary, myself, the entire NECO community, we appreciate you being with us. We appreciate your feedback and look forward to your feedback on the program and how we can continue to improve this and provide information that you all will benefit from. By the way, Gary has a tough job. This is an incredibly diverse group of people coming from so many different backgrounds and so many different priorities, and the fact that he continues to bring us wonderful programming and information, and it's really quite a challenge to make sure all of you remain interested and engaged, and you have been, and I appreciate the questions, the engagement, and we look forward to that continuing. So let's thank our friends in the media. We appreciate it very much, and safe journey home, everybody. Gary, I think, is going to make a few closing comments.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Just a few things. You see the centerpieces? It's going to be like a wedding. One of you has to take one, all right? Because if we don't, it goes to the dumpster. So I want people to be able to appreciate them, all right? The other thing, I want to thank the team that helped with everything. We have Michael Sellers, our Director of Marketing and Communications. He's been online the whole day. We have the AV team and the staff from WBUR. Please thank them. We have some of our staff, Donna Marie Ferry, Addie Rose, Camille. They're probably outside doing things. Please thank them. They do all the little things that we don't usually see. And then there's also Joseph Brody, that's part of our marketing and communications team. He's been taking pictures and all that. Thank him as well. We have recorded all this. It's in our live stream, and people can still view it afterwards, right, Michael? Starting tomorrow. And we have taken all the assets here that the WBR team is going to send us, and we're going to edit them in nice ways. And we know that our media partner has already done a lot of things in social media, and there will be other articles written. I am going to send a survey probably Thursday-ish to get feedback from all of you. And like in past meetings, I will share a link if you want to debrief. I want to debrief with you. But I've already engaged with ASCO, and I talked to Amy a little bit for AOA of all the things that we can do, because there's a lot here. I think we're at a point where I think Jack put it a good way, change. And I love the 3 I's from Mark. There's a lot to do, and it's not or, it's and all the words in between for us to be able to move the profession forward. I believe we are in a crisis, and I believe we are also have information overload. We have to stop talking over each other and start doing projects so that we can move things forward. For some reason, this meeting, yes, we have tension, but we have conversations that people actually listen. I was talking to Eric, I don't know what we've done. Maybe it's something in the water here. But let's continue this, because these are the type of conversations that will help us. So enjoy the rest of your time here. I know some have already left and they missed this, but they get to hear it later. Some are leaving later tonight. Some are leaving tomorrow. So safe journeys home, and please do keep in touch. Thank you.